Chapter 2173. Everyone had their own choice. This was everyone's right. No matter what choice he made, it was worthy of respect. After shouting at Xiao Miao to back off, the three men in black came up and surrounded Qin Xiao. Each of them looked fierce like wolves and tigers. The black-clothed man looked at Qin Xiao with a playful expression. He teased him and said, "Brat, you have quite the guts. You have some backbone. You are actually not afraid at all. Not bad." Qin Xiao curled his lips and replied with a scornful look, "Not bad. As a man, of course, I have some backbone." This scornful reply was undoubtedly a powerful counterattack. Although it was a casual reply, it revealed an inch of sharpness. It seemed plain, but it hid a surging killing intent. This was the invisible lethality. Such a counterattack naturally greatly angered the three of them, causing them to fly into a rage out of humiliation and reveal their ferocious appearances. "Boy, you're really arrogant. People who are too arrogant generally don't have a good ending." The man in black gritted his teeth and said. Qin Xiao curled his lips and smiled. "Not necessarily. It still depends on the situation. If you're arrogant without strength, then you really don't have a good ending. But if you have strength, then it's reasonable to be arrogant. After all, this is a world where strength is everything, isn't it?" The subtext of this statement was very obvious. "Humph, so you mean that you're very strong?" The man in black sneered. Qin Xiao shrugged and said casually, "I'm not strong. I'm very weak. It's just that you're weaker than me. So, everything is relative. If you're too weak, then it naturally makes me look strong." These words could make people choke. This was too much of a blow, wasn't it? They were all first-step celestial venerables. They were all born lowly and did not have much strength. If they really had strength and ability, they would not have come here. Why were they pretending to be weak here? Qin Zhao's words not only infuriated the three men in black, but also infuriated the people around them. They had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen such an arrogant person. A newcomer was actually arrogant to the point of not knowing his own limit. It was really hateful. "You're courting death." The three black-clothed men were completely enraged. They didn't say anything more. The three of them directly attacked Qin Xiao. The three of them attacked in anger. Their attacks were ruthless, as if they wanted to kill Qin Xiao. However, the strength of these three people was very ordinary. They were the most ordinary first-step, heavenly venerables. It was no exaggeration to say that such strength was no different from an ant in Qin Zhao's eyes. If Qin Xiao wanted to, he didn't even need to make a move. He could just use his aura to wipe the three of them off the face of this world. However, Qin Xiao naturally wouldn't reveal his strength here. He had originally disguised himself as an ordinary first-step, heavenly venerate. Moreover, Qin Xiao had long noticed that someone was secretly observing every movement here. The person observing them shouldn't be the jade-masked man, but he was also a second-step, heavenly venerate. He was probably a subordinate of the jade-masked man. The three men soon arrived in front of Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao didn't hesitate and immediately attacked. Bang! 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 3 clear sounds rang out. After the sounds faded, the black-clothed men and the other 2 were like sandbags that were thrown out. They flew for 1,000 feet before rolling on the ground with a loud bang. They appeared to be in a somewhat miserable state. Qin Zhao's attack was too fast. It was so fast that everyone's eyes couldn't help but stare. They looked at each other for a while. They didn't see Qin Zhao's movement clearly. They didn't have time to react. The 3 men in black were sent flying by Qin Xiao. Wasn't this speed too fast? His strength was indeed quite strong. It was no wonder that he dared to be so arrogant. It turned out that he really had some strength. No wonder. It was natural for people with strength to be arrogant. If he didn't have strength to be arrogant, then there was water in his head. Everything in this world had many sides. Even a person's thoughts were the same. Qin Zhao's move really shocked everyone. Everyone was also a first-step heavenly venerate, but at this time, They felt that the gap between them was too big. After the three men in black got up from the ground, they all looked terrified. The way they looked at Qin Shao had completely changed. The three of them looked at each other, feeling as if they had been beaten senseless. They definitely did not expect that Qin Zhao's strength was actually strong to such a terrifying extent. The three of them joined forces, but they were still sent flying in a single exchange. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that they didn't see how Qin Shao attacked. They could only feel a powerful force hitting their bodies. The powerful force seemed to be able to destroy everything. They were unable to withstand it and were directly sent flying. However, the three men were still unwilling. Were they going to be defeated just like that? Wasn't that too difficult to end? Although they were sent flying by Qin Shao, they didn't suffer any injuries. Of course, this was because Qin Shao didn't use much strength. Otherwise, not to mention injuring them, even killing them would be a piece of cake. Qin Shao was merciful and didn't hurt them. The three men in black stared at Qin Shao at this time, not knowing what to do for a moment. If they ended the battle, it would be too ugly. They couldn't accept it. If they didn't end the battle, what should they do? Continue the battle? However, they knew in their hearts that their strength was no match for the person in front of them at all. If they continued the battle, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. Therefore, at this time, the three men felt like they were riding a tiger and couldn't get off. They were the ones who started the battle first. In the end, they were the ones who were humiliated. Wouldn't that be the biggest joke? A tree lived with a layer of bark, while a person lived with a face. Everyone loved their own face. Unless it was really a last resort, who would easily give in. Therefore, the situation became a little stiff. Do you still want to continue? Qin Shao glanced at the three of them and spoke in an indifferent voice. After a pause, he continued, I think we should stop here. We don't know each other, and this is the first time we've met. There's no need to be too stiff. After all, we still have time to get along in the future. It's not suitable to make things too ugly. Besides, I don't hold grudges, so I won't do anything to you. This is Jushan Manor. We all came with the same purpose. If we make things too ugly, I'm afraid we'll all be asked to leave. Then, the gains won't make up for the losses. Why bother? No one knew what the consequences of fighting here would be. Just now, the three men in black were also hot-headed. They didn't expect to meet such a tough person like Qin Shao. After hearing Qin Zhao's words, the three of them also had a way out, so they naturally went with the flow and ended the battle. Indeed, if they made things too big, they might really be asked to leave. The consequences would be too serious. The three men in black didn't dare to say anything more. They retreated to the side with dark faces. The way the others looked at Qin Shao also changed. There was no longer the mockery and playfulness from before. Xia Miao also looked shocked. He stared blankly at Qin Shao. For a moment, he was speechless. Some complicated emotions flashed in his eyes. A guard walked in and immediately attracted everyone's attention. After calculating the time, it was time to choose the people. At this time, the guard came in. Obviously, he came for this. Naturally, everyone became alert. They looked at the guard eagerly, full of expectation and desire. Everyone hoped that this luck would fall on their head. After all, there was only one spot. The luck only belonged to that person. Qin Zhao's eyes also fell on the guard. He knew that the critical moment had come. In fact, his performance just now was deliberately done for the person who was secretly watching. Whether it would work or not depended on now. If it didn't work, Qin Shao could only think of another way. For the time being, Qin Shao actually didn't have any confidence. He was just trying based on his feelings. But obviously, Qin Shao guessed correctly this time. As soon as the guard came in, his eyes directly locked on Qin Shao. Then, he walked straight to Qin Shao. In the end, the guard came in front of Qin Shao and said, "Come with me. The Manor Lord wants to see you." Hearing this, Qin Shao smiled faintly in his heart. Sure enough, he was right. It seemed that everything was as he expected. As long as he followed the jade-faced man's thoughts, the success rate was quite high. In this way, it would save him a lot of trouble. He could see the jade-faced man very soon. As long as he could see the jade-faced man, this mission would be considered completed. Therefore, he was very close to success now. Okay. Qin Shao nodded and left with the guard. He attracted a lot of envious and jealous gazes. When Qin Shao walked in front of Xia Miao, he patted Xia Miao's shoulder and nodded at him with a smile. However, he didn't say anything. How should Xia Miao be described? He was quite kind, but he was lacking in courage and insight. He was destined to live an ordinary life. Without a strong heart, it was almost impossible for him to become a strong person. In terms of talent, background, and luck, Xia Miao probably didn't have any. If he didn't even have a strong heart, it meant that he lacked all the prerequisites for success. Then, how could he succeed? Of course, most people were like this. Therefore, they didn't find it strange. Qin Shao felt that he had met Xia Miao once. However, he didn't think of helping him. He could be without talent, background, and luck. However, he couldn't be without a strong heart. The strength of one's heart was the most important. If he lacked the most important thing, then Qin Shao wouldn't help him anymore. Xia Miao also sensed Qin Zhao's meaning. He gritted his teeth hard. If he missed something, he would miss it. He couldn't blame others. He could only blame himself for not being strong enough. If he stood firm and didn't retreat just now, would things be different? However, everything was already in the past. There was no point in talking about it anymore. Perhaps this was his fate. He wanted to change it. However, he realized that he was still too weak. Many gazes followed Qin Shao as he left. They were all filled with unspeakable envy. They didn't expect that a newcomer would get the spot. He had just arrived. He hadn't even been here for a day. This speed was definitely the fastest in history. While he was lucky, he probably also had his own strength. If he didn't perform so well just now, it wouldn't be like this. Therefore, everyone suddenly understood something. There was still a chance to fight for it. It still depended on one's own strength. The more outstanding one was, the greater the chance. Sitting there silently and waiting for an opportunity would only be very slow. Perhaps after waiting for hundreds or thousands of years, it still wouldn't happen. Chapter 2174. Following the guard, Qin Shao soon saw a middle-aged man. Judging from his aura, Qin Shao was sure that this middle-aged man was a second-step heavenly venerable who had been secretly monitoring the place. However, judging from his aura, his strength should be ordinary. The middle-aged man smiled strangely as he looked at Qin Shao. His appearance made people feel that he was harboring evil intentions. "Little brother, follow me. I will take you to see the manor master," the middle-aged man said with a faint smile. Qin Shao pretended to be surprised and said, "Senior, aren't you the manor master?" The middle-aged man looked deeply at Qin Shao and said, "Don't talk so much nonsense. Follow me and you will know." Qin Shao immediately shut his mouth and followed the middle-aged man. Soon, they entered a secret room. There were several secret doors in this secret room. After passing through a few hidden doors, they entered an underground passage. It was a very big one. It was a very large underground passage. It was about 10 feet square. A tall and mighty dragon horse stood there. The middle-aged man jumped on the dragon horse and beckoned to Qin Shao, saying, "Come on up." "Get on the dragon horse? Underground passage?" Qin Shao sneered in his heart. It seemed that the jade-faced man was indeed very cautious and cunning. Jushan Manor was indeed a cover-up. He was not in Jushan Manor at all. Walking through the underground passage was also very careful. After walking for a long time in the underground passage, the jade-faced man finally stopped and dismounted from the dragon horse. A door appeared in front of Qin Shao. The middle-aged man said to Qin Shao, "You can go there now. Our manor master is waiting for you there." Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the other side. He had already noticed that there was a powerful second step heavenly venerable aura in the underground palace behind the door. It should be the jade-faced man. Qin Zhao was relieved that he had found the jade-faced man. As long as he found the jade-faced man, he could forget about escaping. Qin Zhao still had this much confidence. Qin Zhao nodded, indicating that he understood. The middle-aged man rode the dragon horse and left. Qin Zhao walked towards the door, which opened directly. Qin Zhao walked straight in. As soon as he entered, the door closed again. There were many restrictions set up here. An ordinary second step, heavenly venerable, would not be able to leave after entering. However, these restrictions were nothing to Qin Zhao. Naturally, they could not trap Qin Zhao. It was very fragrant. A strange aroma filled the entire underground palace. It was refreshing. Dazzling colors filled the entire underground palace, making it look like an otherworldly paradise. It was extremely beautiful. In the center of the underground palace, there was a huge jade bed. The seven-colored jade bed emitted a spiritual light that illuminated the entire underground palace. There was a ditch around the jade-faced bed. Red magma flowed in the ditch, which looked a little frightening. A stunningly beautiful woman was half lying on a jade bed. She had one hand on her cheek, and the other hand was gently moving up and down her unbelievably fair and slender legs. Her slow movements were able to display an invisible seductive power. She was very charming and coquettish. She was absolutely a peerless beauty that could make any man's heart beat. In terms of attractiveness, except for Princess Xiaoyu, Qin Zhao had not seen anyone who could beat the jade-faced man. But when he thought that the peerless beauty in front of him was a man who would pick his feet, Qin Zhao wanted to vomit. Everything beautiful turned into dark clouds in an instant, vanishing into thin air and ceasing to exist. In addition, Qin Zhao himself also had a very strong resistance, so naturally, he would not be attracted to it. The art of seduction was useless against Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao walked toward the jade-faced man with a cold face. His cold eyes flashed with a few traces of sternness. The jade-faced man was surprised by Qin Zhao's strange behavior. Why did he not react? The jade-faced man was very confident in his art of seduction. For more than 1,000 years, any man who came in and saw him would be immediately fascinated and at his mercy. There was no exception. However, the man who came in today still looked at him with clear eyes, and there was even a hint of coldness in them. This was a man who came with hostility. Under his art of seduction, he was not affected at all. Who was he? No, this was not the strength of a first-step celestial venerable. But his aura was indeed that of a first-step celestial venerable. What was going on? The jade-faced man's heart skipped a beat. Subconsciously, he felt that something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Qin Zhao's performance was far beyond his expectations. The jade-faced man's beautiful face suddenly darkened. He looked coldly at Qin Zhao, who was still walking toward him. Something was wrong. The jade-faced man stood up immediately and stared at Qin Zhao vigilantly. Jade-faced man, it was so difficult to find you. You hid well. Qin Zhao came to the jade bed and said coldly. The jade-faced man was completely sure that the person in front of him was in disguise and deliberately came to make trouble for him. However, the jade-faced man was not afraid of anything. He was still full of confidence. He sneered and said, "Your Excellency has good means. The way you hide your aura is really brilliant. Even I can't see any flaws. But I think you are definitely not a first-step celestial venerable. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the guts to break into my place alone. Since you were able to find this place, it means that you've already investigated everything. I think it's useless for me to hide anything. So be it. I am the jade-faced man. May I ask whose money you are taking and whose disaster you are helping to solve? I've never met you before. We have no grievances, nor are we enemies. If you've only come for money, why don't you talk to me? It's not necessarily a bad idea. What do you think? The jade-faced man wanted to use this to buy people's hearts, but Qin Shao obviously would not fall for it. Qin Shao snorted coldly and said, "We're still on the same path. We don't work together. I'm not taking anyone's money to solve anyone's disaster. I'm just doing justice for the heavens. You, jade-faced man, have killed countless people. Your hands are stained with blood. Countless people have died at your hands. You have a blood debt. Your crimes are monstrous. Your death is not to be regretted. Do you think I'll associate myself with you? You think too highly of yourself. Today, I'm here for no other reason than to take your head." Ah! The jade-faced man was not angry. Instead, he laughed wantonly. Obviously, the jade-faced man was still not afraid of Qin Shao. He was confident that he could deal with the person in front of him. The jade-faced man looked at Qin Shao with a faint smile and shook his head. He said, "Young people shouldn't be too impulsive. It's good to be hot-blooded, but don't overestimate yourself. I don't want to fight with you. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. I'm just too lazy to fight with you. If you know what's good for you, I'll give you some benefits. Then you can leave safely. If you don't know what's good for you, Humph, I'm afraid this will be your burial place." Looking at the jade-faced man's mysterious confidence, Qin Shao could not help but sneer. No matter how strong the jade-faced man was, Qin Shao had absolute confidence that he could easily defeat him. Since he had confirmed that it was the jade-faced man without a doubt, Qin Shao did not continue to be long-winded with him. "Well, that's enough nonsense. Now it's time to do something." Seeing that Qin Shao was really going to fight, the jade-faced man's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light. He who strikes first gains the upper hand. The jade-faced man directly attacked. At the same time, another figure rushed toward Qin Shao from behind. The two joined forces to attack Qin Shao. The one who attacked Qin Shao from behind was none other than the middle-aged man who had brought him here just now. Although the middle-aged man was not strong, he was still a second-step celestial master. The strength of the jade-faced man was still very strong. He felt as if the whole world was under his control as soon as he made his move. The power of the whole world surged and turned into countless sharp swords. They whistled and slashed towards Qin Shao. The power of heaven and earth and the power of the law were all activated by the jade-faced man's hands and integrated into his move. Naturally, they appeared very powerful. The sharp light of the crescent moon cut through the void and cut Qin Shao's body, as if it wanted to cut Qin Shao into pieces. Even the void seemed to be forcibly torn apart. It could be seen how sharp the light of the crescent moon was. "Humph, there's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell but you want to barge in. Arrogant and ignorant boy, today I'll let you know what it means to be ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Go to hell." The jade-faced man stared at Qin Shao with his cold and gloomy eyes. His killing intent was very strong. Under the frenzied siege of the jade-faced man and the middle-aged man, Qin Shao still stood in the same place, as steady as Mount Tai. He was unmoved, calm and composed. In this calmness there was a strong self-confidence. "You go to hell." Qin Shao suddenly pointed at the middle-aged man and spat out a few words unhurriedly. These few words seemed to have the power of death. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man let out a final cry of despair. No, after a miserable cry, the middle-aged man fell to the ground with a loud crash. Dead. The jade-faced man could not help but tremble in fear when he saw this scene. He stared at the dead middle-aged man on the ground with wide eyes. He died just like that? What kind of method was this? He did not see Qin Shao make a move. He just said a few words and he died? His words were law? That was impossible. To be able to do it, one had to be at the very least a fourth-step Empyrean who was extremely experienced and extremely experienced. In any case, this was a second-step Celestial Venerate. His cultivation level was not low. How could it be so easy to kill a second-step celestial venerate with just a few words? However, the person in front of him had really done it. Who exactly was he? What kind of existence was he? Could it be that he was really a fourth-step celestial venerate who was extremely powerful? It did not make sense. He was just a second-step celestial venerate. How could he provoke a fourth-step celestial venerate who was extremely powerful? He's dead. Now it's your turn. Qin Shao pointed at the jade-faced man again. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, the jade-faced man's soul could not help but tremble. An inexplicable sense of fear arose in him. A powerful nomological force pressed down on the jade-faced man. In an instant, the jade-faced man was forced to kneel on the ground. He removed his disguise and revealed his true body. "Spare my life, exalted immortal!" The jade-faced man knelt on the ground and trembled as he begged for mercy. How could he still be as insufferably arrogant as before? At this moment, he was like an ant facing a giant dragon. He was so small and insignificant. Chapter 2175. In front of a powerful fist, everything would show its original form, the ugliest and most humble side. The jade-faced man, who was peerless in his generation, was now as humble as a dog, kneeling in front of Qin Shao. How could he still have any dignity? At this time, he had changed his beautiful face and returned to his original form. When Qin Shao saw the real jade-faced man, he was surprised. It was probably because he couldn't imagine that the original form of the jade-faced man could be related to that peerless beauty. In fact, at first, Qin Shao thought that since the jade-faced man dared to be called jade-faced, he must be a jade-faced playboy. He should also be delicate and pretty, a fair and delicate young man. He should also be somewhat handsome. But the jade-faced man in front of him really broke Qin Zhao's imagination. It was a little painful to look at him. He had a jade-faced face, but he was only 1 meter tall. He was white and fat, not handsome at all. He was definitely not handsome. He would only make people feel a little funny. The jade-faced man was not a human, so from the aesthetic point of view of the human race, he was indeed a little ugly. If those men who were fascinated by the jade-faced man knew his true appearance, what would they think? Of course, those men were probably already dead. The dead wouldn't have any feelings. "Spare your life." Qin Shao snorted and glared at the jade-faced man, saying, "If I spare your life, who will spare the thousands of innocent people who died in your hands? You have sinned deeply, but you still want me to spare your life. You have no consciousness at all. I want to kill people like you 100 times. I know this is just a doppelganger of yours. You still have your original body. But jade-faced man, listen carefully. If your original body hides in the future, I will let it go. If your original body continues to do evil in the future, then once I find out, I will definitely kill your original body and completely eradicate you from this world. If you think that you are very smart and cunning and can hide very well, then you can give it a try. Today I just killed your doppelganger. Next time, I will pursue it to the end and will not tolerate it. Go to hell and accept the punishment you deserve." Qin Shao directly sentenced the jade-faced man to death. Naturally, he would not give him any chance to beg for mercy. He was a person who must be killed. If he didn't kill him, it would be difficult to anger the people and quench the anger in Qin Zhao's heart. The jade-faced man's face, which was pale, became paler and bloodless. He knew that he would definitely die today. There was no room. Despair, it was truly despair. He did not even have the slightest bit of strength to resist. He was completely crushed. Qin. Qin. As expected, Qin Shao found a few items that could help prove Jade-Masked Man's identity. There were also some Chaos Source Rock. But there weren't many of them. There were only 3,000 of them. Of course, the Jade-Faced Man's realm wasn't high. Moreover, He had so many subordinate. His expenses were not small. To have 3,000 of them was already very good. These primal chaos source stones naturally fell into Qin Zhao's pocket. Qin Zhao didn't touch the other things. Firstly, he wanted to hand them over to verify the identity of the jade-faced man. Secondly, there was nothing that Qin Zhao liked. After dealing with the jade-faced man, Qin Zhao took his corpse and left this place. Soon, he found Gong Li and Mo Nong. The two of them were waiting anxiously. Seeing that Qin Zhao had returned, the two of them immediately welcomed him. They looked at Qin Zhao with an anxious expression. "What's the situation, Qin Zhao?" Gong Li asked. "Nothing. We found the wrong place. Let's go." Qin Zhao deliberately joked. What? Found the wrong place? It can't be?" Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Gong Li and Mo Nong were stunned. Did they really find the wrong place? It didn't make sense. Previously, they had done a thorough analysis and deduced one by one. There was no problem at all. This was the only possibility. If they found the wrong place, then where was the jade-faced man? Then they had no clue at all. The three of them were completely sure of this matter. How could it be wrong? "Haha, you really believed it?" Qin Zhao laughed and said jokingly. "I'm just joking with you. How could I find the wrong place?" "Yes, the jade-faced man is hiding here." Hearing this, the two of them came back to their senses. Gong Li pointed at Qin Zhao and laughed. "Good, you Qin Zhao. You've learned how to joke. You're good. We almost believed you. We were fooled by your innocent face. It seems that we have to be more cautious of you in the future. We thought that your harmless face wouldn't lie. Now it seems that we were thinking too much." Mo Nong, on the other hand, seemed rather impatient as he said, "Since the jade-faced man is in this manner, then what are we waiting for? Let's charge in and kill him first, lest we have to worry about anything else. If we confirm that he's here, then he won't be able to escape. Let's charge in quickly. There's no need to care so much. With the three of us combined, we're not afraid of him." Gong Li nodded in agreement. As long as they confirmed that the jade-faced man was here, then they didn't need to care about anything else. They just had to charge in directly. But Qin Zhao shook his head and said, No need to go through so much trouble." "No need to go through so much trouble?" What did he mean? Could it be, thinking of this possibility, Gong Li and Mo Nong's eyes widened. "Because I've already killed the jade-faced man," Qin Zhao's following words indeed confirmed the two people's guesses. Qin Zhao really killed the jade-faced man. Hearing this, the two of them were indeed shocked. Qin Zhao waved his hand and took out the jade-faced man's corpse. Then, he simply explained what happened. Of course, he complicated the situation of killing the jade-faced man. Qin Zhao didn't want the two of them to know his true strength for the time being. After listening, Gong Li and Mo Nong really admired Qin Zhao. He charged into the kindness manor alone and killed the jade-faced man so easily. He completed the mission in one go. Experience, he really was an experience. He was resourceful, mature, and strong. He was indeed a character. Towards experts and geniuses, people would unconsciously feel admiration for them. The current Qin Zhao also made Gong Li and Mo Nong have such thoughts. "Haha, Qin Zhao, how can we accept this? Mo Nong and I didn't do much and the mission was completed. We've benefited from you this time," Gong Li said. Originally, the mission was accepted by the three of them. In theory, the three of them should work together to complete it. However, along the way, it was indeed Qin Zhao who did most of the work. From coming up with the plan to killing the jade-faced man, it was all Qin Zhao's credit. Gong Li and Mo Nong didn't do much and enjoyed the fruits of others' labor. Therefore, the two of them naturally felt embarrassed. "It's nothing. Capable people do more work." Qin Zhao curled his lips and joked. "Ha ha ha, although your words are very shameless, I admit it." Gong Li laughed and echoed. Qin Zhao smiled. Such narcissistic words weren't his style. He was just in a good mood and made a harmless joke with Gong Li and Mo Nong. Of course, the truth was as such. Qin Shao was indeed a capable person. After completing the mission, the three of them didn't stay here for long. They quickly got up and returned to Wind Cloud City. After completing the mission, the three of them naturally obtained the qualifications to enter Wind Cloud City. Finally, the three of them passed through the heavily guarded city gate. After passing through the thick defensive line and a powerful restriction, they finally entered Wind Cloud City. Wind Cloud City's defensive array and restriction were very powerful. It enveloped the entire Wind Cloud City. Everywhere was protected by the array and restriction. Therefore, even if a fourth step Heavenly Venerate attacked Wind Cloud City with all his strength, it would be very difficult to destroy Wind Cloud City. It was said that with the strength of Wind Cloud City's defensive array, even a sage-to-be would find it difficult to charge into Wind Cloud City. Staying in Wind Cloud City could be said to be absolutely safe. The moment they entered Wind Cloud City, the aura was completely different. Although the streets and buildings were not much different from those in other big cities, it was still very different. However, the aura and feeling were completely different. The air seemed to be filled with an incomparably powerful aura, causing people to involuntarily feel a sense of reverence. Standing here, one would feel that they were extremely small and boundless. It was as if there was a huge formless figure standing in Wind Cloud City, looking down on them at all times. Even Qin Shao could clearly sense the powerful aura that permeated every corner of Wind Cloud City. This was a feeling that he had never felt in any other place before. Wind Cloud City was indeed extraordinary. Gong Li and Mo Nong were even more in awe. Their entire being became a little reserved all of a sudden. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on a stone tablet. On it, there were a few large words written in flamboyant calligraphy. Entering Wind Cloud is a dragon. These few words were filled with the power of the firmament. They were thick and filled with vicissitudes of life. Those few words were like an azure dragon that was hibernating there. It could awaken at any time and soar into the clouds to become a dragon. How should these words be understood? Gong Li said, Qin Shao, do you know that these words have a history? Qin Shao shook his head honestly, indicating that he did not know. I'm willing to listen. Hearing that Qin Shao did not know, Gong Li's interest was instantly piqued. He sorted out his words and continued to explain. Entering Wind Cloud is a dragon. It's a bit similar to the feeling of transforming into a dragon when encountering wind and clouds. Perhaps it was also transformed from this sentence. Yes. The meaning of this sentence is just like what it sounds like. As long as you enter Wind Cloud City, you will be a dragon. Of course, to understand it from another perspective, it means that ordinary people cannot enter Wind Cloud City. Those who can enter Wind Cloud City are all dragons among men. This is the hard and fast condition to enter Wind Cloud City. This was also left behind by an Almighty when Wind Cloud City was first established. This is the foundation of Wind Cloud City. It is also because Wind Cloud City has always held on to this foundation that Wind Cloud City was able to develop and become one of the 3 major cities of the Hu territory. Wind Cloud City has also become a place where true experts are as common as clouds. It is a place where dragons among men gather. It is a supreme place that everyone is in awe of. In Wind Cloud City, it is extremely rare to see First Step Heavenly Venerables. They are either First Step Heavenly Venerables or slaves or servants of those forces. Those who can enter Wind Cloud City, no matter how weak they are, have to at least be Second Step Heavenly Venerables. As for First Step Heavenly Venerables, even if they spend money, it is very difficult to enter Wind Cloud City. Moreover, even if they enter, it is meaningless. Chapter 2176. Wind Cloud City was not as bustling as one would imagine. It was also not very big. After all, Wind Cloud City restricted people from entering. Hence, there were not many people in the city. On the wide streets there were not many people walking around. However, one could see that their auras were not weak. Just like what Gong Li had said, it was extremely rare to see a first step heavenly venerate in Wind Cloud City. They were either slaves, servants, or servants of some sort. Generally speaking, those who could enter Wind Cloud City should be at least second step heavenly venerate. Hence, those who could be seen on the streets were mostly second step heavenly venerates and third step heavenly venerate. Fourth step heavenly venerates were rare. This was also normal. A fourth step heavenly venerable realm ascendant immortal, no matter where it was, would have a certain status. Even Wind Cloud City was no exception, so it was naturally rare to see one. However, second and third step heavenly venerates were as though they were worthless. At a glance, they could be seen everywhere. In this place, everyone did not put on any airs and appeared very ordinary. "Oh, three lords, please come in." The three lords look unfamiliar. It should be your first time in Wind Cloud City, right? Hee, why don't the three lords come to our tea house for some tea first? I have a better understanding of the situation in Wind Cloud City. Perhaps I might be able to help the three of you. Normally, lords who come to Wind Cloud City for the first time will come to our tea house to have some tea while understanding the situation in Wind Cloud City. This way, wouldn't it be easier for them to walk around Wind Cloud City? After all, this is Wind Cloud City, a place where experts are as common as clouds. If you don't understand the situation, you might accidentally get into big trouble. Come. The three lords, please come in. It's just a few mouthfuls of tea. It won't cost you many chaos source stones. Qin Shao and the other two had just entered Wind Cloud City. They had not even taken a few steps when they were stopped by an enthusiastic waiter. Her face was full of flattery and fawning. Her small mouth was also very eloquent, and she was very good at grasping people's hearts. Moreover, his eyesight was indeed sharp. With a single glance, he could tell that this was the first time Qin Shao and the other two had come to Wind Cloud City. Qin Shao was not in the mood to indulge in drinking. His purpose in coming to Fengyan City was to look for Baichuan Fusu and Mr. Yu. Now that he had arrived at Fengyan City, he was one step closer to success. Hence, he was thinking about the next step and how to quickly contact Baichuan Fusu and young Master Yu. After all, Baichuan Fusu and Mr. Yu should be in the Wind Cloud Academy. This was only the Wind Cloud City. He had no way of entering the Wind Cloud Academy unless he barged in. Of course, Qin Shao had thought about breaking through this path. After all, he was quite confident in his own strength. The reason he barged in was not to make an enemy out of the Wind Cloud Academy, but to look for someone. As long as Baichuan helped Su Yu and Mr. Yu out, the situation would naturally be resolved. However, this was the last resort. Qin Shao did not dare to take this path lightly. After all, no matter what, even if he had a reason, breaking into the Wind Cloud Academy was a great offense to the Wind Cloud Academy. If the Wind Cloud Academy really wanted to pursue this matter, then, Baichuan Fusu and young Master Yu would not have the ability to stop them. Hence, this path could not be taken lightly. It was full of uncertainty. Gong Li and Mo Nong were moved by this. Moreover, the waiter was too enthusiastic. Hence, the two of them did not know how to reject him. Hence, they followed the waiter in reluctantly. Gong Li and Mo Nong walked in. Qin Shao did not leave alone. He could only follow them in and find out the situation. It was not a bad thing. The waiter quickly led Qin Shao and the other two into a private room. He quickly served some tea and wine and did not ask Qin Shao and the other two what they wanted. Seeing the waiter's overly enthusiastic actions, it was a little strange. "Waiter, aren't you going to ask what we need?" Gong Li could not help but ask. The waiter smiled even more flatteringly and said, "It's okay. These are our tea house's discounted packages. They are very affordable and are basically a gift. Hence, I served them to the three of you first. If the three of you need anything else, feel free to ask. Just tell me. Although our tea house is not big, we have everything you need. We can satisfy most people's needs. Haha, three of you, there is a list here. You can take a look. I will serve you by the side. If you need anything, feel free to ask me. Qin Xiao and the other two did not come in to drink tea and wine. Hence, they did not order anything else. There were already quite a lot of things on the table. This second brother was indeed a know-it-all. He did know quite a lot of things. Gong Li and Mo Nong both asked about the situation and received answers. It was the first time the three of them came to Wind Cloud City. They indeed needed to understand some things. Otherwise, they would not know when disaster would fall from the sky. Moreover, other than coming to Wind Cloud City to broaden their horizons, they also wanted to obtain some opportunities. In Wind Cloud City, there were many experts and forces. There were many opportunities. As long as you could grab hold of them, you could obtain great benefits. Gong Li and Mo Nong were filled with endless desire for Wind Cloud City. There were many experts and forces that would recruit some people in Wind Cloud City. Three of you, if you want to obtain some opportunities, I can also provide you with valuable information. I wonder if the three of you are willing to listen? The waiter said again. Mo Nong immediately nodded and said, "Isn't this nonsense? Of course, we are willing to listen. Hurry up and say it." The waiter smiled and said, "Master Qilu is planning to recruit 2 apprentices to help him. If you are interested, you can give it a try. Once you are selected, your future will naturally be bright." "What? Master Qilu? Is it that blacksmith master?" Hearing Master Qilu's name, Gong Li and Mo Nong were shocked and exclaimed. Gong Li asked even more carefully. Looking at their reactions, Qin Xiao pondered in his heart. It seemed that this Grandmaster Qilu was indeed a very famous big shot. His reputation was out there. A blacksmith master, if he could really be called a master, then he was indeed an existence with a very high status. Such a person, no matter which major force he went to, would be able to obtain preferential treatment. To be able to follow a blacksmith master, the benefits were naturally needless to say. If one could grasp it well, then it would definitely be a great opportunity. This information was indeed valuable. Gong Li and Mo Nong's hearts palpitated with excitement. They definitely had to give it a try. Perhaps their chance to change their fate would depend on this. "Waiter, is there any other similar good information?" Mo Nong asked again. The waiter smiled and nodded. "Yes, of course there is. There are still quite a few. This is the main specialty of our shop. It is to help all of you solve your worries. If you want it, then I naturally have it here." Then hurry up and say it." Mo Nong urged anxiously. The waiter said another one. The Exotic Immortal Pavilion is also recruiting a group of new people. You guys can also go and try. You should have heard of the Exotic Immortal Pavilion, right? In Wind Cloud City, it is an extremely powerful force. Moreover, it is powerful. If you can join the Exotic Immortal Pavilion, then your future will be limitless. If sirs reach a high position in the future, don't forget this little one. What? The Exotic Immortal Pavilion is also recruiting? Gong Li and Mo Nong cried out in surprise again. I have long heard of the Exotic Immortal Pavilion's name. Everyone in the Exotic Immortal Pavilion is capable. Once the Exotic Immortal Pavilion appears, ghosts will not dare approach. I didn't expect the Exotic Immortal Pavilion to be recruiting. We must go and try. Whether it was Master Qilu recruiting apprentices or Exotic Immortal Pavilion recruiting new people, to Gong Li and Mo Nong, they were both extremely attractive. If they were to choose the two together, they would be in a dilemma. Gong Li, which one do you think we should go and try first? I feel that I am more inclined towards the Exotic Immortal Pavilion. After all, we definitely don't have any talent in refining. But if we can be chosen by Master Qilu and stay in Qilu country, with Master Qilu by his side, the benefits would be unimaginable. So, I am in a dilemma. What do you think? Emo Nong asked. Gong Li shook his head and said, Emo Nong, I think you are thinking too much. Let's not think so much for now. But even if there is this opportunity, we might not be able to grasp it. It's extremely difficult to join either of them. No matter which side we can join, we should be incomparably fortunate. How can we choose here? Both of them have to give it a try. It's already a great fortune to be chosen. But we can't be happy too early. We still have to be prepared. Hearing Gong Li's words, Emo Nong felt relieved and nodded. That's right. It was still too early to say these things. No matter which side's test it was extremely difficult for them. It was definitely not something easy. The two looked at Qin Shao. Emo Nong asked, Qin Shao, what about you? Me? Qin Shao shook her head and smiled. I have other matters to attend to in Wind Cloud City. I won't be following you guys for now. You guys go first. As for the future, I will make other plans in the future. Gong Li and Emo Nong knew that Qin Shao was definitely not as simple as they thought. So since Qin Shao said so, they didn't ask any more. Perhaps Qin Shao had her own arrangements. After Gong Li and Emo Nong finished asking, Qin Shao began to ask, Little brother, is there a young Master Baichuan and a young Master Yu in Wind Cloud Academy? Little brother nodded and said, Yes, yes, yes. There is indeed these two young masters. TSK, these two are extremely impressive. Especially young Master Baichuan. He has been in the limelight recently. He killed his way into the Wind Cloud leaderboard and is ranked first. Although young Master Yu isn't as brilliant as young Master Baichuan, he is also ranked 10th on the Earth leaderboard. These two brothers are too brilliant. They have stolen all the limelight. In the future, they will definitely be able to kill their way into the Heaven leaderboard and achieve immeasurable achievements. It is said that these two young masters ascended from the Outerverse. They are outsiders. Their origins are very humble, but they were able to reach such a high level. It is truly amazing and admirable. Chapter 2177. You want to meet Mr. Baichuan? The waiter shook his head and said, This is very difficult. There are too many people who want to meet Mr. Baichuan. Basically, everyone who comes to Wind Cloud City wants to meet him. Mr. Baichuan is in the Wind Cloud Academy. Normally, he would not leave and would not come to Wind Cloud City. Outsiders have no way to enter the Wind Cloud Academy. Therefore, if you want to meet Mr. Baichuan, unless you have heaven-defying luck and meet Mr. Baichuan coincidentally in Wind Cloud City, there is definitely no chance. Qin Shao had already expected that it would be very difficult to meet Mr. Baichuan and Mr. Yu directly. It was almost impossible. Therefore, for this matter, he could only take a step back. Then is there any way to contact Mr. Baichuan? Or Mr. Yu is also fine? Qin Shao asked again. Hearing Qin Zhao's question, Gong Li and Emo Nong looked at Qin Shao with a strange expression. They thought to themselves, could it be that Qin Shao came to Wind Cloud City to find Mr. Baichuan? Moreover, such an action made it seem like Qin Shao and Mr. Baichuan knew each other. Could it be that they really knew each other? If he could hug Mr. Baichuan's thigh, that would be great. The waiter looked at Qin Shao strangely, but still said, Well, I can't say that there is no way. My master should be able to contact Mr. Baichuan. But, my master usually does not care about these small matters. Moreover, I can't even meet my master. Therefore, this matter is not easy to handle. Qin Shao understood the meaning behind the waiter's words. Although he said that it was not easy to handle, there was still a way, and it could be done. However, the waiter was not willing to say anything more. It seemed like he also felt that Qin Shao was just an ordinary person. Therefore, there was no need to say anything more. Is there a need to pay a price? Qin Shao asked again. The waiter smiled and said, Sir, I won't hide it from you. What you said is reasonable. However, this price is not something that an ordinary person can imagine. Therefore, I advise Your Excellency to give up on this idea. There are many people who want to contact young Master Baichuan. Even if they pay a huge price, they might not get a response. Besides, my master wouldn't do such a thing easily. What he meant was that Qin Shao couldn't afford it. Indeed, Qin Shao was only a second-step Celestial Venerable. How much power could a second-step Celestial Venerable have? How could it be so easy to contact young Master Baichuan? No matter how big the price is, there should be a number, right? Qin Shao asked again, looking like she was still unwilling to give up. The corners of the little brother's mouth curled up slightly. A mocking smile flashed across his face, but he quickly covered it up. Little second brother said, "Sir, don't make things difficult for this little one. Only my master has this ability. I'm just a lowly servant. How could I dare to disturb my master? This matter is very difficult. I'm just telling you that my master is very capable in Fengyan City. It doesn't mean that my master will definitely help others to do this. These are two different concepts. Therefore, Your Excellency, you should find someone else." Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. Since little second brother said so, it seemed like his so-called master might not have such ability. Perhaps he was just boasting. It wouldn't be good if he continued to pester him. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't ask any more questions. If that was the case, he could only think of another way. He could always think of a way. It was just a matter of which method was better. He had to quickly contact Baichuan, Fu Su, and young Master Yu. He had already waited for so long. This little bit of time didn't matter now. The tea was almost finished. There weren't many things on the table to begin with. Unknowingly, it was cleared away. Gong Li and Mo Nong were already a little impatient. Their goal was already confirmed. They would go to the unusual Immortal Pavilion first. If it didn't work, then they would go to Great Master Qilu to take a look. They had to give it their all for these two opportunities. They wanted to obtain an immortal fate. "Brother Qin Shao, why don't we leave first? We can think of another way." "There will always be a chance," Gong Li said. Although he wasn't too sure why Qin Shao wanted to find young Master Baichuan, there should be a reason. Qin Shao nodded. That was all he could do for now. Since they were already in Wind Cloud City, there was nothing to worry about. At most, it was a matter of time. Actually, Qin Shao wasn't afraid of paying any price. He could still afford it. "Little second brother, how many Chaos Source Stones are there in total?" Gong Li stood up and asked little second brother. Little second brother was in high spirit. The smile on his face deepened. After calculating for a while, he smiled and said to Gong Li, "Your Excellency, you have spent a total of 10,800 Chaos Source Stones. May I know who is paying?" "What? 10,800 Chaos Source Stones? Are you sure you didn't say wrongly?" Hearing this frightening number, Qin Shao and the other two felt as though they were struck by lightning. They were stunned on the spot. This was especially so for Gong Li and Mo Nong. Their eyes were wide open. They were completely dumbfounded. They had never seen so many Chaos Source Stones in their lives. Even if they added up all their assets, it wouldn't be enough. In fact, it was close. Qin Shao frowned deeply. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. Qin Shao knew that he had entered a black shop this time. However, even a black shop wouldn't ask for so much. This shop was indeed a little too much. To ask for more than 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. This was even more ruthless than robbing. "Little second brother, are you sure you didn't get it wrong?" Gong Li asked in anger. As long as one wasn't a fool, they should be able to tell that they had entered a black shop and were being ripped off. If it was just a little, everyone would still be able to accept it. However, this was really too much. The little second brother smiled sinisterly and said, "I didn't do anything wrong. How could I possibly do such a thing? It is indeed 10,800 Chaos Source Stones. Our tea house has been doing business for so many years, and we have always marked the prices clearly. We don't cheat anyone. How could there be a mistake? Don't worry, sirs. It won't be wrong. That's all. Sirs, which one of you would like to settle the bill? The little second brother, who had been respectful just a moment ago, was no longer as courteous as before. He was obviously much more spirited now. Emonon couldn't take it any more. He argued with the little second brother. These few pots of tea, wine, and dishes are all very ordinary. How could they be worth so many chaos sore stones? In an ordinary shop, it would at most cost a few dozen chaos sore stones. Why is the price a few hundred times higher in your tea house? Even if you guys are black, you don't have to be so crazy. Do you really think we are easy to bully? A few hundred times premium was indeed a little too much. It was really infuriating. Upon hearing Emonong's words, the little second brother pulled a long face and became very rude. The little second brother looked at Emonong sternly and said, "Sirs, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say such things. The consequences of slandering our tea house will be very serious." This was clearly a black tea house. How could he say that it was slandering? He was simply distorting the truth. However, Emonong also knew that he couldn't say anything more. Otherwise, he might really get himself killed. Gong Li also secretly held Emonong back, and told him not to say anything more. After all, this was Wind Cloud City. Anyone who could open a tea house in Wind Cloud City had to be a powerful force or person. If he caused any trouble here, he definitely wouldn't have a good time. It couldn't be helped. Who asked him to be so weak? In the face of power, he didn't dare to say anything. He could only silently endure such humiliation. The little second brother continued, "Our tea house has always marked the prices clearly. We don't cheat anyone. There's absolutely no problem of being black. Sirs, you have to know that this is Wind Cloud City. This is a place where powerhouses are as common as the cloud. It's also one of the 3 major cities of Huling. The prices here naturally can't be compared to outside. It's definitely much higher than outside. Moreover, the tea, wine, and dishes that you 3 sirs used just now aren't ordinary. They were all meticulously prepared by our tea house. However, the prices of these things are indeed not high. They only cost 800 chaos source stones. Only 800? Although it was still 10 to 20 times more expensive than outside, there was no choice. People were just that black. Even if they wanted to rip you off, there was nothing you could do. You could only grit your teeth and accept it. If it was really only 800 chaos source stones, it was still barely acceptable. After suffering a loss once, he would remember it in the future. But why was the price 10,800 chaos source stones? What was up with the 10,000 chaos source stones? The little second brother continued to explain. Tea and other things only cost 800 chaos source stones. This isn't considered expensive, right? Of course, if you were to compare it to outside, it would definitely be much more expensive. However, this is Wind Cloud City. There's no comparison. There's definitely a reason why it's expensive. As for the other 10,000 chaos source stones, that's your information fee. You guys gave me a total of 100 questions. In addition, I gave you guys 2 pieces of invaluable information. 1 question for information costs 60 chaos source stones. Every important piece of information costs 2,000 chaos source stones. Therefore, the total is 10,000 chaos source stones. In addition to the tea and other things, that's a total of 10,800 chaos source stones. Do the 3 sirs have any other questions? What? 1 question for information costs 60 chaos source stones? Did they even have 100 questions for information? Of the 2 pieces of information, each cost 2,000 chaos source stones? Why didn't they just rob someone? This matter was truly infuriating. Gong Li and Wei Nong were infuriated. However, they didn't dare to act rashly. This was the tragedy of being weak. There was nothing they could do about it. But what could they do now? They couldn't fork out so many chaos source stones. If they could, then they could only grit their teeth and forget about it. What else could they do? The weak would always be bullied no matter where they went. This was the cruel law of survival in this world. Therefore, they tried their best to come to Wind Cloud City in search of opportunities to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger would they be able to live a better life. Only then would they not be bullied by others. Only then would they be able to reduce the number of tragedies that would befall them. Right now, the situation was truly unsolvable. There was nothing they could do about it. Qin Shao frowned coldly. You were the one who forced us to recommend the tea. We didn't even ask for it. Neither did we know the price beforehand. Even if that's the case, 800 Chaos Source Stones is something we can grudgingly accept. We'll just take it as a loss. As for the information, your little second brother didn't mention anything about charging from the start. It was your little second brother who told us that we could understand the situation of Wind Cloud City here. That's why we came in. Chapter 2178. Haha, didn't I tell you? Didn't I say it from the beginning? My information is very valuable. When I provided the information, I also specifically said that this information is very valuable. I asked you whether you want it or not. That's right, Zhao Hai said. That's right. Besides, isn't this common sense? How can there be free information for you? Where can you get this information without paying a price? The information I provided to you is very valuable. You won't be able to get any information from passers-by, nor will you be able to hear anything. Do you really think that I'm giving you all this information for free? If there's such a thing, why are there so many intelligence agencies? Do you not need Chaos Source Stones when you go to the intelligence agencies to purchase information? The waiter spoke eloquently, as if he was making a lot of sense. The waiter had indeed said some things before, but who would think in this direction? He had said that the information was valuable, but who would have thought that the waiter meant that he wanted to charge for it? To put it bluntly, this was completely misleading and cheating. It was a trap that had been set up from the start. In such a situation, even Qin Shao, who had rich experience and self-awareness, fell for it. He did not react in time and did not expect such a thing to happen. Qin Shao had encountered many shady shops before, but none of them had been as shady as this one. No matter how shady a shady shop was, there would be a limit to how much it would charge based on the customer's situation. This shop was completely ruthless. Once they caught a batch of customers, they would scam them to death. They weren't afraid of making a big deal out of it and didn't care if they could afford it. Even if you go to the intelligence agencies to purchase information, it won't be so expensive, right? Qin Shao retorted sarcastically. The waiter sneered and said, "That can't be helped. Our shop is that expensive. You get what you pay for. The information we provide is all prepared. Naturally, the price is higher." All right, my three lords, I think there's no need for you to say so much nonsense. Since you can enter Wind Cloud City, I believe you must have some money on you. It's just a little over 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. I believe the three of you should be able to come up with it. The waiter stretched out his hand towards Qin Shao and the others, indicating for them to quickly take out the Chaos Source rock. He looked as if he was going to eat them up. Gong Li and Mo Nong were indeed intimidated. At this moment, they were truly at a loss. The two of them looked at each other helplessly and bitterly. In the end, Gong Li looked at Qin Shao and said, "Qin Shao, we have less than 7,000 Chaos Origin Stones in total. What do you think?" He wanted to ask Qin Shao if he could gather enough money, but he was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Qin Shao didn't reply to Gong Li. Instead, he told the waiter coldly, "Get your master out here. We won't pay a single cent other than the 800 Chaos Source Stones for the tea. Just take it that we didn't ask clearly for the tea. We'll just take a loss this time. You didn't mention the information fee from the start. It's impossible for you to ask for a sky-high price after this. A person should have a bottom line. When doing business, there should be a bottom line. Since you want to cross this bottom line, I'm not afraid to play with you. What? Gong Li and Mo Nong looked at Qin Shao in shock. What was Qin Shao trying to do? Oh my God, was he trying to resist? This was Wind Cloud City. To be able to open a tea house in Wind Cloud City, one had to be a very capable person or force. No matter which possibility it wasn't someone a small rogue cultivator like them could afford to offend. If he were to cause any trouble here, he would be seeking his own death. Therefore, after seeing Qin Zhao's actions, Gong Li and Mo Nong felt a sense of fear. The two of them couldn't wait to grab Qin Shao and ask Qin Shao to stop talking and obediently hand over the Chaos Source Stones. That was because they had to pay to avoid a disaster. What else could they do now? They had already been bullied to the point of being humiliated. They could only swallow their anger. Seeing that Qin Shao actually dared to resist, the waiter smiled until his eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of playfulness. He was just a small waiter, a lowly servant, a first-step heavenly venerable kid, but he could act like a dog relying on its master's power. You? Haha, you want to see my master too? To put it bluntly, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Are you qualified enough? Don't blame me for being rude. You're the one who brought this upon yourself. Let me give you a piece of advice. A wise man submits to circumstances. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Money is just a worldly possession. It's only yours when you're still alive. If you die, then everything on you will no longer be yours. I believe that my lord should understand this simple logic, right? The waiter's words were full of threats. As he spoke, the waiter also looked at Gong Li and Mo Nong, saying, My lords, you should advise your friend not to cause the three of you to be unable to walk out of here safely. That wouldn't be good. The gains would not make up for the losses. Fighting for a moment of anger will only be a lesson learned in blood. I'll say the same thing again. This is Wind Cloud City. Not just anyone can behave atrociously here. Our tea house has always been open for business and has always valued harmony. We only seek for money. If someone wants to cut off our source of income, then our tea house will definitely not let anyone have an easy time. Such a strong sense of threat was indeed very useful to Gong Li and Mo Nong. The two of them were also very worried and frightened. The two of them looked at Qin Shao and shook their heads at Qin Shao. Brother Qin Shao, I think we should forget about it. An arm cannot win against a leg. Just bear with it for a while. Gong Li advised. Some things could be tolerated, but some things could not be tolerated. Now was the time to not tolerate it. Was tolerating it useful? It might be useful as long as your heart could bear it. More than 10,000 Chaos Source Stones was indeed something that Qin Shao could easily take out. It was not considered a lot. However, being able to take it out did not mean that he had to take it out. He knew that he would be at a huge disadvantage and would be ruthlessly exploited and bullied. To be honest, Qin Shao was not willing to face it head-on. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally would not compromise today. It was a little too much. After being forced to a certain extent, he naturally had to fight back with all his might. Qin Shao did not want to cause trouble, but he was not afraid of anything. Qin Shao believed that someone who could open such a shady tea house would not have a powerful background. At most, it would be a fourth step, heavenly venerable. What did Qin Shao have to fear? Someone with a powerful background would definitely not do such a despicable thing. Because of this, Qin Shao was not afraid of offending someone. If the waiter had only asked for 800 or even 1,000 Chaos Source Stones, Qin Shao would not have said anything and just take the loss. However, asking for more than 10,000 Chaos Source Stones was too much. It was far beyond Qin Zhao's bottom line. Naturally, he could not tolerate it. Besides that, Qin Shao also had other considerations. The waiter said that his master had a way to contact Baichuan Fu Su. Although Qin Shao was skeptical, there was no harm in giving it a try. Perhaps it would really work. Therefore, Qin Shao wanted to use this opportunity to lure out the master that the waiter mentioned. You don't have to worry about this matter. It's not your problem now. It's between me and them. If you're worried, you can leave first. Leave this to me, Qin Shao said to Gong Li and Gong Li. The two of them could see that Qin Shao was determined this time. Once Qin Shao decided on something, they knew that it would be difficult to change anything. It seemed that this time they were really going to make a big fuss. However, there was no other way. They had no way to change anything. What else could they do now? It was impossible to persuade Qin Shao. Should they retreat? The two of them could not do such a disloyal thing. Should they not retreat? Then the flames of war might burn them. That was also an act of seeking death. Therefore, the two of them were indeed caught in a dilemma. After struggling for a long time, the two of them gritted their teeth and made a decision. Qin Shao, we'll face it with you. At most, we'll die. There are things that men should do and things that they should not do. Although we haven't known each other for long, we're fellow Taoists who have fought together. Therefore, we can't leave you alone. Since you insist, then let's fight side by side. If we're going to die, let's die together. Gong Li gritted his teeth fiercely and said with a resolute face. When he made this decision, he was indeed prepared to die. Death required a lot of courage. Qin Shao looked at Gong Li and Gong Li. He smiled and did not say anything. Death was impossible. It was impossible in this life. As long as he, Qin Shao, was here, there would be absolutely no danger to his life. Qin Shao was confident about this. You don't know what you're talking about. It seems that the three of you are really courting death. You insist on making trouble in our tea house. You don't know what's good for you. The waiter snorted and said sarcastically. At this moment, a powerful aura rapidly approached and soon appeared in front of everyone's line of sight. It was a chubby middle-aged man. His face was sinister and emitted a bone-chilling coldness. His round eyes were incomparably sharp. They were like knives and swords, ruthlessly stabbing people. A powerful aura surged like a poisonous snake, forcefully attacking and suppressing Qin Shao and the other two. The person who came was obviously a third step, heavenly venerable realm great immortal. Just the pressure of his aura alone made Gong Li and Mo Nong have the urge to kneel down. This aura made it extremely difficult for them to raise their heads. In front of a third step Empyrean great immortal, how could they have the slightest ability to resist? They were as weak as ants, waiting to be crushed and slaughtered. However, this path was chosen by them. Even if they died, they could not regret it. Qin Zhao's cold gaze fell on the person who came. Looking at his appearance, he should not be the master that the waiter mentioned. He should be the shopkeeper here. Shopkeeper Tong, these three people want to make trouble here. How dare they? The waiter respectfully bowed to the person who came and said. The person who came was indeed the shopkeeper. He waved his hand at the waiter. His cold snake-like eyes swept over Qin Shao and the other two and finally locked onto Qin Shao. Shopkeeper Tong stroked his mustache. The corner of his mouth curled up. He sneered and said, "Young people nowadays are getting more and more arrogant. They don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. After coming to Wind Cloud City, they still don't learn to be obedient. They still want to make trouble. How interesting. Is a life really so worthless sometimes? Can't even compare to an ant?" Chapter 2179. Courting Death. Qin Shao shook his head and corrected. No, you're wrong. I'm not courting death, I'm just looking for a reason. You're running a black shop and bullying others. You're really lawless. Ha ha ha. Shopkeeper Tong laughed wantonly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He looked at Qin Shao with a mocking and sympathetic expression. What is law? What is heaven? That depends on whose law it is and whose heaven it is. Here, my young master is law and heaven. Running a black shop is a bit unpleasant to hear. The price is a bit expensive, but there's a reason for it. Moreover, this is Wind Cloud City. What isn't expensive? You didn't ask about the price beforehand. Who can you blame? If you want to be reasonable, then I'll be reasonable with you. Pay for food, pay for information. These are all natural things. You don't admit it? You say the price is expensive. Our tea house has always set the price like this. We definitely don't cheat old or young. If you want to be reasonable, then this is the reason in front of you. If you don't want to be reasonable, then what's in front of you is the fist. So, what do you want to talk about? Reason? Speech? Heaven? Or the fist? No matter what, do you think you have the right to talk about it? The pressure of the aura, the attack of the words, the arrogance, they were all fiercely pressuring Qin Shao. They wanted to force Qin Shao to obediently admit defeat. Gong Li and Mo Nong were about to collapse. When had they ever faced such a situation? This was simply a matter of life and death. However, they couldn't control Qin Shao. They had already forced themselves to make a choice. Now there was no other way. They could only endure to the end. Do you mean that the fist is the law, the heavens, and everything? Qin Shao asked. Shopkeeper Tong smiled and said, You're right. The fist is law, heaven, the power to decide everything. It's the right to speak. This world has always been like this. Strength is respected, martial power is supreme. Kid, do you still not understand? This is not a small place where you live. This is Wind Cloud City, a place where you will understand the laws of survival in this world, a place where you will abide by the rules. You can jump as long as you're not afraid of losing your life. After all, if you want to die, that's your business. All right, the warning has been given. We don't want to see blood when doing business. But if you insist on being stubborn, then don't blame me. It's just crushing you 3 ants. It really won't take much effort. Don't overestimate the immensity of heaven and earth. Qin Shao sneered and retorted, Do you, Shopkeeper Tong, know how high the sky is and how high the ground is? Since there's nothing to talk about, let's settle this in the simplest and crudest way. Fists are indeed a good thing. Although they are often too simple and crude, I still like them. Humph, you're courting death. Shopkeeper Tong was completely infuriated. Naturally, he did not hesitate and directly attacked. When a third step, Heavenly Venerable, attacked, the killing power was naturally very terrifying. Streaks of ghostly light transformed into poisonous snake. They shot out from Shopkeeper Tong's hands. Then, they scattered like flowers scattered by a goddess. Then, they quickly rushed towards Qin Shao to kill him. They formed a huge killing net. It seemed as if they were going to trap him. Qin Shao was swallowed, leaving Qin Shao with nowhere to hide. The eerie light energy formed a giant whale that could swallow the sky. Once it opened its mouth, it could swallow everything in this world. Qin Shao and the other 2 were naturally within the range of this devouring. The 3 of them felt as if they had fallen into a black hole and were about to be swallowed up. Once they were swallowed up, what awaited them was death. Facing death at such a close distance, Gong Li and Mo Nong smiled bitterly, but there was also a trace of ruthlessness. Since they had come to this point, there was no other way and they did not regret anything. Haha, brother Qin Shao, I hope we have a chance to meet again in the future. It's not a loss to get to know you. Gong Li laughed loudly and said straightforwardly. At this moment, Mo Nong was also a little forthright and said, Yes, it's not a loss to get to know brother Qin Shao. I can die without regret. Moreover, it's just a clone. I can afford to lose it. I hope we can meet again in the future. If possible, you can come and find us. Ha! Those who could face death calmly were not necessarily heroes, but they were definitely heroes. Qin Shao admired such people. Gong Li and Mo Nong were indeed not bad. Qin Shao smiled faintly and did not say anything. Soon, the three of them were swallowed up by the eerie light. Shopkeeper Tong's lips curled up slightly and he laughed mockingly. Young people are young people. What's the use of having a body full of vigor? Reality is cruel. You will still lose to this cruelty. It's not a pity to die. However, very quickly, Shopkeeper Tong's expression changed drastically. He saw that the eerie light was rapidly dissipating. It was quickly shattered by a powerful force. Hence, Shopkeeper Tong's eyes widened. He could only watch helplessly as his attack was defeated, and he was powerless to do anything. This force was really too powerful. He could already feel the terror of this force. With the power of the laws inside, it was like the hand of a giant god. It was unstoppable. What's going on? This force was so powerful that it made Shopkeeper Tong's heart tremble. This was a force that far surpassed his. This was a force that only a fourth step Heavenly Venerate could possess. How could this be? Weren't those three fellows just second step Heavenly Venerate's ants? How could a fourth step Heavenly Venerate's force appear? Did someone use a life-saving treasure? If someone could really possess such a powerful life-saving treasure, then their background must be very powerful. How could someone with such a powerful background be someone he could provoke? Amidst Shopkeeper Tong's many guesses, his attack was completely destroyed. Qin Shao and the other two walked out unscathed. We didn't die? Gong Li and Emo Nong looked at each other for a while. They were pleasantly surprised. They really thought that they were going to die this time. They didn't expect that they didn't die. They were actually able to survive without any injuries. It was really unbelievable. They carefully recalled the situation just now. They were also shocked to discover a huge secret. Just now, it was Qin Shao who attacked. Qin Zhao's strength was not as simple as a second step Heavenly Venerate. Previously, they felt that Qin Shao was hiding his strength. However, they didn't expect Qin Shao to be so powerful. Even the attack of a third-step celestial venerable like Shopkeeper Tong was easily dispelled by Qin Shao. Moreover, it was done so effortlessly as if it was as easy as blowing off dust. Qin Shao, who exactly was he? What was his background? What kind of existence was he? Second step Heavenly Venerate? No. It was absolutely impossible. How could a second step Heavenly Venerate be so strong? Unless it was a peerless monster like young Master Bai Chuan, who ranked first on the wind cloud list. All the signs indicated that they had made friends with an amazing person this time. This could be considered a shining point in their lives. Who are you? Shopkeeper Tong was finally a little scared. His intuition told him that he might have really provoked someone today. Although his young master also had a powerful background, there was really no need to provoke a big shot with a powerful background for such a small matter. It was best to resolve this matter. Qin Zhao's cold gaze fell on Shopkeeper Tong. He said, "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is who you think I am." It was you, Shopkeeper Tong, who said that we should use our fists to solve the problem. Although I don't like it, I have to admit that when there is no other way, this is the best way. Since it's the fists that solve the problem, then ask the fists. There's no point in asking anything else. His words were plain, but it was an invisible slap to Shopkeeper Tong's face. Shopkeeper Tong, who was arrogant just now, became very ugly at this time. However, no matter how embarrassed he was, Shopkeeper Tong immediately lowered his posture and adjusted his tone. He said to Qin Shao, "Young master, I didn't recognize you just now and offended you. As the saying goes, the ignorant are innocent. I hope you can forgive me. I'm here to apologize to you, young master. As for this matter, I'll treat the three of you to tea. As for the information, I'll give it to you for free. What do you think, young master?" Obviously, Shopkeeper Tong wanted to settle the matter peacefully and did not want this matter to continue. If they continued to cause trouble, they might end up causing a huge mess. Then, the losses would outweigh the gains. Shopkeeper Tong had already weighed the pros and cons in his heart. It was the wisest thing to do now to settle the matter peacefully. Since Shopkeeper Tong was qualified to be the shopkeeper here, he was naturally smart and capable. He was not an ordinary person. He knew what to say and what to do. He had a good sense of propriety. This was very important. Often, many things would be ruined by the details. In this way, even Qin Xiao, who originally wanted to get angry, would certainly not be angry. Then the matter would be much easier to talk about. Shopkeeper Tong's ability to settle the matter immediately was slightly beyond Qin Xiao's expectation. It seemed that this guy had some skills. However, since Shopkeeper Tong showed his weakness, Qin Xiao did not continue to attack. Instead, he said, "Since I've drunk your tea, I definitely have to pay. I, Qin Xiao, never eat and dash." "Forget it. I'm not familiar with you at all. I don't want to receive a reward without doing anything. I won't drink your tea. However, it's okay if you want to settle this matter. I don't want to talk with you. Ask your young master to come here. I want to know your young master." This request put Shopkeeper Tong in a difficult position. He looked at Qin Xiao with a wry smile and said, "Young master, I'm afraid this matter is really a little difficult for me. Although my young master is the big boss here, he almost doesn't care much about the matters here. I'm in charge of everything here. All the policies are set by me. Actually, my young master doesn't know. It's rare for him to come to the shop, so he doesn't know anything. If my young master is still angry, you can come at me. After all, everything is my responsibility. It has nothing to do with my young master." Qin Xiao shook his head and said, No, I don't need to find trouble with you. I'm not angry to speak of. Now I just want to see your young master. I have some things to ask him. That's all. What are you worried about? I'm not stupid. Don't you think that your young master is a person with a strong background? Why would I bother to provoke someone who can open a tea shop in Wind Cloud City? Chapter 2180. What if I say no? Shopkeeper Tong gritted his teeth and said, how could he disturb the young master for such a small matter? As the shopkeeper, everything here should be handled by him. Otherwise, wouldn't it seem that he was too incompetent? Qin Xiao smiled faintly and said, if you don't want to, then it's easy. I'll just tear down your tea house. You should believe that I have the ability to do so, right? At that time, your young master will naturally appear. Anyway, my goal is very simple. I just need to see your young master. If you, Shopkeeper Tong, can't let me meet you comfortably, then I can only use my own means. But I think Shopkeeper Tong wouldn't want to see such a thing happen, right? So, why don't you inform your young master and explain the situation? I believe your young master will come to see me. Shopkeeper Tong was speechless, but he also believed in Qin Zhao's words. If he didn't do as Qin Xiao said, he was afraid that he would really tear down the tea house. Once it reached this stage, the matter would be serious and wouldn't be easily resolved. Therefore, Shopkeeper Tong had no choice but to inform his young master about it. After that, Shopkeeper Tong said to Qin Xiao, my young master happens to be nearby and will be here soon. Please wait for a moment. Qin Xiao nodded. He wasn't in a hurry and directly sat down with the intention of waiting. Gong Li and Mo Nong looked at Qin Xiao in a daze. They still hadn't completely recovered from their shock. Could it be that Qin Xiao, who had always been with them as brothers, was really a fourth-step Empyrean exalted immortal? A heavenly venerable, that was a person who stood at a high position. That was a high and mighty expert. How could they be acquainted with him? But they had been with Qin Xiao for so long and even went on a mission together. They called each other brothers all the way. Now that they thought about it, they were really shocked. This was simply a glorious moment in their lives. The Beacon Tower was one of the more famous high-end places in Wind Cloud City. Those who were able to enter and leave this place were definitely influential figures in Wind Cloud City. If one didn't have a powerful background, they wouldn't be qualified to enter the beacon tower. This was a place of pleasure for those at the top. It was a place of bliss. Many reputable people liked to visit this place. Aside from enjoying a period of bliss, this was also a gathering place for those who had given up their positions. Naturally, those in the upper echelons were willing to go to the gathering place of the dragons. At this moment, there were a few young men in gorgeous clothes sitting at a table. All of them were handsome and had powerful auras. Judging from the aura, they were all third-step Empyrean realm existences. A third-step heavenly venerate could be considered an expert even in the 9 states of Huaxia. Of course, to be able to sit here, strength was secondary. Status and background were the most important. Each and every one of them had an extraordinary background. Young Master Fugue, you're quite generous this time. You've been in the limelight a few times. It seems like that little tea house of yours is a treasure bowl that has brought you quite a bit of wealth. A young man in blue clothes joked with an oily face. A fat man with a broad body said. This person was also as fat as a ball. His entire body was filled with fat, and his face was as round as a piece of fat. His aura of richness was really oppressive. Moreover, his name was also very good. It was called Fugue. He was born to be rich and noble. With such a physique, no one dared to say that he wasn't rich. Young Master Fugue raised his wine cup, tilted his head, and poured a mouthful of fine jade dew into his mouth. Then, he gulped it down. This cup of top-notch wine was worth no less than 100 chaos source stones. Such enjoyment wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. Therefore, young Master Fugue was teased by others. Young Master Fugue squinted his eyes at the young man in blue clothes and said with disdain, "It's not that I'm generous. It's you, Fu Linglong, who's too stingy. We're out to play. Happiness is the most important thing. If you can buy happiness with money, why not? You're just too stingy. That's why you can't let go every time you come out to play. If you can't bear to spend money, how can you have fun? Moreover, it's rare for you to come out. This won't do. You should come out more often, meet more people, see more of the world, and understand more of the situation in the immortal region. It's also beneficial for your cultivation." The young man in blue clothes clearly didn't agree with young Master Fugue's words. He shook his head and said, "I'm poor. I can't compare myself to you, young Master Fugue. There's happiness in being poor. I feel that every time I come out, I have a lot of fun. Happiness is in your heart, not in the money you spend, right? I don't think it's accurate to use money to measure happiness. At least, this doesn't apply to me. Therefore, I won't learn from you. I can't afford to learn from you. Ha ha." Young Master Fugue sneered and didn't say anything else. But soon, young Master Fugue's brows suddenly furrowed, and his face immediately sank. "Humph, what a reckless brat." Young Master Fugue snorted coldly. A thick, killing intent flashed in his eyes. The young man in blue clothes, Fu Linglong, glanced at young Master Fugue and asked, "What? Who has the guts to make you, young Master Fugue, unhappy?" "Humph, a brat who just entered the city. I don't know where he got his courage from. He just entered Wind Cloud City and dares to be so ignorant. I must teach him how to behave." Young Master Fugue snorted coldly. Fu Linglong joked, "Young Master Fugue, you're a boss now. Shouldn't you be amiable and make money? And you have such a bad temper. This isn't the boss's style. Haha, but I heard that your tea house is very shady. It's very ruthless. The way I see it, the brat who just entered the city is making trouble because he was dissatisfied with being slaughtered by your tea house, right? And didn't you send a third-step heavenly venerable to guard that place? To be able to beg you, young Master Fugue, it seems that this newcomer's background isn't small. He's someone with some ability." Hee, young Master Fugue, you have to be careful. Don't lose out to this newcomer. The corner of young Master Fugue's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he said disdainfully, "This is Wind Cloud City. No matter how capable someone is, do you think it's possible to make this young master suffer a loss here? In Wind Cloud City, only I have the right to step on others. It's not up to others to touch my immortal aura." After saying that, young Master Fugue didn't say anything else. He quickly got up and left. Fu Linglong smiled, and a young man beside him also joked, "Fu Linglong, this rich young master opened a shady shop, and he's done quite a lot of harm. If you walk by the river often, how can your shoes not get wet? This time, he must have provoked a tough bone. I think there's going to be a good show to watch." "Haha, we're bored anyway. Why don't we go and watch?" Fu Linglong nodded and laughed. "Haha, that's what I was thinking. Let's go." Hence, the two of them got up and followed. In the tea-house, Qin Xiao was leisurely drinking tea as he waited. "He's here." Qin Xiao's gaze suddenly turned to a certain direction. He felt a powerful aura rapidly approaching. Moreover, this aura was filled with anger. Obviously, it was the owner of this tea-house. As expected, a fat figure appeared in Qin Xiao's line of sight. He was filled with anger. When shopkeeper Tong saw the newcomer, he immediately went up to him respectfully. When he saw the newcomer, Qin Xiao immediately thought of Fatty Kai. At first glance, he had the same feeling. Of course, the person in front of him wasn't as round as Fatty Kai. Fatty Kai was really like a ball. He was too round. As for the person in front of him, he was just too fat. He gave people the feeling that his whole body was made of meat. Young Master Fugue and shopkeeper Tong walked over to Qin Xiao. Young Master Fugue glared at Qin Xiao with a gloomy face. Although his eyes weren't big enough, they were filled with a strong killing intent. His eyes were almost able to spurt out flames. It was obvious that he was rich. How angry was the young Master Fugue? He had been running this tea-house for millions of years. There were some troublemakers, but they were all solved by shopkeeper Tong. He didn't need to show up. This was the first time he showed up. Shopkeeper Tong had suffered a lot in the hands of this young man in front of him. Therefore, young Master Fugue was naturally angry. This was a challenge to his dignity, and made him lose face. Third step, Celestial Master Realm? Humph, I wonder what kind of immortal you are. At this time, Qin Zhao's aura was restored. He didn't hide it anymore, so he showed the aura of a third-step Celestial Master. Young Master Fugue's cold gaze fell on Qin Xiao as he asked in a loud voice. Qin Xiao looked at young Master Fugue and said, "I'm just a passerby. What kind of immortal are you?" "Immortals may not be easy to deal with, but I'm just a passerby. It's your business to run a shady tea-house. If you can trick people, that's your ability. If I don't have the ability to resist, then I can only admit defeat and blame myself for not being strong enough. After all, this is the law of survival in this world. Your fists can make laws, order, and everything. But I'm sorry, I don't want to be tricked by you, so I can only resist. If you want to settle this matter, fine. I'll accept the 800 Chaos Source Stones for the tea. I won't give you any other money. If you don't want to settle this matter, you and shopkeeper Tong can come together. It's more practical to talk with your fists. It's simple, crude, and clear. Everyone agrees." After saying that, Qin Xiao extended his hand and made a gesture to young Master Fugue, indicating that it was up to young Master Fugue to choose. Given young Master Fugue's temper, he naturally wanted to fight. However, shopkeeper Tong secretly pulled young Master Fugue back and said, "Young Master, don't act rashly. This kid's strength is unfathomable. Even I don't know how strong he is. In short, my strength is far inferior to his. Before we understand the situation, I think it's better if you don't act rashly. If this kid's strength is really terrifying, then even if we work together, we might not be able to gain any advantage. If that's the case, the situation will only become more tense. I've already negotiated with this kid. I'll only charge him 800 Chaos Source Stones and this matter will be settled. He also agreed. Young Master Fugue glared at shopkeeper Tong and said, If that's the case, then isn't it fine? Then why did you ask me to come here? Since I'm already here, how can I take this lying down? Shopkeeper Tong said bitterly and helplessly, Young Master, I didn't want to either. It's just that this kid insisted on meeting you. Chapter 2181. Young Master Fugue couldn't wait to kill someone. Someone actually dared to say that they wanted to tear down his tea house. Wasn't that equivalent to disrespecting him? He really wanted to make a move, but Shopkeeper Tong's words did indeed make him a little apprehensive. The person in front of him could easily suppress Shopkeeper Tong, which was enough to show that his strength was very extraordinary. He was afraid that he might not have much confidence in defeating him. Once he made a move, there would be no room for maneuver, and it would definitely not end well. As for now, there were still many ways to solve the problem. Moreover, the other party looked so calm and confident. It seemed that he had confidence. Where did his confidence come from? Could it be that this person had a big background? Although he was an outsider, it didn't mean that he didn't have a big background. After all, Huling had 3 major cities, and there were still many big forces. What he knew was nothing more than a few people in Wind Cloud City. Therefore, after thinking about it in his heart, Fugue didn't dare to be too careless. It was better to be more cautious. Why are you looking for me? Young Master Fugue asked in a deep voice. Qin Xiao said, Don't misunderstand. I'm not looking for you to fight with you. To be honest, I'm not interested in fighting. I'm a person who doesn't like to explode unless there's no other way. When I can be reasonable, I try my best to be reasonable. When I can convince people with virtue, I try my best to convince people with virtue. I've always felt that fists should be the last choice. Young Master Fugue sneered in his heart. Reason? Convince people with virtue? What the hell was this? In this world, fists were the law. Strength was the law. I'm looking for you to ask you for a favor. Qin Xiao stated his purpose. Help? Young Master Fugue couldn't help but be stunned. At first, he really thought that Qin Xiao wanted to fight with him. But he didn't expect that in the end. He said that he wanted to ask for help. Help? Then tell me, what do you want me to help you with? I don't do business for free. The meaning behind his words was also very clear. He could help, but he had to first talk about what he could help with and then name a price. This was the way of a businessman. Qin Xiao said, Of course I understand. It's said that love hurts feelings. We're not familiar with each other and have no feelings for each other, so it's more practical to talk about money. As for the price, you can name it. If I can accept it, I will nod my head. It's like this. I want you to help me contact young Master Baichuan. I heard from the waiter that you can contact young Master Baichuan. What? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Fugue was shocked at first, and then he immediately sneered. I was wondering what it was. You want me to help you contact young Master Baichuan? There are at least 800 people who want to contact young Master Baichuan, if not 1,000. Do you really think you're a big shot? You're contacting young Master Baichuan just because you said so? I can contact young Master Baichuan. However, do you think that I would casually contact him for something like this? This is a great risk, do you understand? You still want me to name a price. Do you really think that you can bear the price I name for this kind of thing? Qin Xiao curled her lips and said, You haven't even named a price. How do you know that I can't bear it? It's just contacting a person and passing a message. It's not complicated. If you can really contact young Master Baichuan, then it's just a matter of saying a word. It's true that you're giving him face, but it's a joke to say that you're willing to bear a great risk. Unless you're not familiar with young Master Baichuan at all, that's why you said that. If you know him and can contact him, you won't offend young Master Baichuan to death just by passing a message, right? Young Master Fugue, let's not beat around the bush. We're all smart people, so let's speak frankly. Just give me a straight answer. Are you going to help me or not? The corners of young Master Fugue's mouth twitched slightly. How could he be so influential? He knew young Master Baichuan, but he couldn't contact him directly. Of course, he had the means to contact him, but it was still rather troublesome. Besides, he really wasn't too willing to do such a thing. However, he had bragged before, so he had to finish it even if he had to cry. He couldn't admit defeat now, right? Wouldn't that be slapping his own face? Therefore, young Master Fugue gritted his teeth and said to Qin Shao, I can help you with this, but I'll definitely pay a high price for giving you face. If you can afford to pay 100,000 Chaos Origin Stones, I'll help you. I'll even pass on 10 messages, let alone one. What? 100,000 Chaos Source Stones? Gong Li and Emo Nong's jaws dropped when they heard this price. Did it have to be so frightening? 100,000 Chaos Source Stones? What kind of sky-high price was that? Only young Master Fugue dared to say such a thing. This couldn't be described as an exorbitant demand, right? This was a much bigger demand than a lion's. 100,000 Chaos Source Stones for passing a message? How terrifying was that? Clearly, young Master Fugue's offer meant that he didn't want to help Qin Shao. He was just trying to find a way out of this situation. This move was rather sinister and shameless. Why don't you say 1 million instead? Qin Shao frowned and looked at young Master Fugue unhappily. Actually, Qin Shao had already thought that the possibility of young Master Fugue contacting Baichuan Fusu wasn't high. He just wanted to give it a try. Young Master Fugue sneered and said, 1 million is too much. I won't play so casually. 100,000 is indeed a very high price, but I've already said that I don't usually do such things. You were the one who insisted that I give you a price, so this is the price I'll give you. If you can't take it, then let's forget about it. There's nothing more to say. Since you said you'd give me 800 Chaos Source Stones, then we'll do as you say. Qin Shao casually tossed 800 Chaos Source Stones to young Master Fugue. Although he knew that young Master Fugue probably wouldn't be able to contact Baichuan Fusu, Qin Shao still said something. If you can really contact young Master Baichuan and tell him that someone called Qin Shao is looking for him, then you'll definitely get more than 100,000 Chaos Source Stones in return. Unfortunately, you're just a liar. You have no way of contacting young Master Baichuan. That's why you're doing this. Forget it, I don't want to waste any more time with you. Let's end this here. Young Master Fugue's expression turned ugly when Qin Shao said it so bluntly. He snorted disdainfully in his heart and thought mockingly, who does this guy think he is? What is this Qin Shao? I've never heard of this person before. Is he really that influential? Is young Master Baichuan interested in him? And far more than 100,000 Chaos Source Stones in return? Does he really think he's that big of a deal? The anger in his chest was surging, giving the rich young master a strange impulse. He wanted to make a move. He wanted to teach the kid in front of him a lesson. How dare he humiliate him like this and slap his face? How could he do this? How could he tolerate this? But no matter how unbearable he was, he had to tolerate it. Things had already calmed down, so it wasn't worth it to make a move. If he really got into trouble, then he would cry but have no tears. Forget it. Forget it. In the end, young Master Fugue endured it. Just as Qin Shao was about to leave, a surprised voice was heard. You're Qin Shao? A figure appeared in front of Qin Shao with a face full of surprise. He sized up Qin Shao and the smile on his face widened. Yes, that's right. I've seen your image before. It's indeed you, Qin Shao. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to really find Wind Cloud City. You're really amazing. I'm impressed. Hearing the blue-clothed youth's words, Qin Shao looked at him in confusion. From these words, Qin Shao heard some meaning, and had some guesses and deductions. Fu Linglong continued, Hello, brother Qin Shao. I'm Fu Linglong, Baichuan Fu Su's brother. He often mentioned you. I've been helping him to find your whereabouts, but I haven't found any clues. I didn't expect that after searching high and low for so long, I would find it without any effort. You didn't wait for me to find you, but you came to me yourself. Ha, great. That's great. I felt my right eyelid twitching when I went out today. I thought something bad was going to happen. I didn't expect it to be something good. Hearing Fu Linglong's words, Qin Shao was completely relieved and understood what was going on. After knowing the situation, Qin Shao was naturally happy. He cupped his fists and said, Brother Linglong, thank you. Haha, looks like our luck today is pretty good. You came to watch the show and bumped into me. I came here for a cup of tea and bumped into you. I thought I'd have to spend more time in Wind Cloud City to find Brother Fu Su and young Master Yu. I didn't expect luck to befall me so quickly. This way, it'll save me a lot of trouble. It's a good thing. What? Qin Shao was actually young Master Baichuan's brother? No wonder. His motive for coming to Wind Cloud City was for young Master Baichuan. Seems like his background wasn't small. Gong Li and Mo Nong looked at each other. They were extremely shocked. Qin Shao gave them too much shock. They also didn't expect Qin Shao to be young Master Baichuan's brother. This was a huge relationship. With such a relationship, Qin Shao would be able to move unimpeded in Wind Cloud City. He's really young Master Baichuan's brother. The one who was the most shocked was young Master Fugue. He was just scoffing at Qin Shao. He didn't expect to be slapped in the face in the blink of an eye. He didn't expect Qin Zhao's words to be true. He thought Qin Shao was bragging and trying to pull connections. After all, there were so many things like this. He was used to it. But he didn't expect to meet the real one today. This feeling was really different. But it wasn't a big deal. So what if he believed it? He still couldn't contact young Master Baichuan. Unless he said he went to find his brother. Brother Qin Shao, I've already informed Brother Fu Su and young Master Yu. After they knew that you came to Wind Cloud City, they were extremely excited and said they would rush over immediately. They asked us to stay here and wait for them. Since that's the case, let's wait here for a while. They should be here soon. Fu Linglong said. Qin Shao nodded. Thinking that he would be able to see Brother Baichuan and young Master Yu soon, Qin Shao was also excited. What's the point of staying a little longer? Chapter 2182. Qin Shao. Qin Shao. Not long after, two happy and excited voices were heard. A familiar voice, a familiar aura, a familiar figure, and a familiar face. Everything was so familiar and intimate. It was as if he had seen a long-lost relative. It was a wonderful feeling. In the blink of an eye, 20 million years had passed. To Qin Shao, this was a very long time. Brother Fu Su, young Master Yu. Qin Shao also went up to greet them happily. The three of them grabbed each other's hands. Their faces were brimming with joy, and they had not completely calmed down. 20 million years had passed, and everyone had changed. They had become stronger. I have been looking for you all these years, but I have not received any news. I did not expect that you, Qin Shao, would take the initiative to come here. Did you come here by coincidence, or did you find something? Baichuan Fu Su said. Qin Shao smiled and said, I have been in the southern wasteland for a long time, and only recently came to the 9 provinces Huaxia country. I also happened to hear of your name, young Master Baichuan, and came looking for you. After asking around, I have basically confirmed that this Baichuan, young Master, is you, Brother Fu Su. Southern wasteland? That barren land? Baichuan Fu Su frowned slightly and said with relief, "No wonder I could not find your whereabouts. So you are in the southern wasteland. I really do not have the ability to find you. I can go and find you. But speaking of which, my ability is also very weak at the moment. So to find your whereabouts, the area I can search is also very small, and the power I can use is also very small. I am ashamed. Among all of you, I have not found a single one. Today, you even came looking for me." "Oh right, Qin Shao, what's the situation on your side? Do you know the whereabouts of the others?" Qin Shao nodded and said, "I have already found a few. This is not the place to talk, let's talk about it later." Baichuan Fusu nodded his head. He was so happy that he forgot that this was not the place for small talk. After glancing at young Master Fugue, "Young Master," you said to Qin Shao, "it seems that you have run into some trouble. What happened?" Qin Shao knew young Master Yu's character. She smiled and said, "It's nothing. It's just a small matter. Let's go." However, young Master Yu shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter how big or small the matter is. As long as they bully us, then there must be an explanation. You are my brother. How can Big Brother and I watch you get bullied by others?" After saying that, young Master Yu looked at Fu Linglong and asked, "Linglong, what is going on?" Fu Linglong naturally recounted the situation just now in full detail. After hearing this, young Master Yu was really angry. He frowned and glared at young Master Fugue. Being glared at by young Master Yu, young Master Fugue's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly panicked. He knew young Master Yu's temper. He was definitely a crazy person. "Fugue, you dare to bully my brother? You sure are capable. You dare to run a shady shop and still dare to be so arrogant. I think I will have to tear down your tea house today," young Master Yu said angrily. Hearing that young Master Yu wanted to tear down the tea house, young Master Fugue was angry and anxious. However, he also felt bitter and helpless. He knew young Master Yu's strength. Although young Master Yu was only a second step heavenly venerable, he would not have much of an advantage if they really fought. Moreover, young Master Yu was a student of Wind Cloud Academy. With this identity, how could he, young Master Fugue, dare to fight with young Master Yu? Moreover, his big brother, young Master Baichuan, was here. He was the #1 existence on the Wind Cloud Academy's Earth ranking list. He was a monster. Wind Cloud Academy could be said to be the Wind Cloud Academy's child of wind. He was highly valued and was definitely a genius that was heavily nurtured. How could he, young Master Fugue, compare to a student with a high status? Therefore, how could he dare to offend these two brothers? Young Master Yu said that he would tear down the tea house, and he really did it. He made a huge commotion and tore down the tea house. Rumble! Young Master Yu attacked again and again. A large number of buildings were destroyed by him and collapsed one by one. Young Master Fugue could only stare at the side. His heart was bleeding, and he felt extremely pained. He was also angry. He wanted to stop young Master Yu, but he gave up in the end. If he really wanted to make a move, he was afraid that the one who would suffer today would be him. Although his identity and background were not small, the two in front of him were still students of Wind Cloud Academy. Moreover, they were geniuses who were heavily nurtured. If he could not provoke them, it was better to not provoke them. The tea house was destroyed. The loss of money was not that great. It was mainly a loss of face. However, there was no other way. Who asked him to be so unlucky? He just had to scam young Master Yu's brother. The commotion over here naturally attracted a lot of onlookers. Many people began to point and discuss animatedly. "Isn't this young Master Fugue's tea house? Why was it torn down? Who ate the bear's heart and leopard's guts to provoke people from the Fu clan? Haha, you have to take a look at the person who tore down the tea house. That is young Master Yu, ranked 10th on the Wind Cloud Academy's Earth ranking. He is a peerless genius student of Wind Cloud Academy. Ah? That is young Master Yu? That elegant white-clothed man over there, could it be young Master Baichuan? Yes, that elegant white-clothed man is young Master Baichuan. With the two brothers making a move, how could young Master Fugue dare to rebel? He could only admit defeat and watch as his tea house was torn down. What is going on? Although young Master Fugue is usually rude and overbearing, opening a black shop to scam people, he would not be so blind as to provoke young Master Baichuan and young Master Yu, right? I don't know. I don't understand what is going on. He must have provoked them, but I don't know the reason. For young Master Yu to tear down his tea house, it must not be a small matter. Watching his tea house being torn down piece by piece, the muscles on the rich young master's face twitched. His face was being stepped on time and time again, but he did not have the strength to resist. Those voices of discussion made his face red, and it was very uncomfortable, but he could only endure it. After tearing down the entire tea house, only then did young Master Yu clap his hands and stop. He said with some relief, "All right, now it's much more comfortable to look at. Who told you to open a black shop? Who told you to scam my brother? If I see this black shop again, I will tear it down every time I see it. I am so angry." Tear it down every time he saw it? This, young Master Fugue wanted to die. Did he have to be so ruthless? Young Master Baichuan said to Linglong, "Linglong, let's have a drink at your place." Fu Linglong immediately smiled and nodded. "Haha, I was just about to invite you. This is exactly what I wanted. Please." Baichuan Fu Su nodded to Qin Shao, and the four of them left. Many gazes fell on Qin Shao, and they began to discuss who this person was. To be able to make young Master Yu call him brother, and young Master Yu tore down young Master Fugue's tea house because of this person. The four of them quickly came to a very unique and elegant courtyard. A small lake, with a huge rock in the middle. A pavilion was built on top of the rock, and there were tables and chairs in the pavilion. In the lake, there were some beautiful fish and lotus flowers. This was a good place to drink and chat. Of course, drinking depended on one's mood. If one was in a good mood, then even the worst wine would be delicious. If one was in a bad mood, then no matter how good the wine was, it would be like drinking horse piss. Haha, Qin Shao, you are the one who did it. You actually found so many people. Good, this is really good. All these years, what I have been waiting for the most is to hear news of you. Knowing that all of you are still alive and living well, it is really good. Especially you, Qin Shao. TSK, you are already a third step, heavenly venerable. However, this is also expected. After all, your talent is stronger than ours, and you have already entered the heavenly venerable realm, so it is normal that your cultivation speed is faster than ours. This is really good, really good. After hearing the news of the desolate land, 9 dragons, Jiang Zhu and Xiao Gu, Baichuan Fu Su and young Master, you were very happy and excited. All these years, what they had been waiting for the most was this. Today, they finally received the exact news. Now, only the heavenly court, red dust guest, starry sky, and Jing Yang's whereabouts had not been found. The Kunlun immortal emperor was already dead, needless to say. We are all safe and sound, and I believe that the four of them are blessed by the heavens, so they must be fine, Baichuan Fu Su said. Qin Shao nodded. He had no doubts about this. His master, red dust guest, and the others must be fine. The three of them continued to talk about their experiences and deeds over the years. In front of his brothers, there was nothing to hide. Fu Linglong was the closest brother that Baichuan Fu Su and young Master Yu knew in the immortal realm. Since he was Baichuan Fu Su's brother, Qin Shao naturally trusted him completely. Baichuan Fu Su and Fu Linglong were friends who had gone through life and death situations together. In fact, if not for Fu Linglong, they might not even have been able to make it out alive. However, what was interesting was that in the end, Baichuan Fu Su and young Master Yu successfully passed the Wind Cloud Academy selection and became its students, but Fu Linglong did not. Of course, it could be that the timing was coincidental, and there was an element of luck in it. Qin Shao also talked about his own experience, and then talked about the Desolate Land's experience and situation. Qin Zhao's experience was always so rich and colorful, and it was also very thrilling. Listening to it was enough to shake one's soul. After listening, Fu Linglong looked at Qin Shao with admiration and said, "Brother Qin Shao, I, Fu Linglong, rarely admire people, but this time, I really admire you, Brother Qin Shao. Haha, it's a pity that now is not the time for the Wind Cloud Academy to recruit new students. Otherwise, I think that with Brother Qin Zhao's shocking brilliance, you would definitely be able to pass the selection smoothly. It would be great to be able to enter the Wind Cloud Academy to cultivate." Qin Shao smiled faintly, but did not care much and said casually, "It doesn't matter, cultivation still depends on oneself. Becoming a student of the Wind Cloud Academy has its benefit. You will get some cultivation resources, and it will be better. However, the road ahead is still long and more importantly, you have to rely on yourself. In my opinion, the Wind Cloud Academy is just icing on the cake, and not sending charcoal in the snow. Therefore, I don't think so highly of it. Moreover, I just came out of the Fu Su Immortal Palace, and now I want to go one by one. Being more free and less restrained is also a good thing for me." We are all from the Wind Cloud Academy. If we want to deal with him, we need a good reason. Now, the reason is sufficient, we have evidence, we have reason to stand on the side of reason. Are we still afraid that we can't control Baichuan Fu Su? Li smiled and nodded. This method was indeed feasible. As a student of the Wind Cloud Academy, he could not go overboard. Hence, he did not dare to make a move on Baichuan Fu Su and young Master Yu. He had been waiting for a good opportunity. Now, this opportunity was not bad. With evidence, he could go up to them and denounce them. That was completely justifiable. Then let's go. Let's go and take care of these two fellows who are in the limelight. Li's lips curled into a strange cold smile. Baichuan Fu Su's reputation had been too bright recently. Although he was not a threat to him for now, he felt uncomfortable just looking at him. Originally, the Earth Board's first place should have been his Jai clan's honor. But now, it was snatched away by Baichuan Fu Su. This was stealing the Jai clan's honor. As the Jai clan's younger generation's leader, he naturally felt that it was unfair and wanted to get back at them. In the pavilion, Qin Shao and the other three were drinking wine and chatting. They talked about their experiences in the past 20 million years. It was a joyous occasion and they were in a good mood. Qin Shao, your experiences are still the most shocking. For you to be able to walk step by step to where you are now and even make it here from the southern wasteland, it was indeed not easy. Cultivating the immortal path, we all started from the beginning. It was indeed not easy to walk all the way here. Baichuan Fu Su was rather emotional. He and young Master Yu could be considered lucky. They had met each other not long after in the immortal realm and had been together ever since. The two of them had roamed the world together and worked together. After a few encounters, they had grown step by step to where they were today. Baichuan Fu Su and young Master Yu's talents were strong to begin with. It was just that their potential was limited in the universe. Furthermore, after they had left the universe, they had been wandering in the endless universe ocean. There was no way for them to cultivate. Now that they were in the immortal realm, they had a good environment for cultivation. After they had encountered great opportunities, they soared like dragons. The speed of their cultivation was frighteningly fast. Their cultivation realms were also growing rapidly, as if they were drinking water. Speaking of which, it had not been easy for everyone along the way. It had been a tough journey. Someone's coming. The brows of the four of them twitched at the same time as they looked at the horizon. They could clearly feel 3 powerful auras approaching them from that direction. And the target was obviously them. They were coming for them. Very quickly, Qin Shao and the other 3 saw 3 figures appear in their sight. Qin Shao did not recognize the 3 of them. One was a 3rd step heavenly venerable, while the other 2 were 2nd step heavenly venerables. However, all of their auras were extremely strong. One look and one could tell that they were not ordinary characters. Their auras were extraordinary. Their auras were soaring to the heavens. Stepping on the sky, it was as if they were about to ascend to the heavens. The might of their auras was extremely oppressive. This feeling was as if the entire world was pressing down on them. Although he did not recognize them, Qin Shao could guess that they must be the helpers that young Master Fuguei had invited over. He had just arrived at the Wind Cloud City and did not offend anyone else. The only one who could do so was that young Master Fuguei. Furthermore, the people who were invited seemed to be from the Wind Cloud Academy. Li, Rong, and Fu Rini. Why were the 2 from the D family invited over? Fu Linglong recognized the 3 of them. His brows furrowed as he looked doubtful and uneasy. Baichuan Fusu and young Master Yu's brows furrowed as well. Their expressions turned serious. These people did not come with good intentions. Furthermore, the strength of these people was extremely strong. Therefore, some trouble had come knocking on their door. When trouble came knocking, one could not avoid it even if one wanted to. That Di Rong is not a good person. He has always been unhappy with my brother. He has always been unwilling to settle for 2nd place on the Earth leaderboard. Therefore, he has always wanted to find trouble with my brother. It's just that he has never had a good opportunity. Looks like he has found a good opportunity today. Therefore, he brought his brother here to cause trouble. Young Master Yu gritted his teeth in anger as he spoke of the possibility of this matter. After hearing it, Fu Linglong felt relieved. Thinking about it carefully, this was indeed the only possibility. If not for Baichuan Fusu's sudden appearance and unprecedented counterattack, the number 1 on the Earth leaderboard would still be Di Rong. After all, the number 1 on the Earth leaderboard was Di Rong previously. Now, it was replaced by Baichuan Fusu. However, Baichuan Fusu's appearance became the biggest dark horse. He shocked the entire Wind Cloud Academy with a single feat. With unparalleled talent and peerless looks, Baichuan Fusu made great strides all the way. Eventually, he plucked the stars and suppressed the sun and moon to take the throne. The fight for the Earth leaderboard had made Baichuan Fusu a peerless genius. Of course, this peerless genius title could be said to have been obtained by stepping on Di Rong's back. Di Rong could be considered as a stepping stone that helped Baichuan Fusu succeed. Therefore, how could Di Rong tolerate this? Snatching his number 1 position, taking all his glory, and devouring all of his light. This hatred was like a huge grudge. Di Rong would remember it deeply. This was not only Di Rong's humiliation, but also the Di family's humiliation. Therefore, the entire Di family had many discussions about this matter. They wanted to strike out at Baichuan Fusu to suppress him. However, Baichuan Fusu was a student of the Wind Cloud Academy. Furthermore, he was the number 1 on the Earth leaderboard, a peerless genius that was highly valued by the elders of the Academy. How could they touch him so easily? If they did not do it well, there would be a huge mess. And this time around, they had finally found their chance. Indeed, no matter where I go, it's not peaceful. Qin Shao shook his head. Since trouble had come, there was nothing much to say. He would just have to settle it. Qin Shao did not have anything to worry about right now. All he had to do was to not let Baichuan Fusu get angry. His initial good mood was ruined by more than half now. Second brother, don't be rash later on. Let me settle this. Baichuan Fusu knew of young Master Yu's character. Therefore, he reminded him. Young Master Yu was definitely someone who feared nothing. Once his temper flared up, he would not care about anything else. Therefore, once young master Yu got angry, he would definitely not play by the rules. The situation would definitely be messed up. Chapter 2184. Their overwhelming power could illuminate the sun and moon above the 9 heavens. The auras of the 3 of them condensed into a domain, enveloping the space below. They used this to suppress Qin Shao and the other 3, using their auras to suppress them first. Young Master Di Li, Young Master Di Rong, and Young Master Fu Rini, what kind of good day is it today? To actually attract 3 big shots to my humble abode, I'm really in awe. I feel deeply honored that you've brought light to my humble abode. Why are you 3 guests coming? Why didn't you inform us in advance? It's good to let me prepare in advance. At this time, I don't have anything to entertain the 3 of you, so I'll be neglecting you. After all, Fu Linglong was the host, and this was his cultivation ground. Therefore, he took the lead to walk out, clasped his fist, and bowed to Di Li and the other 2. Obviously, he was trying to sound them out by speaking this time, and he wanted to see exactly what the 3 of them were here for. Although the 3's intentions were already very obvious, and there was no need to ask any more questions, one had to pay attention to the process. He couldn't just directly ask why they were here, right? Di Li and the other 2 were students of the Wind Cloud Academy, and Di Li was a core student. Although Fu Linglong also had a background, he was not a student of the Wind Cloud Academy after all. Therefore, he only had the background of a clan, and did not have his own identity. Therefore, in front of the students of the Wind Cloud Academy, he naturally appeared to be inferior. Fu Linglong, there's nothing for you to do here. Scram to the side. Fu Rini said bluntly, not giving Fu Linglong any face. Although Fu Linglong was a 3rd step Heavenly Venerable, and Fu Rini was only a 2nd step Heavenly Venerable, this did not affect Fu Rini's disregard for Fu Linglong, who asked Fu Rini to be a student of the Wind Cloud Academy, and also to be ranked on the Earth list. He was considered a genius student, so how high was his status? How could Fu Linglong compare to him? Being reprimanded in his own cultivation ground, Fu Linglong's face was indeed a little ugly. Young Master Fu Rini, this is my cultivation ground. Why should I scram to the side? The fact that the 3 of you trespassed on my cultivation grounds is an offense against me. Now you're telling me to scram the moment you open your mouth. Do you really think that I'm a pushover? Should I be at your mercy? Even though you, Fu Rini, are a student of Wind Cloud Academy, you shouldn't be so rude and unreasonable, right? It's fine if you're rude and unreasonable outside, but to act like this in my cultivation grounds, aren't you looking down on my Fu clan too much? As a disciple of the Fu clan, this is my place of cultivation. Naturally, it is also the territory of the Fu clan. You dare to be so arrogant in my Fu clan's territory. Are you trying to bully my Fu clan? Fu Linglong was also a little angry. In terms of strength, he was really not afraid of Fu Rini. After all, he was a 3rd step Heavenly Venerable, and he believed that his strength was still very strong. No matter how benevolent and righteous he was also merely a 2nd step Empyrean. Although he was on the Earth roll, his ranking was at the bottom. If it was by Chuan Fu Su, then Fu Linglong would still be wary of him. But Fu Rini, Fu Linglong, could completely suppress him. So when he heard Fu Rini telling him to scram, he naturally retaliated. Fu Linglong, we're not here for you today. You better not think of getting involved. Otherwise, the one who will suffer will be you. Don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. Fu Rini coldly snorted again. Fu Linglong coldly replied, Then it seems that I have to properly thank you, young Master Fu Rini? What a glib tongue! Di Rong ridiculed, his gaze sweeping across Qin Shao and the other 2. When he saw Bai Chuan Fu Su, he was especially furious. He hated it. Bai Chuan Fu Su snatched away the earth rolls number 1 that should have belonged to him. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. When Di Rong saw Bai Chuan Fu Su, he indeed had such a feeling. Di Rong's gaze landed on young Master Yu and said, "Let's talk about serious matters. Young Master Yu, were you the one who demolished the tea house?" "I was the one who demolished it. So what?" Young Master Yu curled his lips and replied indifferently. Although Di Rong was number 2 on the earth roll, and young Master Yu was only number 10 on the earth roll, young Master Yu was obviously not afraid of him. Even if they were to fight, young Master Yu would not be afraid of anything. He had such a stubborn personality. Di Rong's face was cold and he said, "Humph, since you admit it, then it's easy. Of course, it's useless even if you don't admit it. After all, so many people are watching. Furthermore, this was done by you, young Master Yu. I believe that you, young Master Yu, are someone who dares to admit what you have done. You demolished my tea house, so I'm here to settle the score with you. Is there a problem?" "Your tea house?" Young Master Yu could not help but frown, and coldly stared at Di Rong. Bai Chuan Fu Su's expression changed. His heart moved, and he immediately understood what the other party was planning. It was quite a clever move. You really know how to find opportunities. Looks like today's matter is going to be troublesome. Qin Zhao's eyes slightly narrowed, and his gaze was sizing up Di Li and the other two. He was also prepared to deal with everything. Di Rong nodded, "Yes, my tea house. Perhaps you, young Master Yu, do not know. Although the owner of the tea house is Fu Gui in name. But in reality, the owners behind the tea house are me and Fu Rini. That tea house was built by us from the start. Everything was done by us. However, we were usually immersed in cultivation, and were too lazy to care about these mundane matters. So, we handed it over to Fu Gui to manage. We have never announced this matter to the public, so very few people know about it. But no matter how many people know about it, that tea house is still mine. I am the big boss, Fu Rini is the second boss, and Fu Gui is just a substitute manager. You, young Master Yu, demolished my tea house. How do you think we should settle this matter?" "I'm not worth a fart to you," young Master Yu directly scolded back. He glared at Di Rong with disdain, and scolded, "Do you still have any sense of shame? We are all sensible people. If you want to find an excuse, then let it be an excuse. Why do you have to make it sound so dignified? You have the nerve to say such a thing. Which one of us here is not a smart person? Which one of us does not understand the knack of it? You are shameless to this extent. I also admire your thick skin. It is said that a shameless person is invincible. It is indeed so. Since you want to act shamelessly with me, then I will also play with you. Do you think I am afraid of you? I only have one sentence. I am not worth a fart to you. What can you do to me?" Young Master Yu was really domineering. He pointed at Di Rong's nose and scolded. Di Rong knew that young Master Yu was a person who was not easy to talk to, but he did not expect this guy to directly point at his nose and scold him. This guy, when doing things, was really a little crazy. Qin Xiao could not help but smile. Young Master Yu's way of doing things was a little crazy and domineering, but it had to be said that the effect was not bad. Di Rong was at a disadvantage the moment he opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but his big brother Di Li pulled him down and indicated for him to retreat. Di Rong could only grit his teeth in anger and retreat, leaving the scene to Di Li. Di Li was obviously much calmer than Di Rong. He looked at Bai Chuan Fu Su with a cold expression and said, "Bai Chuan Fu Su, there must be reason in this matter. We are all reasonable people. We don't do unreasonable things. That tea house was indeed opened by my second brother and his brother, Fu Rini. Your second brother, young Master Yu, tore down that tea house. It is reasonable for us to come and ask for an explanation. Of course, your second brother is not guilty because he did not know. But compensation should be given, right? We are not here to convict you, we just want a reasonable explanation. What, you do not accept it? If you still can't accept it, then there's really nothing more to say. Since I am here today, I will not let my second brother suffer. If you insist, then I'll play with you. Clearly, Dealey's meaning was that if they did not cooperate, then he would take action. That was the logic, a simple and crude logic. Not letting your second brother suffer a loss. Does that mean you want us to suffer a loss? Baichuan Fu Su asked. No matter what, Baichuan Fu Su's face was calm, like an ancient well without any ripples. Dealey sneered and said, I did not say that, you said it yourself. If you want to do it this way, then it is fine. After all, this is your freedom. I can fulfill your wish, and it's free of charge. Just say it, what do you want? Baichuan Fu Su did not want to waste time with these three and asked directly. Dealey smiled and said, Baichuan Fu Su, looks like you are a straightforward person. You should have done this earlier. This matter can be big or small. After all, it did not blow up in Wind Cloud City. If we settle it privately, then we can save some face. To us, it is all about face. Everything else is not important, but face is definitely a big problem. I just discussed it with my second brother and Fu Rini. What they mean is that they don't really want to fight with you. They want to denounce you. We just want you to give us an explanation. If you feel that it is not easy to give, then I will think of something for you. You destroyed the tea house, so it should be reasonable to ask for compensation, right? The cost of the tea house's construction, the loss of time and business, and the damage to the tea house's reputation. In total, I have calculated for you a total of 160,000 Chaos Source Stones. This price is already too low for you. F***CKU. Mr. Yu had a bad temper, and he scolded back. Dealey frowned deeply, and he looked at Mr. Yu with anger, as if he wanted to attack. Baichuan Fu Su gave Mr. Yu a look, and Mr. Yu retreated unwillingly, and sat at the side. Baichuan Fu Su looked at Dealey and said, Haha, I do not understand how you can reduce it to 160,000 Chaos Source Stones. That tea house was not big, and there were not many buildings. Based on my estimation, 10,000 Chaos Source Stones would be more than enough for the construction. If you really want to solve the problem, I can give you a discount. I will compensate you with 5,000 Chaos Source Stones. Why did I say 5,000 instead of 10,000? That is because we are not at fault for that matter. My brother was cheated in that tea house. He was ruthlessly ripped off and humiliated. Naturally, I have to seek an explanation. Hence, we can compensate you with 5,000 Chaos Source Stones. Chapter 2185. One wanted 160,000 Chaos Source Stones, while the other was only willing to give 5,000 Chaos Source Stones. The difference was huge. Dealey was prepared to denounce them, so he naturally asked for an exorbitant price. It was obvious that he deliberately asked for this price. Their goal was not to get the Chaos Source Stones, but to humiliate Baichuan Fu Su. Hence, the contradiction was created. Now that there was a contradiction, the next step was to see how they could continue to escalate, manipulate, and coerce. Dealey's side was obviously overbearing. They were here to suppress Baichuan Fu Su. Their goal was obvious. 5,000? Di Rong sneered and glared at Baichuan Fu Su. Are you sure you're not joking? I have such a big tea house. It takes a lot of time and effort to reconstruct it. I've delayed a lot of business and lost a lot of face. 5,000 Chaos Source Stones, do you think I'm a beggar? Before Baichuan Fu Su could speak, young Master Yu pointed at Di Rong's nose and scolded, Yes, you're right. 5,000 Chaos Source Stones were just beggars. You cheated and bullied my brother. I'm already going easy on you by tearing down your tea house. If I wasn't in a good mood just now, I wouldn't have just torn down your tea house. Since you're here to cause trouble, sure. You just want some chaos source stones, right? Since you want to be beggars, I'll send you away. 5,000 chaos source stones, it's not a lot. I can afford to throw them away. Take it as doing good deeds. Not bad. You, how dare you? Young Master Yu's words made Dealey and the other two's faces turn ugly. He was humiliating them, mocking them. He was too arrogant. Young Master Yu, are you courting death? Rong glared at young Master Yu furiously. However, young Master Yu did not show any weakness as he retorted sarcastically, "You're talking as if you can kill me. Don't you know how capable you are? Even if I'm courting death, can you kill me? Aren't you afraid of biting your own tongue? What a joke." Rong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. These words were simply too infuriating. However, what young Master Yu said was the truth. Although Rong was ranked 2nd on the Earth leaderboard, young Master Yu was ranked 10th on the Earth leaderboard. In terms of strength, Rong was able to suppress young Master Yu. However, it was impossible for him to kill young Master Yu. After all, the difference in strength between the two of them was not that great. Therefore, being choked by young Master Yu, Rong's chest was about to explode from anger. Baichuan Fu Su, looks like you guys really want to fight with us today, right? If that's the case, then there's no need to say anything more. You guys can make up for it, Dealey said directly. A cold aura suddenly surged out, as if he was ready to fight. Dealey was in existence on the Wind Cloud Academy's Heaven ranking and a core student of the Wind Cloud Academy. Needless to say, his strength was definitely very powerful. Baichuan Fu Su's face darkened. "It's you guys who came knocking on our door, right? We were drinking here and in a good mood. It was you who came looking for trouble and ruined our good mood. Now, you say that we want to fight. Are all of you from the Zhai family like this? Are you guys so overbearing and unreasonable? You guys said that you want compensation. Alright, we'll take a step back and agree to it. We're all understanding people. There's no need to say anything more. You guys know clearly what you're here for. We've already taken a step back when we should. As for the rest, it's up to your senior brother Dealey to decide. I've already said that this is my bottom line. There's no room for retreat. If your senior brother Dealey wants to fight, then let's fight." Baichuan Fu Su never liked to play tricks or play tricks. Therefore, for this matter, he was very direct and laid out his bottom line. This bottom line was already a huge concession. If they were to cross this bottom line again, then there would be no need to say anything else. Fight and solve it with fists. Anything that could not be solved through discussion could be solved with fists. Fists were the final law, the terminator of everything. Dealey's face turned completely cold. Seemed like there was no room for discussion. Fine then. If there was no room for discussion, then let's fight. Wasn't this within his expectations? Of course, if there was room for discussion and Baichuan Fu Su was willing to pay 160,000 chaos stones, that was fine too. But he knew that this possibility was not high. This time, he came with the intention of fighting. He wanted to teach Baichuan Fu Su and young Master Yu a lesson and suppress their arrogance. Everything was going according to his plan. Haha, fight? Dealey looked at Baichuan Fu Su with a half-smile. Are the four of you going to fight together, or are the two of us going to fight alone? I don't mind if the four of you come at me together. Since you guys are so stubborn, then we can only solve this problem with fists. The D-clan can't afford to lose face like this. We have to demand an explanation. Baichuan Fu Su waved his hand. No need. This is just a small matter. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it. If so many of us attack together, wouldn't that mean we're going to tear down this entire area? No matter what, this is still the Fu clan's territory. It's not good to do that, is it? This is a matter between the two of us. If we want to fight, then let's fight. Isn't your senior brother Dealey coming for me? Let me fight. There's no need to involve too many people. Dealey nodded. All right. If that's the case, then let's fight between the two of us. Come you go. Brother Fu Su, Qin Shao shouted. He frowned and said, Let me fight this battle. Baichuan Fu Su was only a second step heavenly venerable, while Dealey was a third step heavenly venerable. With Baichuan Fu Su's strength, it was no problem for him to deal with an ordinary third step heavenly venerable. However, Dealey was not an ordinary third step heavenly venerate. He was an extremely powerful third step heavenly venerate. He was ranked at the top. He was on the heaven ranking of the wind cloud ranking. Therefore, Qin Shao was naturally worried about Baichuan Fu Su. He wanted to fight. Dealing with an experienced third step heavenly venerable was a small matter for Qin Shao. Qin Shao was confident that he could easily deal with him. Not to mention a third step heavenly venerate, even if it was a fourth step heavenly venerate, Qin Shao was confident that he could fight. However, Baichuan Fu Su said to Qin Shao, No need, Qin Shao. Let me do it. Just watch. Qin Shao could hear the confidence in Baichuan Fu Su's voice. Qin Shao understood Baichuan Fu Su. He was a very steady person. Since he was so confident, it meant that he definitely had some confidence in fighting Dealey. From the looks of it, big brother Baichuan Fu Su had been hiding some of his strength, and had some tricks up his sleeves. Since that was the case, Qin Shao was relieved. Don't worry, Qin Shao. Dealey is indeed strong, but my big brother isn't weak either. Humph, humph. It won't be so easy for him to take advantage of my big brother. Young master, you said to Qin Shao. Qin Shao was already relieved. Hearing young master use words, he was even more relieved. He could look forward to big brother Fu Su's spectacular performance in this battle. Fu Linglong seemed to know about Baichuan Fu Su's situation. Therefore, he did not reveal much worry. Instead, he had a calm expression. Instead, it was Di Rong and Fu Rini who had sinister smiles on their faces. The wind was whistling and the wind was strong. Dealey and Baichuan Fu Su both flew into the sky. They rose to the upper limit of Wind Cloud City's great defensive formation. If they fought here, the energy that leaked out would be absorbed by the great defensive formation. It would minimize the damage to Wind Cloud City's buildings. After all, once the battle between two experts began, the destructive power would be extremely shocking. Even with the restrictive power of the Great City Barrier Array, it was difficult to completely protect all the buildings from being destroyed. The two of them flew into the sky. Powerful auras were emitted from their bodies. They surged through the heavens and earth and swept through the clouds. Just this powerful aura alone was enough to cause the surrounding area to churn. Many people walked out upon hearing the news and looked at the sky in shock. An uproar quickly spread throughout the entire Wind Cloud City. In Wind Cloud City, it was rare to see a battle, especially a battle between experts. After all, one had to consider the rules of Wind Cloud City. Once the buildings of Wind Cloud City were destroyed, one would be severely punished. Ordinary people would not dare to act recklessly in Wind Cloud City. Isn't that young Master Baichuan and young Master Dealey? Heavens, one of them is the number one on the Wind Cloud Ranking's Earth ranking, and the other is a powerful existence on the Wind Cloud ranking. What's wrong with them? Why are they looking like they're about to fight? Yeah, it's them. TSK. Two influential figures. What's going on? If they want to spar, shouldn't they go to Wind Cloud Academy? Why are they fighting in Wind Cloud City? I don't know what's going on. They probably have some grudges. However, young Master Dealey is a core student and is on the Wind Cloud Ranking's Heaven ranking. Attacking young Master Baichuan feels like bullying the weak. Yeah, it does feel like bullying. Young Master Baichuan has been in the limelight recently. Someone probably doesn't like him and wants to suppress him. Sigh, this can't be helped. Who asked young Master Baichuan to be an outsider without any background? Those who can enter Wind Cloud Academy are basically people with backgrounds. Young Master Baichuan is at a disadvantage in this aspect. The tallest tree in the forest will be blown away by the wind. Young Master Baichuan can only blame himself for being too outstanding recently. It's normal for people to be unhappy with him. Isn't young Master Di Li young Master Di Rong's elder brother? I heard that young Master Di Rong and young Master Baichuan are like fire and water. Without young Master Baichuan, the number 1 on the Wind Cloud Rankings Earth ranking should be young Master Di Rong. Yeah, I've also heard of these rumors. It's possible that young Master Di Li will stand up for young Master Di Rong. No need to care so much. Let's observe the situation first. The news quickly spread in Wind Cloud City. After all, it involved 2 talented Wind Cloud Academy students. One of them was young Master Baichuan, who had been in the limelight recently. Hence, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. Very quickly, many onlookers gathered here, and there were many discussions in private. Rumble! Suddenly, the entire sky darkened. The world fell into complete darkness without a trace of light. The light was instantly devoured by the darkness. It was incomparably dark, as if it was instantly thrown back into chaos. What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly turn completely dark? I can't see anything in this terrifying darkness. Chapter 2186. Darkness. A patch of darkness. The darkness of the entire world. There wasn't a single ray of light left. It wasn't that the light didn't exist. It was just that the light had been devoured by the darkness. It wasn't just the light of the world that was being devoured. It was as though the entire world was being devoured. Many people were shocked, not knowing what was going on. The scene in front of them was too terrifying. Many people were shocked. Only those who were stronger understood that this was a destructive technique. All of a sudden, a scorching and dazzling light abruptly appeared. Like a singularity, it was born from the endless darkness. That blinding light was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. The darkness devoured the entire world. It was as though the entire world was being pushed back into chaos. Many people were shocked. This light pulled the entire world out of chaos. It illuminated the entire world. It was like a holy light. However, this light was exceptionally blinding. It was so bright that it seemed as though it could pierce through the entire world. It was terrifyingly hot. This heat was as though there was a sun right in front of you. Endless energy was being poured into your body, wanting to burn you alive, burn you to death. Darkness, eerie, frightening, radiance, frightening. When these powers were stacked together, it was extremely frightening. What kind of technique was this? What a powerful technique! What a frightening technique! Even Qin Shao was shocked. He could feel the destructive power of this technique. This should be an extremely destructive secret skill. In terms of destructive power, it was probably even stronger than the few secret skills that he had cultivated. This secret technique gave people the feeling of extreme sharpness and extreme killing. If you dared to go against this sharpness, it would depend on whether you had the strength to do so. Di Li's brows furrowed. He knew of Baichuan Fu Su's strength. However, he was confident that he could handle Baichuan Fu Su. However, he had underestimated Baichuan Fu Su. He hadn't expected Baichuan Fu Su to have hidden his strength. This destructive secret skill was something that he had never revealed before. In other words, he had hidden his strength. To be able to take the throne of the Earth rankings number 1, it was unbelievable. He was indeed a demon-like genius. This sharpness made Di Li feel a sense of danger. He didn't dare to be careless anymore. He had to treat this seriously. Previously, he had thought that he could easily deal with Baichuan Fu Su. He could teach him a lesson and win back some face for the Di family. However, it seemed like the situation wasn't as simple as he had thought. A blazing sun suddenly rose up, followed by a crescent moon hanging high in the sky. In the darkness, the sun and the moon resonating with each other. Baichuan Fu Su. Baichuan Fu Su's body's divine light. Of the world of the gods of the world of the world of the worlds a supreme aura and a supreme might descended at the same time. It was as if they could destroy the world. Many people couldn't help but tremble under the brilliance of the sun and moon. Even though this had nothing to do with them, it was still quite frightening. With one foot stepping on the sun and the other on the moon, the sun and the moon returned to their hearts, revealing their divine might. Baichuan Fusu was like a god as he looked at Dili and shouted, "Senior brother Dili, do you really want to fight me?" Ever since my heart-reflecting sun and moon secret technique reached perfection, I have never used it in battle. If Senior brother Dili insists on fighting with me today, I'll be able to test the power of my secret technique. However, I believe that Senior brother Dili should know the kind of person I, Baichuan Fusu, am. It's fine if I don't fight, but once I do, I will not easily lower my head. I either won't fight or I won't admit defeat. If I'm not strong enough, I'll admit defeat even if I die in the hands of Senior brother Dili today. Although Baichuan Fusu's words were very calm, Dili didn't dare to underestimate him. He knew Baichuan Fusu's personality and knew that he was a man of his words. If he had full confidence in suppressing Baichuan Fusu in today's battle, then he would have accepted the challenge. However, Baichuan Fusu had shocked him. To be honest, he didn't have any confidence in himself anymore. He wasn't sure if he could suppress Baichuan Fusu even if he went all out. Moreover, based on the current situation, even if he could suppress Baichuan Fusu, it wouldn't be very likely for him to win. Therefore, if he really wanted to continue this battle, it wouldn't end well for him. In such a situation, Dili had no choice but to ponder and consider carefully. To fight or not to fight? The outcome of the battle would be very difficult to predict, but he was sure that it wouldn't end well. He would have to pay a certain price. There might even be a terrible outcome. Even if it was a good outcome, it wouldn't end well for him. If he didn't fight, he would be the one who started today's situation. If he stopped now, wouldn't it be too ugly? Between the two, he had to weigh the pros and cons and see what was the best way to resolve this matter. Choices were often difficult. Dili stared fixedly at Baichuan Fusu. Baichuan Fusu's sun and moon aura were vast and mighty, not allowing any heat. If Baichuan Fusu attacked, it would be a terrifying scene. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Dili gritted his teeth with an ugly expression. This wasn't a big deal to begin with. I don't think there's a need for it to come to this. You said that you would compensate me with 5,000 Chaos Source Stones. Since we are both students of Wind Cloud Academy, I won't take the 5,000 Chaos Source Stones. Let's end this matter here. Dili's words were nice. He didn't want the 5,000 Chaos Source Stones. However, he knew very well that since Baichuan Fusu had already attacked, it was impossible for him to ask for the 5,000 Chaos Source Stones as a way out. Therefore, he might as well say that he didn't want it and find a way out for himself. At least it wouldn't be too embarrassing. However, the situation was already very ugly. After Dili finished speaking, he waved his hand and left with Di Rong and Fu Rini. This rotten idea had been suggested by the two of them. They had also witnessed Baichuan Fusu's strength, so how could they dare to say anything? They could only lower their heads and leave with Dili. After Dili and the other two left, Baichuan Fusu also kept the heart of the sun and moon secret technique. Light returned to the world, and everything returned to its original state. Everyone also returned to reality. Many of them felt as if they had survived a disaster. Baichuan Fusu returned to the pavilion with Baichuan Fusu. Everything had calmed down as if nothing had happened. To be able to retreat without a fight was naturally the best outcome. It was also because of this that Baichuan Fusu used his strongest secret technique and revealed his trump card to scare Dili away. Otherwise, if a fight really broke out, there would definitely be a misfire, and it would not end easily. Such an ending was the best thing that could have happened. Baichuan Fu Su's shocking performance had naturally shocked the spectators, and the news spread like wildfire through Wind Cloud City. Young Master Baichuan actually forced young Master Li to retreat. This is really unbelievable. Yeah, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to believe it. Although young Master Baichuan is number 1 on the Wind Cloud leaderboard, young Master Li is close to the Heaven leaderboard. In terms of cultivation level, he is 1 level higher than young Master Baichuan. Who would have thought that? He retreated immediately. Retreating after a fight can only mean that young Master Li doesn't have full confidence in winning. Or maybe he doesn't want to fight too hard, so he retreated? It doesn't mean that young Master Li can't defeat young Master Baichuan. No matter what, young Master Li is a 3rd-rank martial artist. He's a 3rd-step Empyrean, and he's also ranked on the Heaven leaderboard. His strength is naturally unquestionable. No matter what the reason is, young Master Li has retreated. This is an indisputable fact. Let's not talk about this first. Let's just say that it's young Master Baichuan. TSK, I didn't expect him to hide his strength. He is really too strong. Hiding his strength and still being able to obtain the throne of the Earth Board's number 1. This is too unbelievable. Yeah, this young Master Baichuan is really a peerless monster. I'm afraid that in the future, his name will really shake the entire Wind Cloud Academy, or even the entire 9 states of Huaxia. Yeah, I also feel that young Master Baichuan's talent and potential is enough to be ranked at the top of the 9 states of Huaxia. What he lacks now is the time and opportunity to grow. Haha, I really want to suck up to him. It's a pity that I don't know young Master Baichuan. Baichuan Fusu's fame rose once again. His name spread throughout Wind Cloud City, and he became the hot topic of discussion. This had indeed raised Baichuan Fusu's fame by a lot. His brilliance was destined to shine throughout the entire Wind Cloud City. Seeing brother Baichuan Fusu's brilliance, Qin Shao was especially happy. Brother Fusu, looks like you have been lucky all these years. Haha, congratulations. I hope that all of us can grow and become stronger. This way, we can unite together and form a force that belongs to us. We will not be bullied by others. Whether or not we can establish a foothold in the sanctuary is related to whether or not the people from the primordial universe can enter the sanctuary. This is our responsibility, and also our sacred mission. Qin Shao smiled and said. He was very happy. Although Baichuan Fusu and young Master, you were not people from the primordial universe, Qin Shao had already treated them as people from the primordial universe. Baichuan Fusu smiled and said, yeah, this is what we should do. This is the sacred mission that we should shoulder. We should all work towards this direction. Although Baichuan Fusu had not lived in the primordial universe for a long time, his feelings towards the primordial universe did not need to be said. His hometown had already entered the chaos tribulation and no longer existed. Therefore, he also treated the primordial universe as his home. Young Master Yu grinned and said, don't just congratulate my brother. You should congratulate me too. Congratulate you? Qin Shao looked at young Master Yu with interest. From his words, it seemed like he was hiding something. Young Master Yu curled his lips and said, of course. My brother hid his strength. Do you think I didn't? Chapter 2187. Humph, look at what kind of rotten idea you guys came up with. Great, not only did you not get back at me, you've even embarrassed me. When have I ever lost so much face and suffered such a huge loss? Li glared at Di Rong and Fu Rini angrily. He was so angry that he wanted to hit them. Embarrassing, this was really embarrassing. Li had never felt so aggrieved before. He had come knocking on their door to denounce them. He had wanted to teach Baichuan Fu Su a lesson, but he had not expected that he would retreat without a fight. This was a little too dramatic, a slap to his face. Humiliation, this was a great humiliation. Swallowing down such a grievance, he felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. His anger could not be vented, and it was stuck in his heart. Di Rong and Fu Ren's faces were also extremely ugly. They were also very depressed and aggrieved. This matter was all within their calculations. It should have been a sure thing, and they should have been able to vent their anger. But who would have thought that Baichuan Fu Su would be so strong, to be able to cultivate an extremely dangerous secret skill to such an extent? And that secret skill was clearly not from the Wind Cloud Academy. Looks like Baichuan Fu Su had some heaven-defying immortal fate. All of this was out of their expectations. They had not expected Baichuan Fu Su to be strong enough to fight with Di Li. So, there was really no other way. If Di Li did not retreat, then the final outcome would not be beneficial to them. Retreating without a fight was the best solution out of all solutions. Big brother, this is not our fault. Who would have thought that Baichuan Fu Su would have hidden his true strength, to be so terrifyingly strong, Di Rong said with an aggrieved face. Di Li glared at him angrily. Who else could he blame if not them? He had no way of venting his anger. Seeing how angry Di Li was, Di Rong did not dare to say anything more. Fu Ren did not dare to say anything either. After all, he was the one who had suggested this idea. It was already good enough that Di Li did not scold him. How would he dare to take the blame? Big brother, I have another plan, you see. Di Rong gritted his teeth and said. However, before he could finish his words, Di Li scolded, "Shut up. You still want to come up with bad ideas? Haven't you lost enough face? With Baichuan Fu Su's strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to take advantage of him. So, in the future, just give up and don't think about finding trouble with them. Otherwise, if something like this happens again, I won't care about you anymore." Zhai Rong said, "Big brother, don't be in such a hurry. Listen to what I have to say first. It won't be too late to decide after that. This time, I'm sure it'll work. Because this time, we don't have to do anything. So what if he, Baichuan Fu Su, was strong? He was only a second-step Empyrean, and his strength was at most comparable to a third-step Empyrean. Step into the Empyrean realm. In the immortal domain, this kind of strength doesn't count for much. There are plenty of ways to kill him. This time, if we're going to play, we'll play harder." Towards the end, Di Rong's expression was vicious, and his eyes were glowing with green light. It was clear that his hatred for Baichuan Fu Su had reached a very deep level. Hearing Di Rong's solemn words, Di Li relaxed. "Then tell me, what's the method of killing with a borrowed knife?" Di Rong said with a vicious expression. "Big brother, it's like this. Every time after the ranking, isn't there a mission to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? We can't do anything to them, but we can do something about this mission. The elder in charge of the mission has a very deep relationship with our ancestor. As long as you say something, it'll definitely work. Create a more dangerous mission. Heh, aren't we afraid we won't be able to do anything to them?" After listening to Di Rong's plan, Di Li thought about it seriously. After a while, he said, "This method of yours, I think it'll work. However, Baichuan Fu Su is the first on the Earth ranking after all. He's been heavily nurtured by our Wind Cloud Academy, and many elders admire him. Even the Wind Cloud Academy's dean has praised him. Therefore, even if we get the elders to arrange this mission, it might not work. We can't arrange it too overboard. Otherwise, if something really happens to Baichuan Fu Su and the others, the higher-ups will investigate this matter. If it's a normal dangerous place, it might not be able to do anything to them. Thus, this plan of yours might not necessarily work." Di Rong said, "Big brother, there's a way that might work. If it's just to get the elders to give him a mission, we can't do it too overboard. Otherwise, if the higher-ups investigate, it'll be difficult. After all, he's the first on the Earth ranking, we have to be careful. But on the surface, the mission doesn't have to be so dangerous. As long as there's someone to lead them and take the initiative to find danger, it'll be fine. HM? Dealey frowned, looking at D. Rong in confusion, as if he had thought of something. His gaze became even more profound. D. Rong continued, usually there are 5 people in a team for missions. Baichuan Fu Su and Mr. Yu are 2 people, so we can add 3 more people. Add me and Fu Rini, and I'll find another person to form a team. Then, give us a mission to the Wujian Demon Realm. 5 teams. If there are different opinions, it'll naturally be the minority. Therefore, the decision will be with me. I'll bring them into an extremely dangerous place in the Wujian Demon Realm. After bringing them in, I don't believe they'll come out alive. I've been to the Wujian Demon Realm a few times, and I'm more familiar with the place. It's extremely dangerous. Even if a 4th step Heavenly Venerable enters, there's no chance of survival. Therefore, I can trap them to death in the Wujian Demon Realm. This way, there won't be any problems with the mission. Even if they really die in the Wujian Demon Realm, the higher-ups won't be able to find out anything and won't say anything. After listening, Dealey nodded his head. He said, this method of yours is quite feasible. Although it's a little risky, the possibility of success is indeed higher. This way, it'll be easier to operate. Alright, since we can't take this lying down, let's strike while the iron is hot. While we're still angry, let's arrange this matter. Leave this matter to me. You guys go and make preparations first. Make more preparations. Since you've already done it, do your best to ensure that the plan is completed smoothly. Hearing his big brother's agreement, Di Rong immediately sneered and nodded his head. Fu Rini naturally supported this plan. Qin Shao and the others had been drinking and chatting in Fu Linglong's small courtyard. It was as if they had endless things to say. Qin Shao, what are your plans for the future? Baichuan Fu Su asked. Plans? Qin Shao smiled and said, my original plan was to keep moving forward. First, I'll go to the White Mist territory, then the Xia territory. After that, I'll decide based on the situation. I'm like a rootless duckweed now. I'll wander the world wherever I go. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm going to wander the world and cultivate. As long as I can cultivate, nothing else matters. Wandering the world is also a form of cultivation. If there's a chance, I'll stop. If not, I'll continue. Moreover, I still have to find news of my master and big brother in the Heavenly Court. For the time being, I'll stay in Wind Cloud City for a while. There's no rush. Wherever I go, I'll cultivate. Baichuan Fu Su nodded and said, your mentality is quite good. That's fine too. However, this kind of cultivation may be more difficult. Haha, but I believe it's all the same to you, Qin Shao. The same? Qin Shao smiled. Thinking back carefully, he did feel that there was not much difference. His growth and improvement had little to do with the Fuda Immortal Palace. He had basically been adventuring outside, experiencing dangers, and then slowly growing up. So now, how should he put it? Qin Zhao's desire to join a force was indeed not that strong. If he joined a faction like the Fu Su Immortal Palace, there would be no need. Although the Wind Cloud Academy was more than 100 or 1,000 times stronger than the Fu Su Immortal Palace, Qin Shao did not think too much about it. Maybe it was because he had just left the Fu Su Immortal Palace, so he did not want to think about it. It's a pity that the Wind Cloud Academy is not recruiting new students for the time being. Unless it's recommended by a senior elder or specially recruited by the dean. We don't have the right to recommend. Otherwise, if you could enter the Wind Cloud Academy, that would be great. That would be great. The 3 of us can cultivate together and explore the world together. Baichuan Fu Su shook his head. Qin Shao smiled and said, haha, that's right. There's nothing we can do about it. Let's not think too much about it. It doesn't matter. I don't have a strong pursuit in this area now. Baichuan Fu Su and Mr. Yu suddenly frowned at the same time. Seeing their reaction, Qin Shao asked, "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Baichuan Fu Su nodded and said, There's something. The elders summoned us back to the Wind Cloud Academy. I don't know why. But Qin Shao, you don't have to worry. It's definitely not because of Deely and the rest. We don't have any direct conflict with them. Besides, it's a private matter. It won't reach the elders' level. I believe that Deely and the rest are very clear about this. It must be because of something else. If I'm guessing, they should be assigning us a mission. Assigning a mission? Qin Shao looked at Baichuan Fu Su, puzzled. Without waiting for Baichuan Fu Su to explain, Fu Linglong smiled and explained, Haha, that's right. Assigning a mission is a tradition of the Wind Cloud Academy. Every time after the Wind Cloud ranking battle ends, they will assign those who made it onto the Wind Cloud ranking battle to carry out a mission to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. The Wind Cloud Academy is founded on righteousness and holiness. They take it as their responsibility to protect the world and slay demons and eliminate all darkness. That's why the students of the Wind Cloud Academy are often assigned missions to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. There are also those who volunteer to participate in such missions. Those who made it onto the Wind Cloud ranking battle will be forcefully assigned. Once assigned, they must carry it out without any excuses. It must be completed. It's a very important mission. But, logically speaking, it shouldn't be so urgent. Didn't the Wind Cloud ranking battle just end not long ago? To assign a mission so soon, isn't it a little too urgent? Baichuan Fu Su shook his head and said, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Let's go take a look and we'll know what's going on. I think it's more likely that they're assigning a mission. Qin Shao, you stay here first. We'll go back to the Wind Cloud Academy first. Chapter 2188. After sending off Baichuan and Fu Su, Qin Zhao's eyebrows twitched. There was something fishy about this matter. Fu Linglong seemed to have seen through Qin Zhao's thoughts and said, Brother Qin Shao, do you also feel that there is something fishy about this matter? Qin Shao nodded and said, Although I don't know much about the rules of Wind Cloud Academy, I heard you say that Wind Cloud Academy usually doesn't arrange people to carry out missions to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens immediately after the ranking battle. Therefore, Brother Fu Su and the rest were suddenly called over, and it happened not long after Deely left. Therefore, it is inevitable that people would link these two matters together. Brother Linglong, you are from Wind Cloud City, so you should have a good understanding of Wind Cloud City and Wind Cloud Academy. Based on your opinion, do you think Deely has the ability to do anything in this area? Fu Linglong thought for a while before saying, Brother Qin Shao, how should I put this matter? It is a little fishy, but it doesn't necessarily mean that there is a problem. Think about it, Brother Baichuan is first on the Earth ranking, and Brother Yu is 10th on the Earth ranking. One is first on the Earth ranking, and the other is 10th on the Earth ranking. They are the students that Wind Cloud Academy is focusing on nurturing. Especially Brother Baichuan. He is someone who has received the Dean's personal praise. Such a peerless genius, generally speaking, no one would dare to have any devious thoughts. If they dare to do anything, once something really happens, Wind Cloud Academy will definitely investigate to the end. The D-clan's power is indeed great, but I don't think that there would be any elders who would take such a huge risk just to help Brother Deely, right? At most, the mission would be a little more difficult and dangerous, but it wouldn't be too dangerous or too excessive. On the surface, no one would dare to do anything too excessive. After all, this is not an ordinary student. If it was an ordinary student, it would still be possible. Therefore, I feel that this matter shouldn't be a big problem. As for the specific situation, we can only wait for Brother Baichuan and the rest to come back to know. Hearing Fu Linglong's analysis, Qin Shao felt much more at ease. If that was the case, then there shouldn't be much of a problem. Come to think of it, Big Brother Fu Su was the number 1 on the Wind Cloud Academy's Earth ranking. He was a peerless demon-like talent. In the Wind Cloud Academy, he was someone who was heavily groomed. Even if others wanted to deal with such a genius, they wouldn't dare to do it openly, nor would they dare to go overboard. Hopefully, there wouldn't be any problems this time. After waiting for a while, Baichuan, Fu Su, and young Master Yu finally returned. Qin Shao and Fu Linglong were also anxious to know the details of the situation. Young Master Yu smacked his lips and said with a somewhat unhappy look, "We should have been tricked by Deely. Our superiors actually sent us to the unrestrained devil domain to kill 3,000 human devils and 100 great devils. I'm not willing to go to that damned place called the Unbroken Creeks Devil Region. Yet, they still killed so many devils. That's really ruthless of them." Baichuan Fu Su shook his head and said, "Second brother, don't complain, the mission is still considered good. After all, it's a team of 5. Capable people do more work. It's worth it to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Go to the Unbroken Creeks Devil Region?" Fu Linglong couldn't help but frown. That was a place that made people tremble in fear. It was an extremely terrifying place. Hearing about the Unbroken Creeks Devil Region, people couldn't help but feel a little worried. However, as far as the mission was concerned, it was still considered good. It was a little ruthless, but it wasn't the kind that made people feel like they couldn't complete it. The Unbroken Creeks Devil Region was the gathering place of the Devil Clan. It had always been the territory of the Devil Clan, and there were countless devils living in it. The division of the realms of devils was the same as that of immortals. It was just that the word immortal was changed to devil. Human devils were equivalent to second step heavenly venerables. Great devils were equivalent to third step heavenly venerables. Baichuan Fu Su and young Master Yu were both experts in the top 10 of the Earth role. With their strength, killing an ordinary third step heavenly venerables wasn't a difficult task. Second step heavenly venerables were very easy for them to kill. If it's just like that, then it's still fine. You guys are in the limelight, so it's expected that the mission given to you guys would be a little more difficult. After all, you guys don't have any status or background. So in the Wind Cloud Academy, there is indeed a considerable portion of people who have the intention to exclude you guys. Oh right, Brother Baichuan, you guys are a 5-man team. Who are the other 3? Fu Linglong asked. Baichuan Fu Su said, "It's Di Rong, Fu Rini and Qi Li. Qi Li from the Qi clan? This person seems to have always followed Di Rong's lead. In other words, Di Rong's side has 3 people, while you and young Master Yu have 2 people. Such a combination?" Fu Linglong frowned. Baichuan Fu Su nodded. Young Master Yu gritted his teeth and said unhappily, "Isn't that so? I hate all 3 of them. Forming a team with them to carry out the mission of enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens, I'm super unhappy. Just looking at them makes me annoyed, and I still have to form a long-term team with them. Just thinking about it makes me unhappy." What's annoying is that Big Brother and I can't reject this mission, nor can we change the name list. We can only form a team with Di Rong and them. It's too annoying. I don't know what that elder is thinking. He's so pedantic. Second brother, shut up. You can't be so disrespectful to the elder. Baichuan Fu Su shouted with a stern expression. Young Master Yu curled his lips and didn't say anything else. Fu Linglong's frown deepened. His face was filled with curiosity as he said, "Brother Baichuan, you're number 1 on the Earth leaderboard, and young Master Yu is number 10. Logically speaking, with the 2 of you together, there should be a few more people at the bottom of the Earth leaderboard. It should be a team with people from the Earth leaderboard." "How can that be? Arranging the number 2 on the Earth leaderboard, Di Rong, with you guys? Wind Cloud Academy has never had such a combination before, right? If it's such a combination, then this mission isn't too difficult. It's just a normal mission of enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Speaking of which, it doesn't seem like there's any problem. But why do I feel that the situation here isn't normal? Since you guys don't like to team up with D-Rong, they shouldn't like to team up with you guys either. From what I know, the elder who arranged this mission has a life-and-death relationship with the D clan's old ancestor. This arrangement is too strange. I'm afraid that it's not that simple. There might be some hidden conspiracy. After hearing Fu Linglong's words, young Master Yu expressed his agreement. Yes. Linglong, you're right. I think so too. I just feel that D-Rong is definitely hiding some evil intentions. He definitely wants to deal with us. Otherwise, why would he team up with us for no reason? Furthermore, he arranged for us to carry out the mission of enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens so quickly. It's already a little unusual. Furthermore, they have more people than us. When the time comes, I'm afraid that the command of the team will fall into D-Rong's hands. If that's the case, then wouldn't us brothers have to listen to his commands? Just thinking about it makes me unhappy. Fu Linglong nodded. This was indeed a problem. Although D-Rong had joined them, he still felt that something was not right. Baichuan Fu Su waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Let's not think about this anymore. After all, it's something that hasn't happened yet. There's no way to reject it. We can only take one step at a time and act according to the circumstances. No matter what, with D-Rong with us, we don't have to be afraid of what tricks they can play. If they really have very good tricks up their sleeves, they wouldn't have let D-Rong follow us. With D-Rong around, I think they'll at most play some small tricks. There's nothing to be afraid of." That's true, but we still have to be careful. It's better to be safe than sorry. This matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed. D-Rong must have made some preparations. Therefore, we have to be more careful of D-Rong along the way. Don't separate from them so easily. If we stay together, it'll be difficult for him to use any tricks he has, Qin Shao suddenly said. His experience and intuition told him that there must be a meticulous plan behind this incident. However, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks would be pale and powerless. Therefore, Qin Shao also intended to participate in this matter. "Brother Fu Su, I just came to Wind Cloud City, and you're going to carry out a mission. I'm not familiar with this place, and I don't have anywhere to go, so please take me with you. With me accompanying you, you don't have to be afraid of D-Rong playing any tricks. The more people there are, the more power there is," Qin Shao said. "This doesn't seem like a good idea?" Baichuan Fu Su frowned slightly and added, "It seems like we can't bring outsiders along. And I think D-Rong will not agree to it. After all, this is a mission assigned by Wind Cloud Academy. It's also considered a secret of Wind Cloud Academy. It's definitely not convenient to bring outsiders along. Yes, under normal circumstances, we can't bring outsiders." Fu Linglong nodded and immediately said, "But it's not like there's no room for manipulation. For example, we can say that they're your followers. We can bring them along. Of course, there aren't any written rules. It's also possible to bring them along. If we need to obtain D-Rong's approval, then I think if Qin Shao wants to follow, D-Rong will definitely agree. After all, he doesn't like Brother Qin Shao very much. Brother Baichuan, you're all students of Wind Cloud Academy. He won't dare to go overboard. But if it's Qin Shao, as long as he has the chance, he will definitely kill Qin Shao. So, if Brother Qin Shao really wants to follow, it's also possible. But if it's me, they won't agree." Hearing Fu Linglong's words, Qin Shao directly said, "That's fine. Then it's settled. Brother Fu Su, I'll follow you." Baichuan Fu Su knew Qin Zhao's intentions and was still hesitating. In fact, he felt that he could settle this matter himself and didn't need to trouble Qin Shao. but he didn't want to disappoint his brother's good intentions. Furthermore, he knew Qin Zhao's personality. Once he decided on something, he wouldn't change it easily. If he were to force him to change it, it would hurt his feelings. Furthermore, Qin Zhao had just arrived at Wind Cloud City and was indeed unfamiliar with the place. Even if he asked Fu Linglong to take care of him, Qin Zhao and Fu Linglong weren't that close after all. "Big brother, let Qin Zhao follow us. We brothers finally met after more than 20 million years. If we have to say goodbye right after meeting, how unpleasant would that be? If Qin Zhao follows us, we can have someone to talk to along the way." "That's pretty good too. Young master, you also said." Baichuan Fu Su nodded and said, "All right, then it's decided." Chapter 2189. Outside the gates of Wind Cloud City, on top of a mountain, 3 figures stood there. They were dressed luxuriously and had an imposing aura. "Young Master Rong, isn't it a little too risky for us to do this? If there's any accident then," Qi Li said worriedly. Di Rong glared at him and said unhappily, "You can't trap the wolf without risking the child. If you want to play hard, then what's the big deal with taking a little risk? As long as we can kill or cripple them, it's worth it even if we have to pay a little price. What's there to be afraid of? I know what I'm doing and I've already made preparations. As long as we enter the endless devil domain, there's no need to worry about not being able to kill them. Later on, the 2 of you must act according to my signal and listen to my orders. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you at the crucial moment. Understand?" Qi Li and Fu Rini nodded their heads. They knew that Di Rong had a life-saving trump card that could save their lives at a critical moment. Since this matter was already in the water, then they might as well go all the way. There was no other choice. "They're here," Fu Rini suddenly said. The sinister iciness in Di Rong's eyes disappeared. His gaze swept towards a certain direction, only to see 3 figures flying over. Very quickly, they landed on the mountain peak. Di Rong glanced at Qin Zhao and sneered. "Ji Baichuan, Fu Su, why are you afraid of carrying out a mission to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? You even have to bring a bodyguard with you? If you're afraid, it's fine. We can protect you. Is there a need to find another helper? Moreover, it's a 3rd step heavenly sovereign. Isn't it inappropriate?" "Haha, young Master Rong, since Ji Baichuan and Fu Su are afraid, then forgive them a little. It's just a mission anyway. As long as we can complete the mission, the rest isn't that important. Then what can we do? We're all students of Wind Cloud Academy. We can't do such a thing, right?" Fu Rini also went along and joked. Di Rong chuckled and said, "That's true. We're all from the same academy. Forget it. But it's still better than losing your life, right? What if something really happens to them in the voidless demon domain? Wouldn't that be our fault?" Facing Zhai Rong and the others' mockery, young master Yu wanted to retaliate, but he was stopped by Baichuan Fu Su. He naturally knew the intentions of Di Rong and the others. He didn't need to pay much attention to these words and let them say whatever they wanted. As long as she could make Qin Zhao follow her, it would be fine. She didn't mind showing off for a while. Qin Zhao remained indifferent and ignored the sarcastic words of Zhai Rong and the others. Only cowards would use unpleasant words to humiliate others. This was the most despicable method. This is the real fairness. After all, strength is the hard currency in this world. No. Zhai Rong shook his head, curled his lips and chuckled. "Young Master Yu, what you said is wrong. We're all from the same sect. If we use our fists to settle things, wouldn't it hurt the harmony? If this were to spread out, wouldn't we be laughed at? Furthermore, if we fight first, not only will it hurt the harmony, it will also hurt our strength. Not only that, it won't be good for our unity. When we go to carry out the mission, it won't be good. Also, the tradition of our Wind Cloud Academy is that the minority obeys the majority. So, you want to break the tradition of our Wind Cloud Academy? Do you want to start a fight and make us a laughingstock? Zhai Rong directly brought out the tradition of the academy to suppress Baichuan Fu Su and young Master Yu. Fighting for leadership was something that had never been heard of in the Wind Cloud Academy. Of course, although most of the time it was decided by selection and the minority obeys the majority, when it came to selection, most of the time they would choose the strongest and the one with the most prestige. On this point, Baichuan Fu Su was naturally unwilling to give up. But this time, the situation was different. Zhai Rong and the rest took up 3 spots. If they were to choose, they would definitely not choose Baichuan Fu Su. Humph, there's no need to be so dignified. Who doesn't know what you're planning in your hearts? Anyway, I'm not convinced by this method of selection. Young Master Yu said unhappily. Zhai Rong laughed. The minority obeys the majority. You can't be unconvinced. Unless you want to start a fight. Or rather, unless you want to spoil everyone's plans. You don't want us to be unable to complete the mission, or even want us to die in the endless demon domain. If you, young Master Yu, have such thoughts, then I advise you to think about it carefully. If something really happens to us in the endless demon domain, then the higher-ups will definitely investigate. If it's because you don't cooperate with the command and don't work together with us, then you will have to bear the consequences. F***ck off. Young Master Yu cursed in a very unhappy manner. The muscles on Zhai Rong's face twitched violently, but he did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Baichuan Fu Su and asked, Baichuan Fu Su, what do you say? Fine. Baichuan Fu Su replied coldly. Big brother. Young Master Yu was a little anxious. He wanted to say something, but Baichuan Fu Su made a hand gesture to stop him. Actually, everyone had already thought of this situation and knew that it would end up like this. But with young Master Yu's personality, he still wanted to resist. Haha, that's more like it. Then it's settled. Zhai Rong laughed, feeling very happy. This time they had finally regained some of their dignity. Zhai Rong looked at Qin Shao and the others with the attitude of a victor. This could be considered a small victory. Although it was a small victory, but it was a good start. After laughing, Zhai Rong's expression suddenly became serious. He said with a straight face, since everyone has chosen me as the leader of this team, then there are some things that I have to nag a little. It's also to remind everyone again. This is for the sake of everyone's safety. We went out in good condition, so we should come back in good condition. We enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, slay demons, and wipe away the darkness of the world. We do righteous things and shine with the light of holiness. We can sacrifice for the righteousness of the world, but we can't sacrifice for no reason. We can't sacrifice for no reason. Although this mission is a little difficult, but to us it's not much. It's just a test, but I believe that we have the strength and ability to complete this mission smoothly. Of course, the precondition for all of this is that the 5 of us can unite tightly and form a powerful force. As long as we can do that, then we'll be an unbreakable force. When we enter the endless devil domain, I hope that everyone can listen to my orders. When there's a disagreement, we can discuss it together. But it's best if you don't have any emotions after giving the order. Don't ruin everyone's plans. If anyone does that, then don't blame me for being impolite. While speaking, Zhai Rong glanced at young Master Yu. It was as if he was intentionally saying it for young Master Yu to hear. Young Master Yu fiercely glared at Zhai Rong and muttered. Baichuan Fu Su's face darkened slightly as he replied, We understand. We know our limits. After all, this is not a matter of one person. It's a matter of all of us. Every one of us has a responsibility. When Zhai Rong reached his hand, a mid-grade flying equipment flew out from his palm and stopped in midair. Come, let's go up. Zhai Rong waved his hand. Then, as if he remembered something, His gaze fell on Qin Shao. A sly smile appeared on his face as he said, "Oh right, I almost forgot about you. You don't belong to our team. But since you've followed us, then everything must be done according to what I said just now. If you don't do it well, then I'll kick you out at any time. Do you understand?" "Okay, I understand," Qin Shao casually replied. Chapter 2190. To Baichuan Fu Su and the rest, this was a setback. However, there was nothing they could do about it. Although they were unhappy with being suppressed, the mission was more important. They had to look at the bigger picture. The Void Stream Demon region was located at the border of the southeastern region of the Hu territory. However, it was still within the territory of the Hu territory. The journey from the Wind Cloud City was still quite far. Although the group had rushed all the way, it still took them close to 300 years to finally get close to the Voidstream Demon region. Just as they were about to enter the Voidstream Demon region, Fu Rini suddenly pointed to a direction and said, "Young Master Rong, look over there. The demonic chi over there is soaring to the sky. It seems very hot." Following the direction Fu Rini pointed, everyone looked over. Indeed, there was a group of buildings far below. They were all strange buildings, unlike the imposing and grand buildings of ordinary cities. These buildings were mostly caves and stone houses. It seemed rather monotonous. However, from the group of buildings there was a soaring demonic chi. Two powerful chi intertwined together. It was obvious that many demonic chi had gathered there. The Voidstream Demon region was originally a place where the demon clan gathered. There should be very few demon clans here. However, why were there so many demon clans gathered here? "What is that place?" "Young Master," you frowned. Baichuan Fu Su shook his head. It was the first time he and Young Master you came to the Voidstream Demon region. They knew very little about the situation here. Although he had done some homework and checked some intelligence before, there was not much information about these aspects in the intelligence. Dirong said, "That is Free City." "That's strange. Free City usually doesn't have many people. This time, why is there so much demonic chi gathered here?" "What exactly happened in Free City?" "That is Free City?" Baichuan Fu Su asked. Dirong nodded and said, "Yes, that is Free City. It is the only city around the Voidstream Demon region." Of course, although Free City is called Pool City, in terms of scale, it doesn't look like a city at all. It is far from being comparable to our human clan cities. Free City is small to begin with, and it doesn't have city walls or gate. It's just a cluster of buildings. It's more like a tribal land. But everyone calls this place Freedom City. It symbolizes freedom. Everything here is free. Freedom? Everything is free? Qin Shao didn't know much about this. How could there be a completely free city at the edge of the seamless demon domain? Moreover, this place was filled with demonic chi. How could there be freedom? Baichuan Fu Su explained, "Qin Shao, it's like this. It's said that the city lord of Free City is an extremely dangerous ancient saint, a life form of another race. His purpose in establishing Freedom City was to create a free city, a city that would not be controlled by anyone or any power. Everything here is free. It's a place that can accommodate all races. It doesn't matter if you're from the human clan, demon clan, underworld clan, extraterrestrial clan, or any other race, you can come here." Moreover, the Free City was not only able to accept life forms of any race, but it also forbade private fights, discrimination, and bullying of other races. The control was also very strict. Because the city lord was too powerful, no one dared to oppose or break the rules of Free City. Gradually, this rule was loved by all races, and it gradually became the rule of Free City. It's an unchanging rule that has been passed down. Even now, Free City still follows this rule. This is the city lord's purpose. Purpose and philosophy. There's actually such a city. It's really amazing. It's a bit unbelievable. However, this is indeed a very remarkable thing. After listening to the story, Qin Shao couldn't help but admire the ancestors who built the free city. To be able to build a free city like this with such a philosophy was really too amazing. And that breadth of mind was indeed incomparable to ordinary people. Some of the capable people of the previous generations were indeed selfless and helped the world. Haha, Baichuan Fu Su, you're talking about the former free city, Di Rong suddenly said. Baichuan Fu Su looked at Di Rong and frowned. He asked in confusion, the former free city? What do you mean? Di Rong smirked and said, what you know about Free City is from your information. That information is already outdated and hasn't been updated. Therefore, you don't know about the latest situation. The former Free City was indeed like that. It could truly be called a free city. All rivers flow into the sea, allowing all races in the world to coexist peacefully in the free city, living in harmony and harmony. There was no fighting, no killing, and no invaders. Everything was so free and peaceful. It was enviable. But ever since the city lord left, Free City's situation wasn't so optimistic. Although there were people who stepped forward to take over as the city lord of Free City, they couldn't control Free City and couldn't manage it well. So, in the end, those who ran away, and those who died. The city lord of Free City became a dangerous occupation. In this era, the number of city lords that have changed hands is probably no less than 100. On average, there will be a city lord every 10 million years. Although Free City still accommodates all races and still has some ideals, it's obviously not as good as before. Needless to say, it's also not as good as before. Maybe there won't be any invaders for the time being, but the interior of the city definitely won't be as harmonious as before. The fact that the demons are gathering here probably means that something big is about to happen. Who knows, the position of City Lord might change again. It's no wonder. Without an ancient saint to hold the fort, how could a small free city withstand such a torment? After hearing Di Rong say so much, Baichuan Fu Su felt relieved. It seemed that his information was indeed outdated. There were actually so many stories in a small free city. Young Master Rong, how do we go now? Do we go around Free City and enter Seamless Demon Zone directly, or do we go to Free City to take a look? Haha, speaking of which, I've long heard of Free City's reputation. I've always been looking forward to it, but I've never had the chance to visit Free City. It's said that there are probably no less than 10,000 different races living in Free City. It's a place of wonder, Chili said. Di Rong said, if we don't visit Free City after coming to Seamless Demon Zone, it'll be a wasted trip. This saying has been passed down for a long time. Since we're here, there's naturally no reason for us not to take a look around Free City. And speaking of which, we've coincidentally bumped into Free City. Something might be happening there, so we have to join in the fun. Who knows, something fun might really happen. Demons are gathering. Who knows, we might be able to pick up a lot of heads here. We can play and do missions at the same time. This is the best of both worlds. I can't think of any reason to reject it. Baichuan Fu Su, what do you guys think? Baichuan Fu Su smiled faintly. Di Rong, you're the commander. Even if I say no, you guys have to agree, right? Since you guys agree, I won't say anything. Since it's useless, I might as well be a little more carefree. This way, I can at least comfort myself. Ha ha ha, am I that kind of unreasonable leader? Di Rong smiled, but he felt very comfortable inside. To be able to overpower Baichuan Fu Su, this feeling was especially satisfying. Baichuan Fu Su actually didn't mind. It was just that everyone had a mission to complete and shouldn't waste time and energy on other things. But then, there was no harm in making a trip to Free City. Besides, the gathering of demons might really mean that something big was about to happen. He had a strong sense of righteousness in his heart. Demons were the natural enemies of the human race. They were classified as evil, the embodiment of evil. Therefore, if they saw demons, it was best to kill them. Therefore, in his heart, Baichuan Fu Su was willing to make a trip to Free City to check out the situation there. Moreover, Free City was indeed a great spectacle, for Hu Ling entering the boundless demon region without entering Free City was equivalent to a wasted trip. Baichuan Fu Su had indeed heard of such words before. Since everyone agrees, let's make a trip to Free City. Di Rong gave the order and led everyone towards Free City. Free City was a place that could accommodate all races. The human race was no exception. However, many of the humans who entered the Free City were actually evil people. Many of them entered the Free City because they had nowhere else to go. On the way, Di Rong said to everyone solemnly, "When we enter Free City later, we definitely can't enter like this. Otherwise, if we are recognized as students of Wind Cloud Academy, I'm afraid it will attract unnecessary trouble. After all, our Wind Cloud Academy is an immortal academy filled with righteousness. We are the embodiment of righteousness, the existence of light. Our Wind Cloud Academy has always slain demons, defended the righteousness of the world, exterminated evil, and erased the darkness of the world as our responsibility. Therefore, the students of Wind Cloud Academy are definitely not welcomed by all races, especially the demons and demons. Let's change our appearance and enter. Also, don't mention anything about being students of Wind Cloud Academy. Just enter like ordinary cultivators. Although Free City isn't big, there may be crouching tigers and hidden dragons inside. Therefore, we can't be too careless. It's better to be careful. Otherwise, if we cause trouble, it won't be a good thing." Everyone nodded. Di Rong's words were very important and worth paying attention to. Soon, a group of people walked out of the flying device and approached Free City. What a dense demonic aura! Just how many demons are gathered in Free City? Qin Xiao wrinkled his nose. He felt that the entire Free City was shrouded in demonic aura. It was incomparably dense. Just from the aura, it gave people a very bad feeling. They couldn't help but raise their guard. Chapter 2191. Qin Zhao's group quickly entered Freedom City. The atmosphere in Freedom City was indeed different. After all, Freedom City was a city where all kinds of living beings gathered. With so many different kinds of living beings, all kinds of atmospheres were mixed together, making it appear very complicated and different. Moreover, Freedom City was currently filled with demonic aura, so it appeared even more strange. The entire Freedom City was caged by demonic aura, so it appeared especially eerie and sinister. As soon as Qin Zhao's group stepped into Freedom City, they saw a group of demons clustered in a corner. All of them looked ferocious, tall, and mighty, and had a powerful baleful aura that was very frightening. Their eyes were scarlet like the eyes of a devil. In terms of appearance, demons were indeed very ferocious and ugly. Of course, this was according to the aesthetic standards of the human race. They were boorish and gave people the feeling that they were ferocious. Even if they did not do anything, they would still make people feel a little scared. There were about 100 demons gathered in that corner, but most of them were first-step heavenly venerables. There were only 5 human demons. This force wasn't very strong. They were clustered in that corner, and it was unknown what they were talking about. Seeing Qin Zhao's group walk over, those demons looked over with strange and ferocious gazes, as if they were wild beasts that had seen their prey. These gazes were filled with baleful aura, sinister aura, and even a bit of murderous aura. Just looking at them would make one shudder. Human race, I think you'd better leave. Don't enter Freedom City. A human demon suddenly spoke in a very rude tone, as if he was chasing them away. However, those demons did not move. They did not come forward to stop Qin Zhao's group. This was Freedom City. Everything was free. This was the foundation of Freedom City. It had been passed down for countless months, including the traditions, city rules, and spirit. It could even be said that this was where the faith of Freedom City lay. If these were lost, Freedom City would no longer be Freedom City. Even though the city lord of Freedom City changed frequently, the faith of Freedom City had never changed. Moreover, there were many life forms that had lived in Free City for a long time. They had long regarded Free City as their home. Therefore, no one dared to easily break this tradition and rule. Otherwise, they would definitely be opposed by everyone. This is the Free City. Why can't we enter? What, are you going to stop us from entering the city? Whose orders are you following? Di-Rong frowned slightly and retorted rudely. The human devil snorted angrily, glared at Di-Rong and said, I'm just giving you a piece of advice. If you're not afraid of death, just go in. I don't care about the life and death of you humans. Then shut up, Di-Rong replied. Then, he gestured to everyone and passed through those people, entering Freedom City. Big Brother, that human devil said that if we're not afraid of death, we can enter Free City. It seems like there's a big situation in Free City. Young Master, you said to Baichuan Fu Su. Qin Xiao and Baichuan Fu Su were also considering this question, so there was definitely something going on. Baichuan Fu Su said, We'll just have to be careful. However, there shouldn't be a chaotic situation in Free City. After all, Free City has its own rules, traditions, and belief. Wantonly breaking the rules and traditions will definitely be attacked by the people of Free City. Free City has never lacked ancient sages. Even a fourth-step Empyrean wouldn't dare to act recklessly in Free City. Just now, those demons only gave us a reminder and didn't do anything to us. Moreover, from the looks of it, they seem to be very nervous. They should have been sent by someone to guard there. Let's not care about this for now. Let's go in and take a look. After walking into Freedom City, everyone quickly discovered another problem. Free City was unusually quiet and desolate. In the streets and alleys, there wasn't any life to be seen. Moreover, from time to time, a small group of demons would gather and guard a place. Moreover, the way they looked at Qin Xiao and the others was extremely unfriendly. However, they didn't attack Qin Xiao and the others. In fact, there were a few times when they reminded them to leave Free City quickly and not to stay here for too long. This situation was too strange. Strange. Why can't I see any life from other races? After walking for so long, all we see are demons and demons. There's no life from other races. Isn't Free City a little too quiet? Di-Rong frowned deeply. This wasn't his first time in Free City. He had never seen such a situation before, so it was very strange. The atmosphere was very strange, so it made people feel uneasy. Could it be that the demons are fighting in Free City? Qili suddenly said. Di-Rong shook his head and said, That's not very likely. If they want to fight, they don't have to fight in Free City. If they want to fight, they can fight outside. Moreover, the boundless demon region is right next to us. That's where the demons gather. No matter how strong the demons are, they wouldn't dare to fight with the demons here, right? The situation here isn't clear for the time being. We have to find a foreign race first before we can ask some questions. I see that many shops are closed. It seems like they're hiding from something. However, along the way we didn't smell any blood. We didn't see any corpses or destroyed buildings. Therefore, there shouldn't be any fighting in Free City. Based on the situation, it shouldn't be too bad. Let's find other life forms first. I know a very big restaurant over there. It's usually quite lively. Let's go there and take a look. The group followed Di-Rong and soon arrived at a restaurant called Freedom House. The scale of this restaurant was very large, and the construction was also very grand and imposing. It could be seen that the strength of this restaurant in Freedom City was quite good. Freedom House was derived from the meaning of freedom. However, the strange thing was that this restaurant was also closed. The door was tightly shut, and it lacked the prosperity of the past. What's going on? Why is even Freedom House closed? The Freedom House is very powerful. It's the largest restaurant in Freedom City. No. There seems to be a sound inside. There's someone inside. Let's go and take a look. Dirong frowned and walked over. He knocked on the door, but there was no response. Young Master Rong, let's just barge in. Fu Rini clenched his teeth and didn't open the door. Barge in? This was a very offensive behavior. Who knows, it might even cause trouble for him. Dirong thought for a moment, then said, "We're here to drink. Please open the door for us. We're not demons or monsters. We're just humans who came from Free City to make a living. If you don't open the door, we'll directly enter. Let's go in." After saying that, Dirong said to everyone, "This is called using peaceful means before resorting to force. The owner of this restaurant is a capable person. He's an experienced fourth step, heavenly venerable. That's why we shouldn't rashly barge in. However, it's unreasonable for a restaurant to not receive guests. We're not demons or monsters. Why can't we enter?" Soon, a man's voice was heard from inside. However, the voice sounded like it was crying. "Sirs, our restaurant won't be open for business these days. I hope you can go to another restaurant. Please don't make things difficult for me. Cut the crap. There's clearly a lot of noise inside. How is it not open for business? Just say it. Are you going to let us in or not? Do you think we're evil people? Or are you afraid that we can't afford the drinks?" Dirong didn't have any intention of backing down. The man behind the door hesitated for a while, then clenched his teeth and said awkwardly, "All right, sirs. If you insist on coming in, that's fine. But, forget it. Sirs, please come in first." After saying that, he opened the door. Qin Zhao's group of 6 walked into the restaurant. As soon as they entered, the waiter quickly closed the door. In fact, this door couldn't stop anyone. After entering the restaurant, Qin Zhao found that although there were many guests in the restaurant, there was obviously no lively atmosphere. It wasn't like an ordinary restaurant. It was filled with endless laughter and discussions, and the atmosphere was extremely dense. It was full of a festive atmosphere. However, it was very quiet here. Everyone sat there quietly. Occasionally, they would drink some wine. Most of the time, they just sat there in silence. Very few people spoke. Even when they spoke, they lowered their voices and didn't speak loudly. Qin Zhao glanced around and found that most of the guests were from different races. However, the waiter was a human, a first-step celestial master. The other guests were from different races. There were beastmen with the head of a beast and the body of a human. There were stone lifeforms, water lifeforms, dwarves, metal lifeforms, three-eyed lifeforms, winged lifeforms. It was Qin Zhao's first time seeing many of them. Their appearances were indeed very strange. They were very different from humans. With a single glance, Qin Zhao saw over 100 different kinds of living beings. There were very few human beings, only a few of them. Free City was indeed a place where the different races gathered. It was also Qin Zhao's first time seeing so many different races at the same time. It was also the first time for Baichuan, Fu Su, and the others. Perhaps only Dirong had seen this before. It was the first time for the others. After Dirong glanced around the restaurant, he found an empty seat and sat down. He didn't ask for a private room and just sat in the main hall of the restaurant. Seeing Qin Zhao's group of 6, many non-human beings looked at them with strange gazes. There were vigilant gazes and unfriendly gazes. Young Master Yu's gaze swept to a corner. There was a table there and there was only one person sitting at the table. His appearance was a little strange. It was a one-eyed man. One of his eyes was covered with a black eye patch. It looked a little strange. Judging from his aura, he was a third-step celestial master. His strength seemed to be extraordinary. Logically speaking, it should be easy for a third-step celestial master to recover an eye. However, he didn't do so and left a one-eyed man's image there. The country's face was like a kitchen knife. His face was filled with a ferocious aura. His eyes were like wolves and tigers. They were deep like a 1,000-year-old venomous snake. They flickered with a strange cold light. This person was obviously not a kind person. He was a ruthless character. Chapter 2192. Baichuan Fusu nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's right. That person should be the heinous one-eyed dragon. I didn't expect his original body to be hiding in Free City all this time. After his clone was killed, his original body should be hiding in Free City all this time. Looking at him, he seems to be living a carefree life in Free City. As expected of Free City, it can accommodate all foreign races and evil people. Therefore, Free City has a bit of a feeling of a city of evil. There are many evildoers hiding in Free City. It's said that Free City wasn't like this in the past. With freedom and light as their religion, they didn't allow evil to exist. Ever since the first Free City Lord left, the Free City has slowly changed. It has gradually become a little chaotic." Young Master Yu bared his teeth, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "It's really one-eyed dragon. It's really that devil whose hands are stained with blood. I didn't expect to meet him in Free City today. Damn it, I'll kill him first. I can't tolerate such evil people living in this world." After saying that, young Master Yu really planned to get up and kill. Jai Rong glared at young Master Yu and shouted, "What are you trying to do? Hurry up and sit down. Don't cause any trouble here. Otherwise, we'll be the ones in trouble. Do you think we're outside? This is Free City, a city that forbids fighting and killing. If we make a move here, we'll be in trouble." Young Master Yu was naturally unhappy with Jai Rong's words and didn't want to bother. "What T rules? I don't care about these. One-eyed dragon is such an evil person. It's fine if I didn't see him. But since I saw him, I can't let him go. Since our Wind Cloud Academy is known for its awe-inspiring righteousness, then we should also possess awe-inspiring righteousness. You must abhor evil, and you must not condone evil people. Our mission this time is to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Even if we enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, we should also take care of evil people when we encounter injustice. Otherwise, isn't enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens just a slogan? Isn't it just a high-sounding phrase? What's the point of enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens? Enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens just to put on a show? That is not the true meaning of enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. To be a righteous person, to do righteous things, to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, is a person's heart, not a mission. I've never been able to tolerate such things. Since I've seen it, I naturally won't let it go." Di Rong snorted disdainfully and glared at young Master Yu, then said snappily, "Are you trying to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? Do you want to be a hero? If you want to be a hero, no one will stop you. But this time, we're on a mission. Let's make it clear in advance that you'll follow my orders. So, before you get my permission, you're not allowed to do anything. If you cause any trouble, you'll have to take full responsibility. Young Master Yu, if you want to be a hero, you can come from U City. I can tell you that there are at least 800 heinous people hiding in Free City, if not 1,000. If you want to kill every single one of them you see, you can always come back to be a hero in the future. Of course, if you die in Liberty City, you asked for it. If you want to die, that's your problem. But now, you're not allowed to do anything. You want to die, but we don't want to die. Don't implicate us." Young Master Yu still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Baichuan Fusu. Qin Shao was also a person who hated evil. But Qin Shao was not as radical as young Master Yu in doing things. If he met an evil person, Qin Shao would do it if he could. If it wasn't convenient for him to do it, then Qin Shao would compromise. Some things, after seeing too much, one's heart would be more open. There were too many injustices in the world, and there were too many evil people to count. Was it possible to kill all the evil people in the world? Moreover, if there were no evil people, what would the world be like? Some things, when one thought about it, felt very profound and difficult to understand clearly. Young Master Yu's thinking was much simpler. Forget it, second brother. Let's talk about it in the future. There's no rush now. Let's prioritize the mission first. Baichuan Fusu shook his head. Although young Master Yu was unwilling, he still listened to his big brother's words. Di Rong ordered some drinks before casually tossing 10 Chaos Source rocks to the waiter. Then, he gave the waiter a look. The waiter was naturally a smart person. He understood Di Rong's meaning. After hesitating for a while, he couldn't resist the temptation and carefully kept the 10 Chaos Source stones. Then, he respectfully said to Di Rong, "Sir, what orders do you have for this little one?" Di Rong said, "It's nothing big. I just want to ask about the current situation in your free city. We just came from U City and don't really understand what happened in Free City. So, we want to know more. After all, we plan to stay in Free City for a while. The atmosphere in Free City made us feel uneasy. We keep feeling that something big has happened. You should know better, right?" The waiter hesitated and didn't dare to say anything. Cui Rong looked at the waiter with a smile that didn't look like a smile. He narrowed his eyes and said with deep meaning, "What's wrong? Too little money?" The waiter was also a smart person. He immediately shook his head and said, "No, no. Sir, you misunderstood. It's just that this matter is quite complicated. Everyone is as quiet as cicadas in winter and doesn't dare to say anything. So, this little one also doesn't dare to say anything." "Don't dare to say anything." Di Rong frowned and said, "What do you mean? If you don't dare to say anything, can you at least tell me the general situation? Since when did freedom become so restricted in Freedom City? Even the freedom to speak is restricted? Is it still Free City? We came here because of Free City's reputation. Do you want us to see a Free City that's different from the rumors?" The waiter hesitated for a while before he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He said, "It's like this, sirs. Recently, Free City hasn't been peaceful. There have been a few sensational and strange things happening. So now the entire Free City is in a state of panic. You should have seen it. Free City is abnormally quiet now. There's not a single person in the streets and alleys. The shops are basically closed and the aura of the monster race and demon race is very dense. A large number of monster race and demon race have gathered in Free City." Di Rong nodded and said, "Why do you say that? Could this matter be related to the monster race and demon race? The monster race and demon race want to fight for the power of the City Lord of Free City? I heard that the City Lord of Free City mysteriously went missing. Later on, the Free City army confirmed that the City Lord was dead. So now, Free City doesn't have a City Lord, right?" "No, no, no." The waiter waved his hand and said, "Sirs, you don't know. The situation is not like that. The former City Lord is indeed dead. The position of City Lord has been vacant for 10,000 years, and there have always been people vying for the position. Logically speaking, the competition for the position of the new City Lord should have been held long ago, and a new City Lord should have been chosen. However, due to the many strange things that have happened recently, the competition for the position of the new City Lord has not been held. It has been pushed back again and again. Now that so many people from the monster race and demon race have gathered in Free City, the competition for the position of the new City Lord will probably be between the two races. I'm afraid no one from the other races will dare to fight for it. However, the reason why the two races have gathered is not because of the competition for the position of the new City Lord, but because of that strange incident." However, at this point, the waiter did not continue. This piqued everyone's curiosity. What strange incident could be so serious? How could it delay the competition for the position of the new city lord? What could make the monster race and demon race gather such a large number of people in Free City? What could be so terrifying? Even Qin Shao, who was not very curious, became curious. This incident sounded very strange. Although Free City was not big, the combined power of the entire city was very strong. It was indeed very strange to cause such a commotion in Free City and cause it to fall into such a quiet atmosphere. What exactly was going on? Strange, it was really very strange. However, the waiter refused to continue. Di Rong glared at him and said, "Continue?" The waiter looked at Di Rong awkwardly and said, "Sir, I really don't dare to say anything else. Otherwise, I will be killed. That's the gist of the situation. Sir, please don't make things difficult for me. Although I'm lowly, I still want to live for a few more years." Di Rong glared at the waiter and said angrily, "What are you afraid of? Who will know if you speak here? I'm just saying what you know. If you know, why are you afraid of telling us? If someone really wants to kill you, they will still kill you even if they know the situation. Do you think you can escape? Aren't you still alive and well? Why are you afraid of telling us? You think the money is too little? Alright, I'll give you another 20 Chaos Source Rocks." With that, Di Rong threw another 20 Chaos Source Rocks on the table. As the saying went, money made the world go round. The waiter was very hesitant when he was tempted by the 20 Chaos Source Rocks. He stretched out his hand twice but didn't dare extend it too far. However, the temptation of the Chaos Source Rocks eventually won over his rationality. The waiter put away the 20 Chaos Source Rock. Then, he lowered his voice and said carefully, "Sir, I can tell you about it. However, you must not spread this information. Also, please don't say that I told you. Otherwise, I'm really afraid." "Don't worry, we won't say that you told us." Di Rong clicked his tongue. The waiter continued, "Sir, it's like this. About 8,000 years ago, a strange force came to our Free City. The reason why I say this power is strange is because this power has never shown itself. No one has ever seen this strange power before, so no one knows where it came from. Those who have seen it are all dead. They are like ghosts. They clearly exist in free cities, but no one can find them. What's even stranger is that this force has been killing people ever since it arrived. Furthermore, the people it killed were all third or fourth step heavenly venerate. The strangest thing is that they only killed people from the demon race and the demon race. They didn't kill anyone from the other races. Powerhouses from the demon race and the demon race died one after another. Over the past 8,000 years, many of them died. There was no power or method that could stop this strange force from killing people. Later on, the demon race and the demon race were enraged. Hence, they sent a large number of fiendish demons to free cities and put the entire city under martial law. Chapter 2193. Only targeting the powerhouses of the demon race and the demon race? That's strange. How much hatred does this strange force have towards the demon race and the demon race? To deal with the demon race and the demon race in such a manner. Furthermore, to be able to do so, they must be very powerful. I'm afraid. With such a powerful force hiding in Free City, it's indeed a little chilling. However, it's fortunate that they only target the demon race and the other races. It's no wonder that the demon race and the demon race are gathered in Free City. When we entered the city, we also saw many demon race and the demon race. They all looked very vigilant. Only then did Di Rong feel a little relieved. Some situations had been resolved very well. For such a situation to occur, it was indeed strange. Of course they have to be vigilant. That strange force might strike at any time. Therefore, the entire Free City is now filled with people from the demon race. They are in charge of guarding the entire free city to prevent the people from the strange force from striking. The waiter nodded. Qin Shao and the others finally understood why those people from the demon race had looked at them that way when they had entered and advised them to leave Free City. Those people from the demon race had probably suspected that they were the people from the strange force. Perhaps it was fortunate that their cultivation level was relatively low, so they did not do anything to them. If a fourth step heavenly venerate had entered, they would probably have received special treatment. Qin Shao curled her lips and suddenly said, "This strange power has a moral bottom line. It only attacks the fiendish demons and doesn't implicate the lives of other races." In terms of feeling, Qin Shao felt that this strange power had a sense of justice. It was not a villain who liked to kill and kill the innocent. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, the waiter immediately made a shushing gesture and looked very frightened. "Sir, you can't say such things carelessly. All right, the dishes have been prepared. Please enjoy your meal. This humble one will take his leave first. If you have any instructions, feel free to call this humble one." After saying that, the waiter hurriedly left as if he was escaping. It was as if he was afraid that he would be killed if he stayed any longer. Right now, the situation in Free City was very chaotic, complicated, and strange. Baichuan Fusu said solemnly, "It seems like there's no point in us staying in Free City any longer. The monster race and demon race are on high alert here, and the other races are hiding in the buildings, not daring to come out. The entire Free City is filled with the smell of gunpowder. Moreover, this strange force is extremely powerful. Many fourth-step heavenly venerables of the monster race and demon race have died at their hands. Therefore, I feel that we shouldn't stay in Free City for too long. It's better for us to leave as soon as possible and enter the boundless devil domain. After all, we came out this time to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Let's complete the mission first. We'll talk about the rest later." Qin Shao agreed with Baichuan Fusu's reminder. Needless to say, young master, you would follow his big brother's footsteps unswervingly, regardless of right or wrong. Qin Shao felt that there was something wrong with the atmosphere in Liberty City. Something important was about to happen. Therefore, they shouldn't stay in this place for too long. Moreover, there were many beings from the monster race and demon race gathered here. The monster race and demon race had always been incompatible with the human race, and it felt like they were natural enemies. This was also a hidden danger. Therefore, it was best to leave Free City as soon as possible. Most importantly, they were going to the boundless devil domain to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. That was the most important thing. However, Di Rong disagreed. He chuckled and said, "Why, Baichuan Fusu, are you afraid? What's there to be afraid of? Didn't you hear what second brother said? That strange force only targets the monster race and demon race and doesn't target other races. Therefore, it naturally won't target us. It's very safe for us to stay in Free City. Because the monster race and demon race have to deal with that strange force, they won't do anything to us. Could there be a safer place than Free City? So, why do we have to leave?" Baichuan Fusu was unhappy with Di Rong's words. He said with a dark expression, "Just because it's safe, we don't have to leave Free City? Furthermore, safety is just your imagination. I don't think it's that safe here. Many things happened suddenly. Just because we didn't discover it in the past doesn't mean that it won't happen in the future. Free City is filled with the smell of gunpowder now, and it will only get worse. That strange force has stopped for a few hundred years, and the monster race and demon race have also been guarding Free City for a few hundred years. After these few waves die down, it's very likely that a huge storm will brew. There's no need for us to get involved in this storm, so I think it's better for us to leave Free City as soon as possible. It's not a matter of whether we're afraid or not, but we have a mission to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, so there's no need for us to waste our time here." Once we enter the boundless devil domain, there will be dangers waiting for us to face. It won't be easy either. Therefore, there's no need for us to risk our lives here. No. Di Rong shook his head and said, Baichuan Fusu, I completely disagree with your point of view. Completely disagree? The two of them seemed to be at loggerheads with each other as they argued fiercely. I said that we're not in a hurry to leave because I'm thinking about our mission. Think about it, what's the most abundant thing in Free City now? Isn't it the monster race and demon race? So, let's think about it from another perspective. Doesn't this mean that if we can grasp this opportunity, we don't even need to enter the boundless demon's domain and can directly complete the mission of enforcing justice in the Free City? I think there must be more than 3,000 human demons in Free City now, right? There must also be more than 100 great demons, right? The number of demon race in Free City is already enough, so why should we give up what's near and seek what's far away? Can't we just wait for an opportunity to strike in Free City? Moreover, we don't have to go through so much trouble. Wouldn't it be better if we can settle it in one go? Therefore, we naturally can't leave Free City in such a hurry. Haha, that's right. Young Master Rong is right, this is the best opportunity. Didn't you say that we can complete our mission in Free City? Why do we still need to enter the boundless devil domain? Do you all really want to enter the boundless devil domain so badly? Fu Renyi and Qi Li chimed in and supported Di Rong. Baichuan Fu Su's face darkened as he pondered over some issues. Although he didn't agree with Di Rong's plan to stay in Free City, he couldn't find any words to refute Di Rong's words. Indeed, if they had the ability to do so, they would definitely be able to complete the mission in Freedom City. The number of demon race members gathered in Free City was far more than what they needed to complete their mission. However, Baichuan Fu Su still wasn't willing to stay in Free City. He felt that it was too risky to stay in Free City, and who knew if something unexpected would happen. However, Di Rong and the rest had agreed to stay in Free City, which made Baichuan Fu Su feel very helpless. He didn't have the authority to lead the team, so his words wouldn't have any effect. Therefore, no matter how unwilling he was, it could only be temporary. Although Qin Shao agreed with Baichuan Fu Su's suggestion, he didn't have the authority to speak, so he could only keep quiet. Brother Fu Su, young Master Yu, the three of us should be careful later. If anything happens, we should stick together and not separate. This way we can better protect ourselves. Now, let's just hope that nothing big happens. Otherwise, we'll be harmed by Di Rong. Qin Shao transmitted his voice to Baichuan Fu Su and young Master Yu. Young Master Yu gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Big brother, let's rebel. Why do we have to listen to Di Rong? I've had enough. Why is the authority to lead in Di Rong's hands? Why is it that nothing we say has any effect? What is this? It's too sullen. The two of us still have to be led by them and ordered to do things. If they don't want to leave Free City, then let them stay in Free City. At the very most, we can complete this mission ourselves. We don't need them. At the very most, we can share the results with them. We'll be more generous." After a moment of silence, Baichuan Fu Su said, "Second brother, don't be rash. You can't be reckless. What I'm thinking now is that I don't know what Di Rong is up to. He's definitely up to no good. He must be hiding some dirty tricks to deal with us. So, if Di Rong insists on staying in Free City, could it be that he has some tricks up his sleeve? That's right, big brother. Di Rong is definitely up to no good. He must have some tricks up his sleeve to deal with us. So, big brother, all the more we can't be manipulated by him. We should resist and leave Free City. If they don't leave, then we'll leave and complete the mission ourselves. It's better than being schemed against by them, right?" "Young master," you said. Baichuan Fu Su thought for a moment and shook his head to deny young Master Yu's words. "You can't say that. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. Even if we insist on leaving Free City, D-Rong will still have some tricks up his sleeve. Some things can't be avoided. Besides, why should we hide? If D-Rong really wants to play tricks on us, then it'll give us a reason to deal with them and teach them a lesson. Wouldn't that be better? So, if D-Rong wants to play, then we'll stay and play with them. What's there to be afraid of? Young Master Yu was stunned. He thought for a moment, but he still felt uneasy. Qin Shao, what do you think about this? Baichuan Fu Su asked Qin Shao. Qin Shao was also thinking about this question. Just now, I also suggested leaving Free City. But after hearing what Big Brother Fu Su said, it does make some sense. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. So, there's nothing to hide. If D-Rong really wants to play tricks, then the best thing to do is to play with them. As long as they dare to play, then we'll teach them a lesson. An eye for an eye, or even pay them back double. That's the best thing to do, right? Hiding from their schemes, that's the real grievance. We've already expected them to play some tricks, so there's nothing to be surprised about. Since D-Rong wants to stay in Free City, then it's very likely that he's set up some tricks here and is waiting to deal with us. If that's really the case, then there's no need for us to leave. Young Master Yu pursed his lips. He didn't understand such profound logic. Chapter 2194. After staying in this restaurant for a few years, the people in the restaurant started to get restless again and discussions could be heard. The topic of this discussion was a recent piece of news. It was said that the monster race and demon race were preparing to join forces to massacre the entire Free City. They wanted to completely change the Free City and kill all the foreign races in the city. Finally, the monster race and demon race would take over. Then, they would fight for the control of the Free City. Once this news was out, the entire city was in an uproar. Recently, the gathering of the monster race and demon race had put the entire Free City under martial law, causing everyone to panic. There were already many discussions about what the monster race and demon race were planning to do. Now that such news was out, everyone in the Free City was naturally alarmed and in an uproar. Moreover, the reliability of this news was very high, which made people even more worried. After all, the monster race and demon race did not find out anything for the past few hundred years. Therefore, the monster race and demon race might decide to massacre the entire city in a fit of anger. They would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one person off. If they massacred the entire city, no matter where the mysterious force was hiding, it would be found out. Moreover, there were large numbers of living beings from the monster race and demon race entering the Free City recently, which further confirmed this rumor. Therefore, the discussions about this matter became even more intense. Young Master Rong, do the monster race and demon race really dare to be so ruthless? Fu Reni asked. D-Rong frowned deeply and shook his head. I don't know. Maybe they dare to be so ruthless. The aura of the monster race and demon race in the Free City is indeed getting denser, which means that the number of monster race and demon race is increasing greatly. Recently, there were also rumors of powerful figures from the monster race and demon race being killed silently. This might have angered the monster race and demon race even more. However, the monster race and demon race are indeed too bold to think of massacring the entire city. The foundation of the Free City is still there. There are more than 10,000 living beings in the Free City. Moreover, there are at least 3,000 living beings from different races that have existed since the establishment of the Free City. After countless months of development, I reckon they all have some foundation. Just the combined strength of these famous clans in the Free City would be a terrifying force, not to mention the others. If the monster race and demon race really want to massacre the city, the other forces will probably unite temporarily to deal with the monster race and demon race. The monster race and demon race will have to pay a huge price to destroy such a huge force. That's why I don't understand why the monster race and demon race would do that. Baichuan Fusu said. Could it be a deliberate move to spread fake news, with the goal of leading others down the wrong path? Why did you ignite the war in Free City? Once such a great battle breaks out, there will definitely be rivers of blood. The monster race and demon race should be very clear that if they want to massacre the city, the price they will have to pay will be extremely heavy and terrifying. So, I don't really believe that they would make such a decision. I have a feeling that there are some human factors involved in this. I'm afraid this is a big conspiracy. Ignite the battle of massacring the city, and then reap the benefits. Once the battle of massacring the city happens, the Free City will probably cease to exist. They are trying to destroy the Free City. Dirong shook his head and said, that might not be the case. The Free City is now in a state of disunity and without a leader. Moreover, the monster race and demon race have always been the main force in the Free City, and they have a considerable share of the power. Now the entire Free City is in a state of panic and cannot be united. Moreover, the monster race and demon race have already cordoned off the entire Free City, and there are people from the monster race and demon race everywhere. If they really want to attack, they can definitely attack separately and spread out. It might not be impossible for them to massacre the city. Fu Rini and Qi Li nodded in agreement with Di Rong. Qin Shao was also thinking about this. He had a feeling that this was not a simple matter, and that there was a huge conspiracy brewing. Even if the monster race and demon race really wanted to massacre the city, such news should not have spread. Moreover, after so many days, the monster race and demon race did not do anything. If they really wanted to massacre the city, they should have done it secretly. Otherwise, once the news spread, the powers in the Free City would be united, and the difficulty of massacring the city would increase exponentially. Such an unwise move did not seem like something the monster race and demon race would do. Therefore, Qin Shao felt that someone was deliberately spreading the rumors secretly and that there was a terrifying conspiracy brewing behind the scenes. Using the entire Free City to set up a trap, one had to admit that it was quite ruthless. Since someone was plotting and brewing, no matter how it developed, something big would definitely happen. There was no doubt about that. Therefore, if they continued to stay in the Free City, they would definitely be embroiled in the flames of war. Of course, from another perspective, if a war really broke out, it would be a great opportunity for them to complete their mission, but the risk was not small. Of course, even if they entered the boundless demon realm, they would have to bear the same risk. Qin Shao wasn't worried about this. She was just wondering if Dirong was playing some kind of trick. Did he set up some kind of trap here? Isn't there still the Freedom Army in the Free City? If the Free City is in danger of being destroyed, the Freedom Army would definitely protect the Free City with their lives. Even if the others are scattered, the Freedom Army would still be able to gather together to form a powerful force. Moreover, the 3,000 ancient clans behind the Freedom Army would definitely support the Freedom Army fully. If this force were to gather together, it would be more than half of the power of the Free City. It won't be easy for the monster race and demon race to destroy this force. Baichuan Fu Su thought for a while and asked another question. Dirong said, "The Freedom Army is very powerful and will definitely protect the Free City with their lives. That is their most sacred mission. However, if the monster race and demon race are determined to massacre the city, they would still be able to gain an advantage. Don't say that the monster race and demon race would not do such a thing. It is entirely possible for them to do so." Possible, indeed, it was possible. The monster race and demon race had always been rather crazy when doing things, especially the demon race. However, what was the point of massacring the city? Was it worth it to pay such a heavy price? Regarding this news, Qin Shao and the other two still held a skeptical attitude. However, they could not come up with anything by discussing this matter, so Baichuan Fu Su did not say anything else. Nothing had happened and they were only spreading the news for the time being. The entire free city was still very peaceful, and there was no movement at all. Qin Shao, what do you think of this matter? Baichuan Fu Su suddenly sent a voice transmission to Qin Shao. Qin Shao replied, Brother Fu Su, I think there must be a huge conspiracy behind this. Someone must be secretly sowing discord and trying to instigate a war between the monster race and the free city. Once this war of massacres erupts, the final outcome won't be good. The monster race and demon race are big races. If it really escalates to that stage, the monster race and demon race will probably send more people to join in. In the end, they will massacre the entire free city regardless of the price they have to pay. Countless lives will also be lost in this war of massacres. The innocent will be killed indiscriminately. In the end, the monster race and demon race will have to pay the price in blood to complete this magnificent feat of massacring the entire city. Is this really a victory for the monster race and demon race? Therefore, it will only benefit the person who set this up. The person who set this up has been targeting the monster race and demon race since the beginning. This shows how much he hates the monster race and demon race. Therefore, I have a bold hypothesis that this news is most likely spread by that person. Their goal is to instigate a war between the monster race and demon race. They want to use the power of the entire free city to deal with the monster race and demon race. They want to kill the lives of the monster race and demon race. If that's really the case, their methods are really ruthless. They want to use the lives of an entire city as their killing sword to fulfill their wish. Such a person is really scary. Baichuan Fusu nodded and agreed. Yes, Qin Shao, I think so too. I'm also worried about this. And I think this is the most likely possibility. Otherwise, it's impossible. When we first entered the free city, we also met many monster race and demon race, but they did not do anything to us. Most importantly, even if there was such a plan, it would not have been leaked out. It must have been carried out secretly. Even if it was leaked out, they would definitely take action immediately and not delay any longer. That would only cause more trouble. The best way to massacre the entire city is to attack them one by one. If the lives of the free city are given time, they might gather together. At that time, if we want to massacre the city again, it will be many times more difficult. No matter how injured the monster race and demon race are, they should not be so stupid. But the problem now is that many people will not think so deeply. In their panic, it's easy for them to believe some things. There are also many people who are fanning the flames and adding fuel to the fire. Therefore, this matter is even more deeply believed by everyone. Under such circumstances, there will be more and more people who will believe it. The more people believe, the more power will gather. Once the power here is gathered, the monster race and demon race will no longer care about it. If there are more, they will definitely make the corresponding preparations and continue down the wrong path. By then, it will be very helpless. The actions of both parties will definitely fall into a vicious cycle. Therefore, this matter will become more and more intense. In the end, it will reach a point where it can't be stopped and there will only be a massacre. So you see, everyone is discussing it very intensely now. This is the direction of the power of public opinion. It's very scary. Qin Shao nodded. That was indeed the case. There were some things that weren't true, but the more they were talked about, the more they became true. Fake things would become true under the influence of pressure. What Qin Shao was thinking now was that Di Rong insisted on staying in Freedom City. What kind of wishful thinking was he planning? What role did he play in all of this? As a student of the Wind Cloud Academy, he should be righteous and righteous. He should be chivalrous and uphold justice on behalf of the heavens. Would he be the one who added fuel to the fire? Big Brother Fu Su, no matter what, we have to be fully prepared, Qin Shao said in a serious tone. Chapter 2195. There was a lot of discussion. Free City was in turmoil, hiding a terrifying murderous aura. The entire Free City was in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Everyone's mind was tense, and they were all ready for battle. However, he was more worried than anything else. If a war broke out, the Free City would most likely cease to exist. Although the discussion had spread throughout Free City, the strange thing was that there were no signs of a war breaking out. Although the monster race and demon race were continuously increasing their manpower to strengthen their strength, they did not show any signs of attacking. However, the entire Free City seemed to be engulfed in the flames of war. The forces of the monster race and demon race were deployed around the Free City. They were ready to besiege the Free City. Smoke filled the air, igniting the flames of war in everyone's hearts. Qin Xiao and the other 5 stayed in the restaurant and acted according to the situation. There were many more customers in the restaurant who were discussing this matter. Dirong, are we just going to sit here and do nothing? Baichuan Fu Su did not agree to stay in Free City. Now that there was no action and they had been waiting for a few years, Baichuan Fu Su could not help but feel a little impatient. He could not take it anymore. Dirong pursed his lips and said, "Of course we are going to wait and see. Do you still want to go out and walk around? The situation is unclear now. There is no need for us to do anything. Let's just continue to wait. Let's wait for an opportunity before we act." Young Master Yu suddenly stood up unhappily. Dirong raised his eyebrows and looked at young Master Yu. "What? Do you want to leave and act alone? My butt hurts from sitting here. It's so stuffy. Can't I take a walk in the restaurant? Do you have to be so authoritative? Do you have to care about my daily life?" Dirong's face darkened at young Master Yu's words. He grunted angrily and did not say anything else. Young Master Yu looked at Baichuan Fu Su. He knew that his elder brother would not make a fuss with him. Therefore, he placed his hand on Qin Xiao's shoulder and said, "Qin Xiao, let's walk around. It's too stuffy sitting here." Qin Xiao also felt that it was too stuffy sitting here. Therefore, Qin Xiao agreed to young Master Yu's suggestion. He was not part of the team and did not need to listen to Dirong. The Freeman's restaurant was very large, and it was divided into many floors. Just the lobby alone was connected, just like a palace. After leaving that piece of land, young Master Yu could no longer see Dirong and the others. Young Master Yu pursed his lips and complained with an indignant look, "Bah! What the hell is this? Are you really using a chicken feather as a token of authority? It was only because they had more people that they got the leadership. Well, do you really think you have a lot of prestige? You want to control us for everything. Damn it, if it wasn't for Big Brother not allowing me to do anything, I would have beaten him up. How dare they bully us brothers? I can't take it anymore. Qin Xiao, did you see how smug Zhairong was just now? Can you bear to watch it?" The more upset you are, the happier he is, which proves that his strategy is more successful. So, your upset will only make them happier. It's not worth it. If you don't react, no matter what he does to you, you won't react. Using silence as a sword, you will invisibly stab his heart. If that was the case, he would become unhappy. No matter what he does, if he can't make you unhappy, then do you think Dirong will be depressed? Bored to death? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, young Master Yu scratched his head and thought for a while. Yes, what you said seems to make a lot of sense. Is that really the case? Qin Xiao said, "Of course that's the case. That's why Brother Fu Su hasn't said a word or given any face. Using silence to replace a sharp sword is the best strategy." Young Master Yu nodded thoughtfully. It seemed to make some sense. However, this thing was too profound. He didn't want to delve too deeply into it. It was better for him to do as he pleased. "Oh, by the way, Qin Xiao, what do you think about this matter?" Young Master Yu suddenly asked. Speaking of this matter, Qin Zhao's expression slightly darkened. He thought for a while and said, "How should I say it? I can basically confirm that there is someone behind this matter. There must be a huge conspiracy behind it. And this huge conspiracy is probably enough to destroy the entire free cities. It's enough to kill all the foreign races in the free cities. At that time, there will definitely be a scene of blood flowing like a river and corpses lying everywhere. The methods of the person behind this are also terrifying to the point of making one's hair stand on end. He did not hesitate to sacrifice countless lives and destroy a city that has been passed down for countless years. Such a person's heart is simply ruthless to the extreme. He is definitely an incomparably crazy person who has completely lost his humanity. Just thinking about it is enough to make one shudder. Young Master Yu gritted his teeth and said with righteous indignation, "That's right, Qin Zhao. I have also been thinking about this problem just now. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. How can there be someone who is crazy and devoid of humanity to such an extent that it makes one's hair stand on end? Massacring the free cities, not only did he kill countless lives, he also killed a good inheritance of faith. I really feel that the free cities is a very special and very good city. I sincerely admire the creator of the free cities. He has created a legend that is worthy of praise. To be able to build such a free city and attract the lives of over 10,000 different races to live in the free city is a feat in and of itself. Such an action has narrowed the distance between the different races. It can be said to be a spectacle. But now, the free cities is facing the tragic fate of being destroyed. It really makes one's heart ache. I really want to stop all of this, but my strength is still too weak." Young Master Yu curled his lips with a bitter look. Young Master Yu was a righteous person. The righteous aura around him was very pure, righteous, and righteous. When encountering injustice, he would always want to intervene. When he saw the one-eyed man earlier on, he wanted to act on behalf of the heavens. It was indeed a good thing to be merciful. However, this world was too big after all. If he wanted to act on behalf of the heavens, he would need to have the strength to do so. Young Master Yu was also very worried about the free cities. However, he also knew that he did not have the strength to do anything. Therefore, he was a little pained. Qin Zhao's impression of young Master Yu was that he had a strong personality. He was young and hot-blooded, with some frivolity. When he did things, he was more impulsive and did not care about the consequences. He was a fearless person. Qin Zhao did not realize that young Master Yu had such a righteous side to him. It was really admirable. Want to stop all of this? Qin Zhao shook his head in his heart. It was too difficult. No one knew just how powerful the hidden forces behind this were. However, to be able to kill so many experts of the demon clan, one could see that the strength was indeed very strong. Not only was the strength strong, but the methods used were also very vicious. However, watching the massacre of the city happen with his own eyes did not feel good. Qin Zhao never did things like killing the innocent. He also could not bear to see it. If he was not in the free cities, it would be fine. However, he was in the free cities now. Moreover, Di Rong did not have the intention to leave the free cities for the time being. He wanted to stay and complete the mission in the free cities. This caused him to be trapped in the free cities as well. Since he was in the free cities, thinking about what was about to happen naturally made things difficult for Qin Zhao. It's not easy to be a great hero. We may not have the ability to do so. If we really have the ability, we can give it a try. Qin Zhao shook his head and sighed. Young Master Yu also helplessly let out a long sigh. He shook his head and said, "That's right. Our strength is still too weak. There are many things that we can't change. We can only watch helplessly. No matter how unhappy we are, we can only watch." Although Qin Zhao's strength was strong, with the forces gathered in the free cities, Qin Zhao was definitely far from enough. Therefore, this matter was not easy to deal with. Not to mention this matter, there was still Di Rong eyeing them covetously. No one knew what medicine he was selling in his gourd, and what methods he had in store for them. Perhaps they were also involved in the conspiracy behind the scenes. Of course, this was only a hypothesis. Qin Shao felt that the possibility of this was not high. Di Rong was only a small second step, heavenly venerate. He should not have such great power. Moreover, this matter had started thousands of years ago. It was not recent. Therefore, this was even more impossible. However, what Qin Shao couldn't figure out was why Di Rong insisted on staying in Freedom City. What exactly was his intention? Sigh, the free cities are no longer the free cities of the past. It's changed. Everything has changed. I don't even recognize it anymore. The free cities of the past were the true free cities. Only when the first city lord of the free cities was in office was the true free cities. Humph. Look at what the free cities have become now. It's a mess, and they still have to face the massacre of the demon race and demon race. How sad and lamentable is this? The free cities are such a good home. It's a home that can gather the lives of thousands of races. However, this home is about to be destroyed. Ha ha ha. Those evil people will definitely die a horrible death. They are going to destroy the free cities while they are still alive. Destroy. I have lived in the free cities for thousands of universe epochs. I swear to live and die with the free cities. If the free cities are not destroyed, I will not die. If the free cities are destroyed, I don't want to live anymore. I am just a small life form from a foreign race. I am only a second step, heavenly venerate. How can I survive after leaving the free cities? I don't want to kill other life forms, nor do I want to die at the hands of other life forms. I just want a quiet place where I can live peacefully. I have lived in the free cities for thousands of universe epochs. However, it is going to be destroyed now. How sad, how sad. A somewhat deranged voice entered the ears of Qin Shao and Qin Shao. The two of them looked over and saw a very sloppy old man drinking alone in a corner. As he drank, he mumbled to himself. He was a little agitated and seemed a little deranged. His hair was disheveled, his face was dark, and his clothes were tattered. He looked a little like an old beggar. Chapter 2196. Qin Shao didn't know how long the history of Free City was. He only knew that it was very, very long. Perhaps people who had lived in Free City for thousands of epochs might not necessarily be old, but they could be considered to have lived there for a very, very long time. Living in one place for more than 10,000 universe epochs was already deeply rooted in one place. They had already treated this place as their home. Being able to live in one place for thousands of epochs was also an unimaginable thing. Qin Shao felt that it was simply unimaginable for him to live in one place for thousands of epochs. Qin Shao felt that it was simply unimaginable. Therefore, from the words of the shrouded old man, one could tell that he had deep feelings for Free City. He was both heartbroken and helpless at the same time. What kind of complicated feeling was this? Moreover, this was a human. Therefore, Qin Shao felt a bit of reclusion. Old senior, drinking alone is quite melancholic, Qin Shao said. The disheveled old man raised his head and glanced at Qin Shao and young Master Yu. However, he immediately withdrew his gaze and remained unmoved. He continued to drink his wine and completely ignored Qin Shao's words. Seeing that the old man wasn't willing to talk to him, Qin Shao said, "Old senior, how about I treat you to a drink? We brothers are also a bit bored. Can we sit down and have a few drinks together?" The shrouded old man was silent for a while before coldly spitting out two words, "Up to you." Perhaps because they were all humans, the shrouded old man didn't reject them too much. Or perhaps he was really bored drinking alone. Since someone was willing to treat him to a drink, he didn't mind. Or perhaps, after such a thing happened in Free City, His heart had already given up. With a heart that was about to die, nothing mattered anymore. Qin Shao and young Master Yu sat down and took out some wine and handed it to the shrouded old man. The shrouded old man didn't stand on ceremony and accepted it all. After drinking for a while, the old man finally opened his mouth and said, "Both of you just came from U City, right? You dare to come to Freedom City at this time? Are you guys too bold? Or is there some other purpose?" These words seemed to be unintentional, but the eyes of the old man with the canopy became somewhat deep, emitting a strange light. Obviously, the old man was suspicious of Qin Zhao's motives. Or to put it bluntly, he suspected that Qin Shao and the young man were the troublemakers in this matter. Qin Shao smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, do we look like bad guys to you?" "Bad people don't write on their faces," the old man said coldly. "One of us is a second-step Empyrean, while the other is a third-step Empyrean. Do we really have such great ability and means?" "Senior, you really think highly of us," Qin Shao said again. "It's understandable that their underlings are weak," the old man replied. This made Qin Shao speechless. Young Master Yu curled his lips and said, "Hey, old man, we are treating you to a drink, and you are suspecting us like this? It seems like we treated you to this wine for nothing. Give it back, don't drink any more." Young Master Yu was really not polite. After saying that, he really snatched the wine back from the old man with the canopy. He said with some displeasure, "Originally, we sympathized with you. Now, it seems that we would rather throw away this wine than let you drink it. You are too heartless. We are righteous, how can we be evil people?" The old man with the canopy glared at young Master Yu and said, "Young people nowadays are really petty. Can't you be suspicious? We drank half the wine and you still took it away. Do you have any civility? Forget it, forget it. This old man doesn't want to drink your wine. I still have wine here." As he said that, the old man with the canopy poured the wine pot, but awkwardly found that there was no wine left. Freedom City had been in a highly tense and oppressive atmosphere for thousands of years. All the shops were closed, and there was no wine to buy even if one wanted to. Therefore, the old man with the canopy had used up all the wine he had. Now, he was so embarrassed that he did not even have wine to drink. Seeing this, Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. He handed the wine over again and said, "I'm sorry, Senior. My brother was just playing with you. You are a magnanimous person. Please forgive him." The old man with the canopy looked at Qin Shao and nodded with some satisfaction. "This little guy is still sensible. Then I won't be polite. Unlike some people who are petty and don't have any magnanimity at all." After hearing that, young Master Yu wanted to snatch the wine from the old man with the canopy, but the old man with the canopy protected him. These two people were like a pair of little enemies. They were very happy to fight. But how should it be said, this battle actually narrowed the distance between them. The old man with the canopy said that he was suspicious. In fact, he was just saying it. He did not really suspect Qin Shao and young Master Yu. Perhaps he had some doubts at first, but now he believed it. "Senior, I'm more curious about how Freedom City used to be. Can you tell us about it?" Qin Shao suddenly asked. Freedom City used to be. Speaking of this, the old man with the canopy's eyes became incomparably deep. It was as if he had sunk into a distant memory. But that memory was happy, sweet, and deep. It was engraved in his heart for life. After a while, the old man with the canopy slowly spoke. "I came to Freedom City more than 10,000 universe epochs ago. Back then, Freedom City was still under the rule of the first city manager. Therefore, everything was in good order. Freedom City has its own rules, principles, and belief. Freedom City, as usual, is a city of true freedom. Anyone can come to Freedom City and obtain true freedom. All the races can live well here and live together in harmony. They are like a family, and the distance between the races has been shortened. Even if two races that are natural enemies come to Freedom City, they will put aside their hatred and live freely in Freedom City. They will live happily. This is the land of freedom. There is no fighting, no killing, and not much scheming. Everyone is very harmonious like a big family. And everyone follows the rules. They all worship the beliefs of Freedom City. Everyone respects the city manager. Moreover, the city manager doesn't allow evil people to enter Freedom City. Although the Free City is said to be a free city, a place that can accommodate all races in the world, it is said that the Free City is a place that can accommodate all rivers and rivers. But evil people, Freedom City won't accept them. That's why some wanted criminals, some heinous people, and some evil people will be turned away at the door. It's because the management of the city manager is so strict that Freedom City is so harmonious. The old man talked about many things that happened in Free City in the past. Under the administration of the first Free City Lord, Free City was indeed a pure land. It was an otherworldly paradise, a mystical city. It was simply a legend. However, one universe era ago, the first city manager left for unknown reasons. Since then, his whereabouts were unknown. He was completely cut off from the Freedom Army and was determined to be dead. No one knew what happened. No one knew how the city manager died, or if he was really dead. Then, the fight for the new city manager started. And in this universe era, just the city managers of Freedom City had changed over 100 times. Basically, every 10 million eras there would be a new city manager. The last city manager was determined to be dead 10,000 years ago. The 100+ city managers after him, even though most of them imitated the first city manager, they were far from being as good as the first city manager. And among them there were a few incompetent city managers. Therefore, the atmosphere in Freedom City became worse and worse. The rules were slowly eroded and the faith was slowly collapsing. Gradually, some wanted criminals, some heinous people, entered Free City. When these people entered Freedom City, even if they followed the rules of Freedom City, the evil in their bones would definitely pollute Freedom City. Some evil things would be discovered. Slowly, more and more evil things would accumulate. A quantitative change would naturally lead to a qualitative change. Therefore, the atmosphere in Freedom City was gradually corrupted by this. Now, there were many wanted criminals and heinous people hiding in Freedom City. They were all people who had committed heinous crimes and deserved to die. However, there was no one in Freedom City to manage this matter anymore. Therefore, they naturally let it go and let it grow. Gradually, it formed a scale of evil power. Hiding in Freedom City, it naturally became a powerful hidden danger. And now, there was a crisis of a massacre in the city. Those strange things happened one after another. It was all because the Free City lacked a wise and experienced city manager that it ended up in such a situation. This was also why the old man with the canopy was so worried. This was a very painful thing. I watched Freedom City slowly degenerate and decline step by step. Now I might even have to watch Freedom City perish with my own eyes. I hate it. I hate that I can't do anything. I can't change anything. I can't do anything. The current Freedom City no longer has the heart of freedom. Thinking back to the Freedom City in the past, that was called unity and harmony. Everyone was united, trusted each other, had the same belief, and had a very strong cohesive force. Therefore, 100 people would respond to a single call. As long as there was something, everyone could work together. Then, nothing would be wrong. Nothing could be solved. The current Freedom City is so weak that it is going to be massacred by the monster race and demon race. How sad is this? I have lived in Freedom City all my life. I really can't bear to watch the heart of freedom slowly disappear. I can't bear to watch Freedom City get destroyed and disappear from this world. I can't bear to. I really can't bear to. But what can I do? Even if I don't want this old life of mine, it's useless. The old man with the canopy was so helpless, so painful, and so unwilling. But what could he do? He couldn't do anything, so he was drinking here to drown his sorrows and relieve the worries in his heart. What a heart of freedom! After Qin Shao heard the old man's words, he actually had a good impression of Freedom City. It was indeed worthy of being called the heart of freedom. In the past, Freedom City was indeed a sacred land of freedom. However, the current Freedom City was indeed in a foul atmosphere. It had lost its color and it sounded very distressing. Qin Shao, an outsider, also felt very distressed when he heard it. Then can't we unite everyone in Freedom City? Everyone should work together to face the dangers and difficulties together. I believe that as long as everyone in Freedom City works together, there will be no difficulties that can't be solved. Chapter 2197. The old man shook his head and said, "It's easier said than done to gather all the forces. Ever since the first city lord of the Free City left, the cohesion of the Free City has been declining. Although the current Free City is not in a state of disunity, it is not in a good state either. The situation is definitely not optimistic. Now, the monster race and demon race have gathered in the Free City, causing the entire Free City to be in a state of panic. At this critical juncture, everyone flew away separately. Therefore, as you can see, the entire Free City has become extremely quiet. There is no one to be seen in the streets and alleys. That's because everyone has gone back to their own homes and only cared about protecting themselves. Why would they think about uniting the entire Free City? One of the consequences of this situation is that it is very difficult for the entire Free City to gather together and form a united force. It is very difficult for the Free City to display its true strength. I'm afraid the people nowadays have already forgotten about the heart of freedom. They no longer have the courage that the Free City people should have. Sigh, the heavens want to destroy our Free City. The heavens want to destroy our Free City. The old man looked up at the sky. His face was filled with pain and helplessness. It was also filled with the vicissitudes of life. An old man who had lived for more than 10,000 universe eras revealed his true feelings. It was very pitiful. After hearing the old man say so much, Qin Shao and young Master Yu's hearts were shaken. They were deeply touched. Qin Shao suddenly said, "Senior, do you also think that the monster race and demon race are going to launch a massacre?" The old man took a deep look at Qin Shao and then looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, he said, "Why? Do the two of you have any ideas?" Qin Shao nodded and did not deny it. "Yes, Senior. We have discussed this before and unanimously feel that the monster race and demon race will not do such a thing. Firstly, if they are really going to launch a massacre, it is impossible for this plan to be leaked. Secondly, if it was really leaked, then I think they should immediately launch the plan to massacre the city instead of waiting like this. I believe everyone understands the principle of long delays and dreams. However, it has been a long time since the news spread, but the monster race and demon race still haven't done anything. Isn't that strange? Thirdly, even if the Free City is in a state of disunity, its foundation still exists. Moreover, countless lives lived in the Free City. The monster race and demon race would have to pay a huge price if they wanted to wipe them out completely. You have to give me a price first. With such a huge price to pay, the monster race and demon race should seriously consider it, right? How much benefit would it bring to the monster race and demon race? Was it really worth paying such a huge price for something that didn't bring any huge benefits? I think only a fool or a madman would do that, right? The old man nodded and said with a serious face, "It seems that the two of you are still sensible people. You can understand the situation. Based on my understanding of the monster race and demon race, it is indeed possible for them to do such a thing. I can't say that it is completely impossible. However, the possibility of this is extremely low. Therefore, I feel that this is a huge conspiracy. It is the work of that strange force. It wants to instigate a war between the monster race and demon race and the free city so that it can reap the benefit. But what's the use of us understanding all this? Most people won't understand. They will only worry about the monster race and demon race massacring the cities. Our words are insignificant and we can't do anything. Even if we know all this, we can't say anything. Even if we say something, no one will believe us. We are powerless to reverse the situation, so we can only wait and watch. We will live and die together with the free city. This is the only thing we can do now. I'm old too. I've lived for so long. I'm tired. This time, so be it if I die. In any case, my path of cultivation has long been severed. The reason why I can live for so long is because of the free city. If the free city is gone, there's no point in me living anymore. I'll just be a burden. It was obvious that the old man was in despair. He did not have any hope and was prepared to die. If a person had already thought of death, then there was nothing to be afraid of. Everything was just fleeting clouds to him. Two little fellows, let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better leave the free city as soon as possible. You just came from the free city and are just passers-by. There's no need to stay and die. If you leave now, you can still make it in time. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid you won't make it in time. Once the war of massacres breaks out, I'm afraid that not even a blade of grass will survive. No one will be spared. The old man suddenly looked at Qin Shao and young Master Yu with a serious expression. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. We want to leave, but I don't think we can leave now. The monster race and demon race have already surrounded the free city. They probably won't let anyone leave the free city. If we go out now, it will be a risky thing to do. Of course, Qin Shao did not say that the real reason was that Zhai Rong refused to leave. If he really wanted to leave the free city, there shouldn't be much of a problem. However, once the massacre of the city broke out, everything would be hard to say. After all, if the massacre of the city broke out, the situation would be completely out of control. The monster race and demon race would kill everyone on sight. There would be no room for negotiation at all. If they left now, there was still some room for negotiation. It was very likely that they could leave the free city successfully. Young Master Yu pursed his lips and said, "We want to leave, but someone is holding us back." "Forget it, but I don't really want to leave now. It's such a pity for such a good free city to be destroyed just like that." "Senior, do you really think there's no hope at all? Will the free city end up being massacred and destroyed? Perhaps we can still do something. I feel that we shouldn't give up until the moment of death, right? Others may not have the heart of freedom, but we still have it. Can we try to awaken the heart of freedom in others? The old residents of the free city should make up the majority. If we can unite the majority, we will be able to form an extremely powerful force." The old man shook his head and said, "It's easy to say, but it's very difficult to do. Firstly, we don't have strength, status, or credibility. Therefore, we won't have any appeal at all. Moreover, the people in the free city are now in their own camps, each guarding their own piece of land and hiding. How are you going to gather the others under such circumstances? Are you going to knock on their doors one by one and have a heart-to-heart talk with them? I reckon that by the time you're done, the massacre of the city would have ended. That's very unrealistic." Young Master Yu's expression dimmed. The old man's words were indeed very reasonable. It was easier said than done to gather the people in the free city. Without the city lord, the free city was like a group of dragons without a leader. Now that they were scattered like sand, there was no way for them to gather again. Actually, we don't necessarily need to gather everyone, right? It's indeed a fantasy to gather everyone. We don't have the ability to do that. Even if we do, it would take a lot of time. With that time, the massacre of the city would have ended long ago. But, Qin Shao looked at the old man and continued, if we can contact the 3,000 most primitive clans, it's equivalent to summoning most of the forces in the free city. Power can be transmitted. As long as we control this portion of power, it's possible to unite the forces of the free city. Moreover, the 3,000 clans can also summon the free city army. If we combine these forces, we will have the right to negotiate with the monster race and demon race. War is definitely not a good thing for the free city. It will only destroy the entire free city. It would be the best solution if we don't have to fight. If we don't want to fight, we have to gather all the forces of the free city in order to have a bargaining chip. Judging from the actions of the monster race and demon race, they probably don't want to start a massacre unless they have no other choice. Moreover, this is a huge conspiracy. The monster race and demon race are probably aware of it. That's why they haven't started a massacre yet. Under such circumstances, as long as we have a bargaining chip, I believe we can start a negotiation and come up with a good outcome. The old man still shook his head and said, it's still that saying. It's easier said than done. Are you going to talk to the 3,000 primitive clans one by one? Do you know where their clan's land is? Do you know who to talk to? Are you able to enter their clan's land? At this point in time, I believe their clan's land is also heavily guarded. Will outsiders allow you to enter so easily? That's why I said that this matter is far too difficult. Even if you can enter, how are you going to talk to the 3,000 clans one by one? By the time you're done, the massacre would have already ended. You youngsters have good ideas, but they won't work. I've already thought about what you're thinking. It won't work, it won't work, it won't work at all. We can't do anything, we really can't do anything. Sigh, I'm still drinking. I might not be able to drink anymore in the future. Qin Shao smiled bitterly. It seemed that the old man was really desperate. Hence, no matter what he suggested, he felt that it was impossible to do it. But to be honest, it was indeed difficult. It did seem impossible. But how should he put it? No matter how low the possibility was, there would always be a chance. As long as there was a sliver of possibility, it was worth a try. If they didn't give it a try, it would definitely be impossible. If they gave it a try, there would always be some hope. Even if it was only 1 in a million, it was still hope. However, this matter was indeed giving Qin Shao a headache. He didn't have a better plan to deal with this matter. Young master, you shook his head. He was also completely helpless. The feeling of helplessness was really uncomfortable and made him feel like he was going crazy. What should he do? Chapter 2198. There would always be times of helplessness in life. The helplessness in life was often determined by one's strength. Strength was often the ultimate weapon, the final power that could resolve everything. Obviously, Qin Shao and young master, you did not have the strength to resolve the crisis in Free City. If only I was a 4th step heavenly venerate. Then, I might be able to give it a try. Young master, you sighed helplessly and said. Young master, you was also a genius. Furthermore, he had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. If he was a 4th step heavenly venerate, his strength would definitely be extremely strong. An extremely strong 4th step heavenly venerate could indeed change the situation with his own strength. However, this was obviously just a fantasy. It wasn't real. However, it also greatly encouraged young Master Yu to become stronger. The old man suddenly frowned deeply, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Old senior, is something the matter? Qin Shao could not help but ask when he noticed the old man's reaction. The old man nodded and said, Yes, there is indeed a big situation. I just said that it was not very possible, but I didn't expect it to really become possible. The 3,000 primitive clans have already contacted each other secretly and informed all the clans in Free City that those who are willing to discuss this matter can go to the land of the elf race. The elf race was also known as the race of wisdom. The elf race was extremely intelligent and resourceful. They were also very gentle and did not like to kill. They were also a peaceful race. Therefore, the elf race could basically be on good terms with other races and would not be enemies with them. It was also because of this that the elf race was more popular everywhere and had a good status. Therefore, the elf race had always been very prestigious in Free City. They liked to let the elf race come up with ideas and plans for everything. It seems that the heavens are not giving up on Free City. Old man, what are you waiting for? Bring us along. Young Master Yu was instantly elated. The old man frowned and shook his head. It was not time to say that the heavens were not giving up on Free City. The current situation was still not optimistic. Even if the 3,000 primitive clans could unite and twist the power of Free City into a rope and work together to fight against the monster race and demon race. However, once the battle of the city broke out, they would face a very awkward problem. That was, the strength of the monster race and demon race could be increased continuously. Next to them was the endless demon domain. It was very easy to mobilize the demon race from the endless demon domain. Moreover, the speed was very fast. On the other hand, the Freedom City's forces didn't increase at all. Instead, they would slowly deplete their forces and suffer losses. Therefore, regardless of whether the Free City could unite or not, once a massacre broke out, the Free City would probably be destroyed. Therefore, what they needed to strive for now was to prevent a massacre in the city. However, it was not up to the 3,000 primitive clans to stop the massacre. There was a lot of hope, but it was also full of uncertainties and variables. Do you want to take a look? The old man asked. Qin Shao and young Master Yu both nodded. They still wanted to contribute to Free City, so they naturally wanted to participate. The old man said, Originally, you are not qualified to participate in this conference. After all, you just came from U City. If you go over like this, the elf race will definitely not let you in. Fine, since you two little guys treated this old man to a drink, I'll take you there. You guys are hot-blooded, righteous. You guys are pretty good hot-blooded youths. Qin Shao pursed his lips and smiled. We are hot-blooded youths and have always hated evil. I have always felt that cultivators should have righteousness in their hearts against the heavens, but the righteousness of the human world should be obeyed. The old man looked at Qin Shao approvingly and nodded his head in appreciation. What a good line! Against the heavens, but against the righteousness of the heavens of the human world, it is the righteousness of the heavens. It's really rare and precious for a young man to have such a broad mind. Such a matter. Just based on this point, I feel that you should be a person who can achieve great things. The old man wanted to bring Qin Shao and young Master Yu to the elf race's territory. Di Rong and the others also heard the news and came over. The old man was clearly unhappy about Di Rong and the others joining, but he didn't say anything in the end. The old man led the way, but they didn't walk out of the Freedom House restaurant. Instead, they left through a secret passage. After a few turns, they actually arrived at the elf race's territory. They didn't expect that there would be so many secret passages in Free City. According to the old man, these secret passages were built when Free City was built. At that time, these secret passages were built in consideration of Free City's situation. Because Free City had just been built at that time and was located at the edge of the boundless demon realm, it naturally gave people a feeling of insecurity. That's why there are these underground secret passages. The 3,000 primitive clans all had secret passages connected to them. Usually they were closed, but this time they were used in an emergency. The Freedom House restaurant was also the property of the 3,000 primitive clans, so it was also connected by secret passages. Soon, the group arrived at the elf race's conference hall. At this time, the hall was already crowded with more than 10,000 people, and there were still people pouring into the hall. The moment Qin Shao entered the large hall, he felt as though his eyes had lit up. Colorful rays of light surged over and filled his eyes. This was because the hall was filled with life forms of various races. At a glance, it naturally felt like a group of demons were dancing. There were titans with bodies like small mountains, giants over 20 feet tall, treants that looked like long trees, stone men, water droplets, Netherworld clan, Shadow clan, Dwarf clan, Giant clan, and Giant clan. The life forms of the Giant Tooth clan, and so on. There were all kinds of life forms. The human race didn't talk much. For the time being, there were only 7 of them. Therefore, at a glance, it naturally gave people a great shock. Even Di Rong, who had been to Free City before, didn't see so many different races at the same time. Why are there so many humans here? Those humans look unfamiliar. They should have just come from Free City, right? Why are these humans here as well? Why are they here to join in the fun? 5-second step, Heavenly Venerables, and 1/3 step, Heavenly Venerables. Such strength is useless. Forget it. Since they're here, let's just take it as joining in the fun. Although many of the foreign races were sizing up Qin Zhao's group, everyone was relatively friendly and didn't say much. The people of the 3,000 primitive clans still maintained the style of Free City. They were kind and harmonious, had the aura of righteousness, and had the light of freedom. They didn't compete with the heavens, nor did they fight with others. They just wanted to live freely. Later, don't speak. Just quietly watch and listen. The old man said to Qin Shao and young Master Yu. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Di Rong and the others, which was naturally a hint. People of various clans arrived one after another, and most of them were 3rd step Heavenly Venerables. There were very few 2nd step Heavenly Venerables, and there were no 1st step Heavenly Venerables. The 3,000 primitive clans only needed to send some representatives to discuss important matters. There was no need for all of them to be present. Qin Shao, look at those men of the Elf clan. Don't you think they're too good-looking? TSK, each of them is as beautiful as a fairy. They're exquisite and holy. It's too much. Young Master Yu nudged Qin Shao and pointed in a direction. He gestured. Qin Shao had also seen that direction. It was probably the most eye-catching place in the entire hall. There was a group of about a dozen men of the Elf clan over there. All of them were so good-looking that men couldn't help but take a few more glances at them. Even men would feel a sense of inferiority when they saw them. They were dressed in silver, and their hair was also silver. Their ears were very long and pointed, and their skin was very white. They had phoenix eyes, an aquiline nose, and willow leaf-like eyebrows. They seemed to be cultivating qi. Their cheeks were cultivated, and they were as good-looking as a woman. Their figures were also very tall. Wrapped in silver, they were indeed impeccable. No matter which race's aesthetic standards were used, the Elf clan was probably a very good-looking race. Moreover, Qin Shao felt that the Elf clan's people seemed to look similar. Their overall outline was almost the same. Therefore, all of them looked like biological brothers. This was also a characteristic of the Elf clan. They were good-looking, but they were so good-looking that they were somewhat similar. It was as if they were carved out of the same mold. However, it was different for the human clan. They were good-looking and charming, and they were ugly and strange. They were all different. When the Elf clan saw Qin Shao and young Master Yu looking at them and discussing them, they nodded at them in a friendly manner and revealed a smile. The Elf clan was indeed a very friendly and kind race. People of this race were actually very gentle and friendly. They didn't have any evil aura on them. Just as the old man in the canopy said, everyone in the Free City was kind and friendly. They all had the light of freedom. They had all been purified by the faith of the Free City and had become a family. This was a very magical city. It was a pure land, a place away from worldly affairs. It was like a gem that was admirable. However, this gem was slowly being corroded, defiled, and even facing death. Just thinking about it made one's heart ache. Young Master Rome, your original plan wasn't like this, right? Is there a change in the plan? Fu Rini transmitted his voice to Di Rong. A strange light flashed in Huarong's deep eyes. After looking at Fu Rini and Qi Li, he said, "Indeed, this wasn't the plan. This wasn't part of the plan. For the time being, the plan can't be said to have changed. It's just temporarily postponed. I don't know about the sudden incident in the Free City. Our original plan was quite risky. Therefore, I'm also looking for a good opportunity in the Free City. If there is a good opportunity here, we can give it a try. Therefore, don't be anxious. Let's take one step at a time. If it really doesn't work out, we'll leave the Free City." Fu Rini and Qi Li exchanged glances. In fact, both of them had doubts and were somewhat worried. Fu Rini added, "Young Master Rong, the Free City is facing a massacre. If we continue to stay here, I'm afraid we'll really get caught up in it. Once we get caught up in it, it will be very difficult for us to leave." Di Rong rolled his eyes at Fu Rini and said snappily, "Since I dared to do this, I naturally have my own confidence. What are you worried about?" Chapter 2199. More and more people gathered, and soon, there were tens of thousands of people. On average, each of the 3,000 primitive clans had sent out more than a dozen third-step heavenly venerables. In addition to some other people who wanted to join in the fun, the number of people had reached close to 50,000, which was just about enough to fill the hall. A powerful aura suddenly descended, and the entire conference hall suddenly quieted down. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the rostrum. 40 figures appeared on the rostrum, each of them exuding a powerful aura. This was the aura of a fourth-step heavenly venerables. 40 fourth-step celestial venerables stood together. Just the aura they exuded was enough to make everyone quiet down involuntarily. These 40 fourth-step heavenly venerables were made up of 38 clans. Among them, there were 2 fourth-step heavenly venerables from the Elf clan and the Giant Strength clan, and 1 fourth-step heavenly venerables from the other clans. There are only 40 fourth-step heavenly venerables in the entire Free City? Qin Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. Although the strength of 40 fourth-step heavenly venerables was very powerful, it was a huge force. However, Qin Shao felt that the Free City should be very powerful. In terms of the number of fourth-step heavenly venerables, it was indeed not what Qin Shao imagined. No matter what, this was still the 9 continents Huaxia country. The land was vast, and the cultivation resources were extremely rich. The powerhouses were as numerous as the trees in the forest. Therefore, Qin Shao was not surprised to encounter a fourth-step heavenly venerables in the 9 continents Huaxia country. It was a very common situation here. Fourth-step heavenly venerables were very rare in the southern wilderness. For example, in the huge Fuda Immortal Palace, there were probably only 100 fourth-step heavenly venerables. However, in the 9 continents Huaxia country, it was very common for a decent city to have 100 fourth-step heavenly venerables. Wind Cloud City, one of the 3 major cities in the Hu territory, had even more fourth-step heavenly venerables. There were so many third-step heavenly venerables that they were everywhere. If one casually threw a brick on the street, it would probably knock down a dozen of them. However, the existence of ancient sages was still extremely rare. At the very least, Qin Shao had not seen a single one since he entered the 9 continents Huaxia. Ascending to the Saint Throne was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the entire immortal realms. They were existences that could look down on a part of the world. They were truly eternal existences. 40 isn't a small number, right? Young Master, you felt the same way. The old man said, "Yes, more or less. However, there are still 10 fourth-step heavenly venerables in the Freedom Legion. Excluding the monster race and demon race, there should be 50 of them. If it really reaches the point where the city is massacred, the Freedom Corps will definitely join in the battle. 50? In other words, the peak power of the entire Free Cities was 50 fourth-step heavenly venerables? However, 50 of them was not a small number. It was considered a very powerful force. Based on this situation, the number of fourth-step heavenly venerates in the monster race and demon race was probably around 50. It was not an easy task to gather such a force. In other words, if the city was to be massacred, there would probably be 100 fourth-step heavenly venerables involved in the battle. Just the battle between these 100 fourth-step heavenly venerables was already terrifying enough. It was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. The meeting this time was led by the elf race. Hence, the elf race's patriarch took the lead to bring up the topic for everyone to discuss. Everyone expressed their own views, concerns, ideas, and countermeasures regarding the current situation in free cities. Everyone was used to being free and enjoying peace. Hence, they naturally did not wish for a city massacre to happen. However, they also did not wish to see free cities fall into ruin. The conflict between the two naturally brought about a very contradictory problem. Some advocated for peace, while some advocated for war to stop peace. Some felt that they had no other choice but to fight and die together with free cities. Everyone's discussion was very heated. The more they discussed, the more intense it became. Everyone's thoughts were all expressed. However, it was obvious that such a discussion would not produce any result. It was a mess and there was no unified thought. "All right, everyone, quiet down." A loud voice was suddenly heard. The speaker was the elf race's patriarch, a handsome man. If it were not for the extremely powerful aura he exuded, it would be hard to imagine that such a handsome man was the elf race's patriarch. He was a living fossil that had lived for an unknown period of time. It was said that entering the heavenly venerate realm would grant one an endless lifespan. However, in fact, it was very difficult for many life forms to live for a long time without entering the ancient sage realm. They would either die an unnatural death or be trapped in the same realm for a long time. If their cultivation stopped, they would start to doubt their own life. In the end, they would feel that there was no meaning in living like this. Hence, their true deity heart would collapse and they would end their own lives. For some people who had lived for too long, death was a kind of relief. Therefore, there were very few heavenly venerables who had lived for more than 10,000 universe epochs without entering the sacred venerate realm. They were definitely living fossils. For example, the old man with the hood had also lived for more than 10,000 universe epochs. He was definitely an old man. There seemed to be many situations like this in Free City. This was closely related to the situation of Free City itself. The environment could affect a person's mentality, and a person's mentality would determine whether a person would lose confidence in life. When the true deity heart collapsed, a person would start to doubt themselves, doubt the meaning of living in this world, doubt the purpose of their existence, and doubt that they were not suitable for cultivation. Endless doubt would cause endless pain. In this endless pain, one only wanted to be free as soon as possible. Therefore, the true deity heart would collapse and walk towards death. That was when one would truly transcend. Only when one reached the sacred venerate realm would they be able to protect their true deity heart and ensure that it would not collapse and dissipate. In other words, it would not be easy for a sacred venerate to die. They had already transcended the restraints of the world. Without everything, it would be difficult for them to die. When the entire hall was completely silent, the elf race patriarch continued speaking. "Fellow Taoists, I think everyone should be very clear that Free City has now reached a point of life and death. Therefore, now is not the time to argue. Instead, we should come up with a solution. Then, everyone should work together, unite, and gather our strength. In the face of the threat of death, if we continue to argue endlessly like this and become a pile of loose sand, then we will definitely become a pile of scattered sand. Then, I can guarantee that Free City will definitely walk towards destruction. What about our end? I'm afraid we will all die. Only death awaits. Not only will we die, but all of our relatives and clansmen will die. Everyone will die. No one will be spared. How terrifying is this? Although we are used to being free and peaceful, we are used to living a peaceful life. Perhaps the passage of time has smoothed out our edges and wiped out our gut. However, fellow Taoists, this is a moment of life and death. Our home, our clansmen, and our everything are facing destruction. Are we just going to watch helplessly? No. We definitely cannot watch helplessly. Yes, we have to show our passion and protect Free City, protect our clansmen, and protect everything here. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm not willing to watch Free City be destroyed. Let's show our passion and fight. Yes, let's fight it out with the monster race and demon race. Why should we be afraid of them? The elf race patriarch's words stirred the passion, fighting spirit, and fighting spirit of many people. Hot-bloodedness and fighting spirit could be transmitted to others. Many people would move according to the atmosphere and move according to others. Under such an atmosphere, it was easy to arouse one's fighting spirit, and courage. Many people were ready to fight the monster race and demon race to the death. Furthermore, it was clear that some people were particularly emotional. However, there were also many people whose expressions became somewhat solemn, and they remained silent. Qin Shao furrowed his brows. He had discovered something. Young Master Yu, do you realize that something is wrong? Qin Shao nudged young Master Yu with his shoulder. Young Master Yu looked at Qin Shao in confusion and said, "Is there anything wrong? Isn't it good? Everyone's fighting spirit is high. It's a good thing that everyone's fighting spirit is aroused." Good thing? Not necessarily, right? The old man suddenly said with a serious expression, "Something is indeed wrong. The atmosphere is not right." You say it's not right too? What's wrong? Young Master Yu still did not understand. At this moment, Bai Chuan Fu Su said, "Someone is deliberately leading us to the rhythm of the war. If everyone's fighting spirit is completely aroused, it means that they are prepared to fight a life and death battle with the monster race and demon race. They are prepared to stop the war with a war. Logically speaking, this is not the best choice. It shouldn't have been the first choice either. If they had chosen to fight a war from the start, there wouldn't have been any room for negotiation. It would have been a situation of life and death. No matter how we analyze it, the monster race and demon race definitely have an advantage. Therefore, as the weaker party, starting a war should not have been the first choice. Unless it has reached the point where they have no choice but to fight. Right now, the battle for the city hasn't broken out yet. It hasn't reached this stage yet. There's still a lot of room for discussion. However, the elf clan leader is deliberately leading everyone, and many people are adding fuel to the fire. They want to start a war and arouse everyone's fighting spirit. This is obviously not right. Second brother, if you look carefully, you will realize that those who are aroused are basically the fourth step heavenly venerables on the stage. Therefore, this situation is not right. Hearing Bai Chuan Fu Su's words, young Master Yu slapped his head and immediately understood what was going on. Now that he put it that way, it was indeed not right. The old man gave Bai Chuan Fu Su a deep look. He was surprised that Bai Chuan Fu Su was able to analyze the situation so thoroughly. Qin Shao added, "Yes, logically speaking, the first choice should be to gather everyone's strength. This is definitely not wrong. However, the next move should be to negotiate with the monster race and demon race. We should use the bargaining chip of the free cities to force the monster race and demon race to not start a war easily. It would be best if we could resolve this issue peacefully. If the monster race and demon race have no room for negotiation and insist on fighting, then we have no choice but to fight. Now, the direction of guidance is completely wrong. Therefore, you can see that many of the races are rather solemn and are not saying anything. Chapter 2200. Therefore, everyone, fellow cultivators, we can't just sit and wait for our deaths. We can't compromise and admit defeat. You should unite, stand up, be tough, bring out the passion that we should have, bring out our determination to protect our homeland. The monster race and demon race have not given up on their evil intentions. They want to destroy the free city and exterminate all of us. How can we let them slaughter us? What should we do in the face of the shameless intentions of the monster race and demon race? We have no other choice but to fight and stop the war with war. Either the monster race and demon race dies or all of us die. Therefore, I suggest that the 10,000 races should unite and form a force to fight the monster race and demon race to the end. I believe that as long as we are united, hot-blooded, and determined enough, our power will be boundless and unbreakable. As for us, we will definitely succeed. However, there will definitely be bloodshed and sacrifices. However, I think that all of our fellow cultivators in the Free City are hot-blooded and not afraid of death, in order to protect our homeland, so what if we have to bleed and sacrifice ourselves? Fourth step, heavenly venerables like us will also lead the charge and break through the enemy lines. The Free City Army will also fight alongside us. Together, we will lay down our lives and shed our blood to write this powerful and hot-blooded legend. The final victory will definitely belong to us. Everyone, please speak out and agree with our plan to protect our homeland. Let's unite all of the races in the Free City. Indeed, just as Qin Shao and the rest had expected, the elf clan leader started the war and wanted to fight to the death with the monster race and demon race. As soon as the elven patriarch's words fell, many people began to chime in and continued to add fuel to the fire, stirring up the battle with passion. Qin Shao also realized that most of the people who started the war were the same as those who had spoken just now. Of course, there were also many people who were influenced by the rhythm and joined in. Furthermore, it was clear that this trend of prosperity would slowly spread and eventually affect everyone. Towards the end, even if there were some unwilling people, they would still go with the flow under the general trend, right? After all, they had no other choice. What else could they do if they didn't fight? If he didn't fight, he would still die, and he would die without any dignity. If he were to fight, even if he were to die, he would at least die with a bang and a hot-blooded death. Under such a trade-off, they would eventually go with the flow. Many of those who had begun to hesitate had no choice but to speak up. Once the overall situation was set, it would probably be the end of Free City. I object. A loud voice suddenly roared. It was a loud and clear voice with a bit of anger. It immediately suppressed the voices of the audience, and the others could not help but quiet down. Everyone looked over, trying to find the person who had spoken. In the end, their gazes all gathered on the old man. The person who spoke just now was none other than him. On the rostrum, the elf patriarch and the other fourth step heavenly venerates also looked at the old man. A strange and gloomy aura flashed across the elf patriarch's eyes, but it was caught by Qin Shao. Strange, it's really strange. Qin Shao frowned and shook her head. Young master Yu scratched his head and asked in confusion, Qin Shao, what's strange about it again? Qin Shao said seriously, this elf patriarch is a little strange. Logically speaking, the elf race is a peace-loving race, a race that is gentle by nature, a race that doesn't like to fight, and a race that can be friendly and united with other races. The elf race has always played a very important role in Free City. Their reputation in Free City can be said to be the leader of all races. Logically speaking, this elf patriarch must be a person of virtue and prestige, right? He should be respected by others. However, the flames of war were ignited by him. That's the first thing that's strange. Secondly, I noticed a strange and gloomy glint in his eyes just now. That shouldn't belong to the elf patriarch. That's why I feel that this elf patriarch is a little strange. However, judging from his aura, this elf patriarch should be real and not an imposter. That's even stranger. I keep feeling that there's something hidden here that no one knows. Baichuan Fusu nodded and said, "Yes, I feel it too. It's very strange. If it was another race's patriarch who ignited the war, I could understand. However, it's indeed very strange for the elf patriarch. I also noticed that strange and gloomy glint in his eyes just now. That's an extremely evil and sinister aura. Logically speaking, it shouldn't appear on the elf patriarch. Therefore, there's definitely something wrong with this elf patriarch. However, he's not an imposter. Therefore, this situation is very thought-provoking. I made a bold assumption. This elf patriarch might be controlled by someone." "Ah? Controlled by someone?" Young Master Yu was quite shocked. He widened his eyes in disbelief. After all, this was the elf patriarch. He was probably the strongest person in Free City, right? Even if he wasn't, he shouldn't be too far off. The elf patriarch was definitely an extremely powerful fourth step, heavenly venerate. Even Qin Shao didn't dare to be careless. How could such a powerful fourth step, heavenly venerate, be controlled so easily? What kind of strength did one need to be able to control such a powerful fourth step, heavenly venerate? Half-sage? But that didn't seem very possible, right? If it was really a half-sage, it wouldn't have been so troublesome to deal with the monster race and demon race, right? Would he still need to borrow the hands of others? Therefore, I think that the elf patriarch must be controlled by the person behind this. Those strange things that happened previously were also the doing of that person. This time, they wanted to incite a massacre in the city, because they wanted to make use of the powerful forces of Free City. To deal with the monster race and demon race. Using someone else to do the dirty work. This move is indeed ruthless. This move is enough to destroy the entire Free City. It's enough to exterminate the countless lives of the thousands of races in Free City. Not only is it ruthless, but it's also completely heartless. People who use unscrupulous means to achieve their goals are really detestable, Baichuan Fusu continued. His hatred for the person behind this was unparalleled. Such a thing was indeed disdained by everyone. Young Master Yu, who was filled with righteous indignation, gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, it's indeed detestable. Such a person deserves to die 10,000 times over." On the other side, the shrouded old man walked out in full view of the crowd. His eyes swept across the crowd and finally landed on the elf patriarch. Elf patriarch, we can be considered to be of the same generation. However, I'm just a piece of trash whose cultivation path has been cut off long ago, while you, elf patriarch, are a peerless genius of the elf race. Your brilliance is comparable to the sun and moon, while I'm just a tiny firefly who can't compare to your brilliance. I've always admired and respected you. However, your actions today have made me feel very unfamiliar. You've made me see an unfamiliar elf patriarch. My admiration and respect for you have completely collapsed in an instant. It's hard for me to imagine that you, the elf patriarch, would start a war the moment you opened your mouth. The moment you opened your mouth, you wanted to bring our Free City into a land of death. The moment you opened your mouth, you wanted to bring the citizens of our myriad races to eternal damnation. I'd like to ask you, elf patriarch, what do you mean by this? The shrouded old man's slightly stooped body was now standing tall and straight. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and he was fearless like a javelin. This was a kind of fearless spirit that could easily infect people's spirit. The moment the shrouded old man stood out and spoke, Qin Shao felt a great deal of respect for him. How much courage did it take to challenge the blazing sun with a weak fluorescent light before a great disaster? How much fearless spirit did it take? How much ambition did it take? The shrouded old man was only a second step, heavenly venerable human immortal. A mere human immortal was insignificant, and his strength was very weak. However, he stood out without hesitation and said what others did not dare to say. He questioned the elf patriarch directly. As soon as the words of the old man came out, it immediately caused quite a commotion. Of course, there were also some people who were very angry and cursed rudely. "How dare you? Is this a place for you to behave atrociously? How dare you speak to the elf patriarch like this? Humph, I think you're just greedy for life and afraid of death. You're not afraid of a war. What do you mean by starting a war? We must fight this war. We're defending the city. How can you say that we're starting a war? Are you a spy sent by the monster race and demon race? I think you're here to cause trouble. Get out of here yourself. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." The shrouded old man was very angry when he heard those cursing voices. He glanced at those people and said furiously, "I, old Duan, have lived in Free City for thousands of years. How many of you here are older than me? I'm from the same era as the elf patriarch. You juniors dare to say that I'm a spy? That I'm causing trouble? How can you juniors compare to my feelings for Free City? I'm in Free City. If Free City perishes, I will perish too. But are we really willing to watch Freedom City fall into ruin? Can we really watch as all the people of the Free City heroically sacrifice themselves? We can't. The shrouded old man was a little agitated and his voice was a little choked up. He was shouting at the top of his lungs. He wanted to wake everyone up and tell them not to fall into the trap of the traitors. We don't want to watch Free City perish. That's why we have to unite and fight against the monster race and demon race. What's wrong with that? Isn't what we're doing now to protect our home?" A man retorted. The shrouded old man looked at that man and asked, "Then tell me, what are our chances of winning if we combine the forces of all the races and fight against the monster race and demon race?" That man hesitated for a moment before saying, "No matter what our chances are, we have to fight this battle. There's no choice but to fight. Whether we live or die, we have to fight. If we don't fight, we'll definitely die. If we fight, there's at least a glimmer of hope. As long as there's hope, no matter how small it is, it's worth it for us to fight to the death. We're using our blood and lives to fight. How generous is that? What's wrong with that? Why don't you tell me?" "Humph!" The shrouded old man sneered and said, "I'm not telling you. I want the elf patriarch to tell everyone." Then, the shrouded old man looked at the elf patriarch and said, "Elf patriarch, then tell me, what are our chances of winning? Tell me again, is this the only path we can take?" Chapter 2201. The elf patriarch looked at the old man with his deep eyes. There was a strange sharpness hidden in his eyes. Being stared at by the elf patriarch, the old man felt as if he was being pricked by a needle. His gaze was not friendly at all. It was filled with cold anger and hostility. It seemed to be a warning, but it also seemed to be a threat. However, the shrouded old man was still fearless. He still stood straight and did not look back. "Elf clan leader, if you don't want to say it, I will. Don't say that starting a war is the only choice, it's the worst choice. The unity of the 10,000 races is what we should do and it's the most important thing. Therefore, we have to hold this gathering today and it's very meaningful. However, I feel that uniting the 10,000 races and gathering the power of the 10,000 races is not purely for the sake of starting a war. I believe everyone knows very well that once the war breaks out, it will be a situation where one side will fight to the death. The combined power of the 10,000 races is indeed very powerful. However, we have to recognize a reality, a bloody reality. We are isolated and helpless, but the monster race and demon race can continuously increase their power. Moreover, based on the combined power of the monster race and demon race, the 10,000 races have a very small chance of winning. The outcome of the war is more than 99% that the 10,000 races will be annihilated. I think everyone is clear about this. Since you can foresee such an outcome, why did you, the elf clan leader, choose to start a war right from the start and choose this path of no return? Why don't we try to negotiate with the monster race and demon race first and try to resolve this crisis peacefully? The words of the old man made many people fall silent. Originally, there were many people who did not agree with directly starting a war. In fact, they also thought of the path of dialogue and negotiation. No matter what, it was worth fighting for first. However, in the current atmosphere and under the influence of the activists who wanted to start a war, no one dared to stand out and say anything. The words of the shrouded old man naturally resonated with many people and also pulled back the thoughts of many people. Yes, why did they have to start a war? Why couldn't they find other solutions? Once the war broke out, the 10,000 races would definitely lose unless a miracle happened. But who would be able to witness this miracle? No one would be able to see it. Hoping for a miracle to happen was no different from dreaming. The elf patriarch snorted and said, "Old Duan, do you think we haven't tried? This time, the monster race and demon race are determined to massacre the city. They want to exterminate all the races and destroy the free city. So, we have no choice, you know? Do you think we want to fight? We don't want to fight either, but we have no choice. If we don't fight, we'll be waiting for our deaths. That will only make it easier for the monster race and demon race to win. That's why we have no other choice but to fight. As long as we unite as one and fight a bloody battle with all our might. Even if we lose in the end, we won't let the monster race and demon race have it easy. We can die, but we can't die cowardly and lowly. We have to die heroically and make our lives worthwhile." You've tried? Have the monster race and demon race really made up their minds? The old man asked with furrowed brows. The elf patriarch nodded and replied firmly, "Yes, that's indeed the case. If you don't believe me, you can ask them." At this moment, many fourth-step heavenly venerables nodded along with the elf patriarch. It seemed like the elf patriarch was not the only one who was controlled. However, this was normal. It was naturally impossible to achieve this by controlling the elven patriarch alone. I think all of you are in cahoots to spout nonsense and fabricate facts," the old man said angrily. "If the monster race and demon race were really determined to massacre the city, why didn't they do so? Why did they give us the chance to unite the races? Are the monster race and demon race fools? Don't they even understand the most basic logic? Wouldn't it be easier to take down the city of the monster race when the races in the free city were still in a state of disunity? Why did they have to wait for us to unite and form a force before launching a massacre? The monster race and demon race were the same. How foolish are they? Are all of their brains flooded with water? Elf Patriarch, don't tell me that the monster race and demon race aren't prepared and haven't gathered their forces. That's a lie to a 3-year-old child. The monster race and demon race have already gathered enough forces in the free city. They could have started the war long ago. Even if they had to wait, they could have waited while fighting. How do you explain this, Elf Patriarch? The Elf Patriarch said calmly, I won't explain anything because I really don't know what the monster race and demon race are up to. However, that's not important. What's important is that we are clear about the attitude of the monster race and demon race, and that the massacre of the city will definitely happen. That's enough. We don't care about what others think. What we have to do now is to unite the forces of the races and prepare for the war. How ridiculous would it be if we deny everything just because we don't understand the intentions of the monster race and demon race? Everyone, I've said enough. Do you want to listen to his nonsense, or do you want to believe our words? Time waits for no one. Everyone, don't hesitate and make a decision as soon as possible to give us time to gather the forces of the races. The more we gather our forces, the greater our chances of winning. The elf patriarch obviously didn't want to waste any more time on the old man. Therefore, he used the shameless method to deal with him by saying that he didn't know. Then, he took the opportunity to guide the others. As long as the majority of the people agreed, he would be in control. Under the impetus of the situation, under this wave, naturally, no one would stand out to oppose, even if they felt that something was wrong. That's right. Let's not listen to this old man's nonsense. He's trying to mislead the people with his lies. He has ulterior motives. I think he's a spy. We can't say that he's a spy. Maybe he's just corrupted. Don't bother about him. Let's continue to express our stance. I firmly support the elf patriarch's suggestion. Yes, I firmly support it too. We're not afraid of the war. I agree too. Since there's no other choice, we can only fight. Once the rhythm was set, it could engulf everyone. This elf patriarch is definitely under someone's control. The person behind this is really good. He can actually control those fourth-step, heavenly venerables. He's really powerful. Controlling those fourth-step, heavenly venerables is basically equivalent to controlling the forces of the races in Freedom City. What's lacking now is guidance. No. If this continues, the person behind this scheme will succeed. Once they succeed, a war will definitely break out. Then, Freedom City will be hopeless and powerless to reverse the situation. Big brother Qin Shao, we have to think of a way to stop this from happening. Young Master Yu was also anxiously scolding the elf patriarch. Baichuan Fusu frowned deeply. His expression was unprecedentedly solemn. He was also thinking about this problem, but he really didn't know how to start and how to help the old man. This matter was too thorny. Qin Shao was also stumped. He couldn't help but admire the methods of the person behind this. It was really ruthless and sinister. However, he also had to admit that this move was powerful. This can't go on. The words of the old man didn't have much effect. The elf patriarch directly broke through. If this drags on, the person behind this scheme will succeed and Freedom City will be finished. It seems like there's no other way. I can only stand up and take a gamble. If there's really no other way, I can only take action by force and see if I can force the person behind this to come out. In the end, Qin Shao could only grit his teeth and take the risk. Indeed, there was no other way. He could only take a gamble. Chapter 2202. Many people's gazes fell on Qin Shao. They did not know where this nameless pawn had popped out from. I think your hearts of freedom have been obliterated, right? Have you all forgotten your original intentions? Do you really think it's a heroic act to start a war like this? Do you really think it's a heroic act? You're being stupid. You're being used by others. You're destroying Freedom City with your own hands. You're destroying the lives of thousands of races with your own hands. This is an extremely foolish idea. It's a muddle-headed impulse. It's a wrong idea that has been provoked by others. Don't those who incite the war have any conscience? You want to bring Freedom City and the lives of thousands of races into a state of eternal damnation. Aren't you ashamed of your original beliefs? Aren't you ashamed of your hearts of freedom? Qin Zhao's loud and clear voice rang out. This voice contained some mental power, so it directly struck everyone's heart, giving many people a head-on warning. Originally, most people felt that inciting a war was not the best choice. It was the last choice and the worst outcome. It was just that they did not know how to speak in the atmosphere just now. In the end, they could only helplessly choose to go with the flow. Now that Qin Shao had shouted at them, they suddenly sobered up and realized the seriousness of the problem. The fourth step celestial venerables on the stage could hear the mental attack in Qin Zhao's voice and were all secretly surprised. Elf Patriarch, where did this human come from? He looks very unfamiliar. He should have just come from Freedom City, right? Is he deliberately here to cause trouble? A fourth step celestial venerable transmitted his voice to the Elf Patriarch. The Elf Patriarch said coldly, I don't know where he came from, but he can forget about ruining our grand plan. Let's see how he continues first. If he tries to bewitch people again, we'll kill him first. Don't give him any chance. Yes, I want to kill him now. There's no hurry now. Don't mess up. He can't change anything with just his mouth. Before Qin Shao could finish speaking, someone angrily retorted. You're simply spouting nonsense. It's because we still hold on to the heart of freedom that we have to protect our free city with all our might. We didn't hesitate to sacrifice ourselves and shed our blood. What was it for? It's all for free city. That's right. I think you're here to cause trouble. You're not a long-term resident of Freedom City. You just came from Freedom City. You don't have the qualifications to express your opinions here. Who let you in? Get the hell out of here. You're just an outsider of the human race. Your intentions are deserving of death. Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, you'll bring a fatal disaster upon yourself. I think you're here to confuse us and destroy our unity. Are you a spy sent by the monster race and demon race? I think we should arrest all of you first and interrogate you severely. They must be spies. Let's capture them first. How dare you mess with our morale? You deserve to die. Sure enough, even without the elf clan leader's order, many people had already come forward to capture Qin Shao. All of you, stop. Young master, you shouted loudly and also stood out. He stood together with Qin Shao and expressed his position and determination. Baichuan Fu Su also stepped forward to support Qin Shao. The old man's eyes were covered with a layer of mist. He took a deep look at Qin Shao and the other two and nodded in approval. At this critical moment they could still stand up without caring about their lives. Just this courage alone was worthy of respect. Look, he has a few accomplices. This is indeed premeditated. They must be spies. Capture them together. Yes, and those over there. Capture them together. Zhai Rong and the other two took a step back and said, Don't misunderstand. Although we're with them, their actions have nothing to do with us. We won't interfere. When Zhai Rong said this, a sly smile appeared on his face. Wasn't this what he wanted to see? The opportunity had finally arrived. Qin Shao and the others had already expected that Zhai Rong and the other two would hit them when they were down, so they were not surprised. Qin Shao and the others had already expected that Zhai Rong was harboring evil intentions and had always been on guard. Now it was finally time to reveal it. Qin Shao did not count on Zhai Rong and the other two as long as they did not stand on the opposite side. However, Zhai Rong and the others would not dare to stand on the opposite side. That would be a violation of the Wind Cloud Academy's rules. Qin Shao snorted and released the power of his inner world. It formed a small domain and enveloped the four of them. It was as if it had formed a protective shield, firmly protecting the four of them. Those who wanted to come forward to capture them were pushed back by the powerful force as soon as they got close to the domain. Qin Zhao's method shocked many people. There were 10 to 20 third-step heavenly venerables who rushed forward to capture them, but they could not get close to the domain. The moment they touched the domain, the powerful force sent them flying without any resistance. What kind of method is this? What a powerful protective domain. What a powerful force. This should be the power of a fourth-step heavenly venerate. Isn't this human only a third step heavenly venerate? The elf clan leader on the rostrum could not help but frown. He frowned slightly. Jai Rong and the other two also looked at each other in surprise. They did not expect Qin Shao to be so powerful. They had always thought that Qin Shao was at most an ordinary third step heavenly venerate. They did not think that Qin Shao had any ability. The three of them were all on the wind cloud list. Although they were only second step heavenly venerates, their strength was comparable to a third step heavenly venerate. They were confident that they could defeat an ordinary third step heavenly venerate. However, they did not expect the power Qin Shao displayed to be so powerful. It was the aura of a fourth step heavenly venerate. How could this be? Young Master Rong, who is this Qin Shao? What kind of background does he have? A third step heavenly venerate can display the power of a fourth step heavenly venerate. He is definitely a monster. If he was in our Wind Cloud Academy, he could also enter the heaven list. Is that so? Qili asked in surprise. Jai Rong gritted his teeth and shook his head. How would I know what kind of monster this kid is? It's fine if Baichuan Fu Su is strong, but who knew that this kid's strength is also so strong? It seems that we underestimated him. Young Master Rong, if this kid really has the power of a fourth step heavenly venerate, then there won't be any problems with our plan this time, right? Fu Rini asked worriedly. Jai Rong snorted coldly. There won't be any problems with our plan. I have already made a corresponding plan against Baichuan Fu Su. Baichuan Fu Su's strength has also reached the level of a fourth step heavenly venerate. So what if there is another fourth step heavenly venerate strength? Moreover, their current situation is very bad. The combined strength of the thousands of races in Freedom City is far from what they can withstand. Who knows, I might not even have to do anything. They might just fall here today. Fu Rini and Qi Li were relieved when they heard Jai Rong's words. Qin Shao ignored the people who were trying to take advantage of him. Instead, he continued to speak loudly. Although I, Qin Shao, am not from Freedom City, I have only been in Freedom City for over 10 years. That is indeed a very short period of time. Freedom City is just a passerby for me. I just happened to run into Freedom City's crisis. Although I'm not from Freedom City, I like Freedom City very much. I admire the first Freedom City Lord very much. He created a Freedom City and spread the faith of freedom. He created a place that could accommodate all races and live in harmony. It was a miracle. I am deeply touched by Freedom City. In the past, Freedom City was a pure land in this world. It was a free and sacred city. It was an otherworldly paradise. Therefore, many heavenly venerates could live carefree and happily in Freedom City. Many of them could even live through the long years of the universe era. This is an extremely rare occurrence in the outside world. However, there are many such cases in Free City. For example, Senior Old Duan beside me and the High and Mighty Elf Patriarch on the stage. There are definitely many people I don't know. I know. All of this is because of the light of freedom brought about by Freedom City. I believe that everyone likes Freedom City because of the faith of Freedom City. You like the harmony of all races in Freedom City. You like Freedom City's acceptance of all rivers. You like Freedom City's heart of freedom. Everyone likes the atmosphere, the rules of life, and everything. Therefore, everyone should do their best to love and protect Freedom City. They should not let Freedom City walk towards destruction. I know that many people will say that starting a war is using their lives to protect Freedom City. However, what I want to say is that this is both right and wrong. This is because they have fallen into a misconception. Fists can indeed solve everything, but most of the time, fists are the final solution. I have never felt that the monster race and demon race were really determined to start a war. Therefore, there must be room for negotiation. However, if you are determined to start a war, you will only force the monster race and demon race to fight. In the end, a war will become the only option. One wrong step will lead to many wrong steps. This will lead to eternal damnation and a bottomless abyss. Therefore, this step is very crucial and very important. You think that by starting a war, you're following your heart of freedom and protecting your free cities. What I want to say is that you're gravely mistaken. Starting a war is just a last resort. It's just a heroic act. True protection is not starting a war. Instead, it is using peaceful methods to solve problems and minimize losses. Only in this way can Freedom City be protected. It is good that we are hot-blooded, energetic, and determined. However, we should not disappoint others. We should not be foolish and fall into other people's trap. We should not be rash or agitated. Instead, we should think calmly. As a citizen of Freedom City, I feel that everyone should work hard for their self-esteem and not go with the flow. Everyone, the life and death of Free City will be decided by your whims. A single thought is life or death. It all depends on how you choose. Qin Zhao's words resonated with many people. Those who had thought of these problems previously were even more certain now. Indeed, many people did not have the courage to speak up. They were all going with the flow. Yes, do not forget your original intentions. Do not disappoint. Do not destroy your freedom. Don't you have the spirit of Freedom City? Young master, you said with a pained heart. He wanted to wake everyone up. These words had a great impact on many people, and many voices of discussion immediately became noisy. Chapter 2203. Don't forget your original intentions, don't let down your glory, don't give up on your freedom. The freedom had always been the pride of the City of Freedom. It was the foundation of the City of Freedom. How glorious was the City of Freedom! The people of the City of Freedom loved peace, and did not like war. The words of Qin Zhao, Prince Yu, and the old man in a canopy touched the hearts of many people, and inspired them to speak up. They are right. I also feel that the monster race and demon race might not be determined to fight to the death. Their people did not die in the hands of the 10,000 races. I don't understand why the monster race and demon race would start a war to massacre the entire city. The combined strength of the 10,000 races is extremely powerful. If the monster race and demon race were to start a war to massacre the entire city, they would have to pay a price that was hundreds or thousands of times more than what they had lost previously. Yes, I also feel that the monster race and demon race might not want to start a war to massacre the entire city. If they wanted to, they would have done so long ago. Why are they still not doing so? There must be something fishy going on. I have always felt that something was amiss. Yes, I think there must be a conspiracy behind this. Starting a war is not the best choice for the 10,000 races. Let's talk to the monster race and demon race first. However, we have to be prepared for the final battle. Elf clan leader, I also feel that it is not appropriate to start a war directly. To put it bluntly, if we were to drag ourselves into a war directly, we would be digging our own graves. Even if the 10,000 races were to work together, to be honest, if the monster race and demon race were to increase their morale, the 10,000 races would be isolated and helpless. If we were to continue fighting, the 10,000 races would definitely lose in the end. The 10,000 races. I always felt that starting a war was the last and most helpless move. I don't agree with starting a war right from the start. I don't agree with it either. We are not afraid of death, but we don't have to die. Elf clan leader, the elf race has always been an intelligent and peace-loving race. I don't understand why you started a war right from the start. Didn't the elf clan leader just say that he had talked to the leaders of the monster race and demon race? The monster race and demon race are determined to start a war to massacre the entire city. Are you all deaf? Since the monster race and demon race have already decided to launch a massacre, Why haven't they done anything yet? That's between the monster race and demon race. How would we know? Just because you don't know, you want to risk the lives of countless races? Isn't this a little too childish? Your words are completely unpersuasive. Yet you insist on forcing us to make a clear declaration. Isn't this forcing us to do something we don't want to do? I think you've all been bewitched. Are you really going to listen to the words of a few outsiders? Those people obviously have bad intentions and want to ruin our grand plan. The two voices began to argue, but it was clear that the majority did not want to start a war. There were still many who did not speak, and they were probably leaning towards not starting a war. The scene suddenly became a little chaotic. Even some of the fourth step heavenly venerables on the main stage lowered their heads and began to converse with each other. Clearly, not all of these fourth step heavenly venerables were of the same mind. There were still a small number of people who had different opinions. It was just that they did not say it before. Now that there was a new wave, some people dared to express different opinions. The elf clan leader's eyes flashed with an extremely cold and gloomy aura. The elf clan leader gestured to a fourth step heavenly venerate beside him. That fourth step heavenly venerate immediately snorted and charged towards Qin Shao. This was the elf clan leader of the giant strength race. His entire body was golden as if it was made of gold. His limbs were thick and muscular, and he was 30 feet tall. He was so strong that he looked like a meat tower. He gave off an explosive feeling. Humph! How dare a few traitors from the human race come and disrupt the unity of our races? You're courting death. The elf clan leader shouted and threw a punch. That punch was like a blazing sun descending from the sky. The golden light from the explosion of power was unusually dazzling and instantly annihilated the entire hall. As expected of an experienced fourth step heavenly venerate, that punch caused the sky and earth to change color. The entire hall felt as if it was going to explode from that punch. Everyone felt a wave of power crashing down on them. Many third-step heavenly venerables were so frightened that cold sweat seeped out of their foreheads. What a powerful force! The attack of a fourth-step heavenly venerate was indeed very terrifying. Haha, young Master Rong, you're really scheming. The elf clan leader has made his move. Humph! Qin Shao and the others are going to suffer. Fu Rini laughed happily when he saw the situation. The corner of Di Rong's mouth curled up into a cold smile. This was exactly what he wanted to see. Now, it seemed that things were progressing much more smoothly than he had originally planned. In fact, he did not even need to carry out his original plan. In Freedom City, he could make things difficult for Qin Shao and the others without using a single soldier. The elf clan leader's move had also frightened many people, causing them to turn pale with fright. The thief wants to destroy my Freedom City. How sad and hateful! The shrouded old man looked up at the sky and sighed bitterly. However, there was nothing he could do. Although he had lived for tens of thousands of eras, he was only a second-step heavenly venerate. His cultivation path had long been broken. He could not change anything. He clearly knew that there was a great conspiracy behind this, but no one would listen to his words. How sad was this? Freedom City, which had been passed down for countless years, was about to be destroyed in this great conspiracy. Those fourth-step heavenly venerables of the myriad races were about to become accomplices of the person behind this. How ridiculous and ironic was this? His strength alone was too weak. It was not easy for 3 humans to speak up, but how could the elf clan leader and the others allow these people to continue speaking? If we're going to die, then this old man will be the first to die. A Freedom City that has lost its faith no longer exists. If Freedom City is destroyed, then I have no reason to continue living. The shrouded old man was in complete despair. He had already prepared himself to die. He would die with the faith of Freedom City, with the heart of freedom. He fearlessly rushed towards Patriarch Zhu Li. He wanted to use his lowly body to block Patriarch Zhu Li's tyrannical punch. Many people were greatly moved by this scene. Life and death were often the most awakening and touching things. The shrouded old man resolutely faced death. He wanted to use his own death to express his determination and pass down his faith. An old man who had lived for tens of thousands of eras in Freedom City, how deep were his feelings for Freedom City? There was no way to express it with simple words. You overestimate yourself. The shrouded old man and the elf clan leader were from the same era. However, the elf clan leader's eyes were red. He did not care about the shrouded old man's life and continued to smash his golden fist. Using his humble body to receive the elf clan leader's shocking punch was like an ant trying to touch a mountain. The outcome could be foreseen. The spirit of the shrouded old man had won the admiration of many people. At this moment, when they saw the shrouded old man die heroically, they felt incomparably pained and sympathetic, but more than that, they felt helpless. However, at this moment of life and death, an invisible force suddenly pulled the shrouded old man back. A huge fist condensed and gathered a powerful force to meet the golden fist of the patriarch of the Zhu Li clan. This huge fist was formed by Qin Zhao's inner world energy. Qin Zhao's inner world energy was enough to deal with a fourth step heavenly venerate. Therefore, the huge fist met the elf clan leader's golden fist. This was a collision of strength, a confrontation of powerful strength. The elf clan was a clan born with divine strength. They cultivated the true meaning of strength. In terms of pure strength, the elf clan was indeed very strong. Boom! The two fists collided, causing the entire hall to collapse. For a moment it felt like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. What powerful strength! What kind of strength is this? It can actually reach such a powerful level. This is also pure strength. When the fists collided, the elf clan leader was secretly shocked. The inner world energy was also a form of pure strength. It was not immortal energy or the power of immortal technique. Therefore, the elf clan leader was even more surprised. Pure strength could reach such a powerful level. What kind of method was this? Other than the cultivators of the true meaning of strength, he, the elf clan leader, had never met such a person. Of course, the elf clan leader naturally did not expect that Qin Zhao was only using the inner world energy. After all, under normal circumstances, even a fourth step heavenly venerate's inner world energy was very weak. It was not useful in a battle. What use was it? Therefore, very few people used the inner world energy in a battle. Unless it was a higher level suppressing a lower level, it was still possible to rely on the inner world energy. In a battle of the same level, it was useless. Get lost. Facing the elf clan leader, Qin Zhao was not polite at all. He coldly glanced at the elf clan leader and shouted. At the same time, his heart force turned into an invisible sharp blade. It was incomparably sharp and directly attacked the elf clan leader's will. With the amplification effect of the heart force stone, Qin Zhao's heart force was enough to deal with the majority of fourth step heavenly venerate. The elf clan leader's willpower was clearly not very strong. Therefore, when Qin Zhao's heart force attacked, the elf clan leader was immediately forced to retreat. His face turned pale with horror. His face was filled with pain. It was very difficult to block Qin Zhao's heart force attack. Qin Zhao's heart force attack naturally caused the elf clan leader to hold his head in pain. After retreating several hundred feet, he actually knelt on one knee and stared at Qin Zhao with bloodshot eyes. A fourth step heavenly venerate was actually beaten into such a sorry state by Qin Zhao's attack. Such a scene shocked everyone in the hall. They couldn't help but widen their eyes and look at Qin Zhao with strange expressions. This was definitely an inconceivable scene. A young third step heavenly venerate had actually beaten the giant force patriarch, a fourth step heavenly venerate who had lived for more than 10,000 eras, into such a sorry state. Furthermore, it had only been a single exchange of blows, yet the giant force patriarch had been defeated. There was no suspense. This was an easy victory. Just who was this person? Just what was his background? How could he be so strong? At this moment, many people had many questions about Qin Shao. The faces of the elf patriarch and the others also darkened. They stared at Qin Shao with deep and unfathomable eyes. Young Master Rong, this Qin Shao, he Fu Rini and Qi Li were dumbfounded. They originally thought that since the elf clan leader had made a move, Baichuan Fu Su would definitely come out to protect him. Otherwise, he would definitely die. However, they never imagined that the elf clan leader would be defeated by Qin Shao in a single exchange. Chapter 2204. Zhai Rong and the other two were not in a good mood. Qin Zhao's shocking actions had left them speechless. Not only were Zhai Rong and the others speechless, but the elf tribe leader and the rest were also speechless. They could not calm down for a long time. The giant strength tribe leader was considered one of the stronger ones among them. He should be able to rank in the top 10. However, they did not expect that he would not even be able to withstand a single blow from this third step heavenly venerate human race lad. The situation was a little troublesome. The others were so shocked that they were flabbergasted. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Countless pairs of eyes stared at Qin Shao with wide open eyes. Their faces were filled with shock. It was hard to believe that a third step heavenly venerate could be so strong. Even if such a person was placed in the Wind Cloud Academy, he would definitely be one of the top disciples, right? Qin Shao, you are indeed the number one genius of the primordial universe. You are the number one expert. Haha, I thought that Big Brother and I would be considered to have had a great immortal fate. TSK, to think that we would still be left far behind by you. Behind. Young Master, you laughed heartily. He was happy for Qin Shao. Although Baichuan Fu Su and Young Master, you had heard about Qin Zhao's experiences over the years, they knew that Qin Shao was definitely strong. However, they did not know how strong he was. Now that they knew, they were naturally elated. They were still very impressed with Qin Shao. His peerless glory had also shone from the primordial universe to the immortal realm. This human must be an accomplice of the monster race and demon race. He is here to destroy the unity of our races. Everyone, don't be confused by his demon heart. Kill them. The giant strength tribe leader pointed at Qin Shao and roared. He immediately put a crime on Qin Shao. The elf tribe leader's face turned cold. Fellow Taoist of the human race, you have evil intentions. You are destroying the unity of our races. You deserve death. If you continue to be stubborn, then don't blame us for being impolite. The fate of our myriad races and the life and death of our free city should be in our own hands. It should not be interfered by an outsider like you. Everyone, don't be influenced by this person's lies. I've already talked to the leaders of the monster race and demon race many times. We have no other choice but to fight. The monster race and demon race have already made up their minds to start a massacre. What's wrong? Does no one believe me? That's right, everyone. Don't be misled by their nonsense. We have negotiated with the leaders of the monster race and demon race many times. We really have no other choice but to fight. If there were other possibilities, we wouldn't want to fight either. We already have no other choice. Immediately, another fourth step, Heavenly Venerable, stood out and echoed. This was the clan leader of the solitary scarlet race. He was also in existence who had lived for a very long time. He was also very prestigious in Freedom City. Next, a few other fourth step, Heavenly Venerables stood out and supported the elf clan leader. As a result, Everyone in the hall hesitated for a moment. It sounded like it was true. If they had really negotiated and really had no other choice, then everyone would definitely agree to start a war. War was the last choice. It was the most helpless choice, and it was also the choice that no one was afraid of. Hee, elf clan leader, are you really very sure that you have negotiated with the monster race and demon race? Qin Shao asked coldly. The elf clan leader glared at Qin Shao, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes, as if he wanted to kill someone. Of course I'm very sure. How can we not be sure about what we've done? The elf clan leader replied firmly. Qin Shao said again, if you're really very sure that you've done it, do you dare to swear on the heavenly Tao? You said that I'm in cahoots with the monster race and demon race. In order to prove my innocence, I dare to swear on the heavenly Tao. We just happened to pass by this place, and couldn't bear to see the Freedom City being harmed and destroyed by evil people. As long as you dare to swear on the heavenly Tao, we'll leave immediately and have nothing to do with you. Do you dare? Qin Zhao's move could be said to be played ruthlessly enough. Even a half-sage wouldn't dare to swear on the heavenly Tao. Once one swore on the heavenly Tao, they would be punished by the heavenly Tao if they went against it. Even a half-sage would die under the heavenly Tao's punishment. The elf clan leader's expression darkened when they heard Qin Zhao's words. They didn't say anything for a while and didn't dare to rashly respond. Everyone in the hall looked at the elf clan leader and the others. They were also waiting for the elf clan leader to make a move. If the elf clan leader really dared to swear on the heavenly Tao, then they could believe him. Qin Shao struck while the iron was hot. He glanced at everyone and continued, everyone, we definitely don't have any intentions of harming you. We can all swear on the heavenly Tao. I just hope that everyone can think about it calmly. Do you really think that the people on the stage are still the clan leaders you're familiar with? Can't you sense that they're different from usual? Don't you have any suspicions at all? It's obvious that someone is plotting behind this. It's a huge conspiracy. The motive is actually very simple. They just want to use the myriad races to deal with the monster race and demon race. The combined power of the myriad races is also an extremely terrifying force. Let me ask you, are you all willing to become their pawns? I know that everyone here isn't afraid of death. Everyone here is hot-blooded, free, and courageous. However, are you all really willing to die for others, bleed for others, and send the free city to destruction? Are you all willing? Are you all willing? Qin Zhao's last three, "Are you all willing?" sentences were infused with his mental strength so that his voice could directly strike everyone's souls. The three similar question marks lingered in everyone's minds for a long time and lingered on their souls. The interrogation of one's soul was the most resonant. Yes, are you all willing? There was obviously something fishy about this matter. The elf clan leader and the others had indeed become a little unfamiliar and were no longer like how they were before. Moreover, the elf clan leader and the others didn't dare to swear on the heavenly Tao at all. Wasn't that enough to explain the problem? Could it be that it was truly frightening to think about? How can something like swearing on the heavenly Tao be done so easily? Why should we swear on the heavenly Tao just because you said so? Do you really think this is child's play? Who do you think you are? Do you have so much power that we have to do this? This matter is true in the first place. Why do we have to go through the trouble of swearing on the heavenly Tao? As cultivators of our generation, this is the biggest taboo. Do you think we'll listen to you? The Crimson Fox clan leader said with a cold expression. However, such a rebuttal obviously didn't have much power. Qin Shao sneered and retorted, "Clan leader Crimson Fox, I naturally don't have such power. What can I ask you to do?" Swearing on the heavenly Tao is indeed a huge matter, but for the survival of the free city and the survival of all races, isn't this reason enough? Now, it's you who can't convince everyone. As the clan leaders of all races, as fourth step heavenly venerables, and as the leaders of all races, can't you set an example? If you think you can't, then I think you obviously have a guilty conscience and don't dare to do it. You! The Crimson Fox clan leader was so angry that his face darkened, but he couldn't refute for a moment. Clan leader, forgive me for being blunt, but you're indeed different today. You've always loved peace and didn't like fighting. But today you're determined to start a war. We don't understand. Is there really no other way out? Finally, a member of the Elf clan stood up and spoke. As a member of the Elf clan, he was definitely the most familiar with their clan leader. They all felt that today's clan leader was different from before. Impudent! The Elf clan leader angrily roared. He glared at the Elf clan leader and said, "Even you think I'm lying to everyone? We wouldn't dare. Please calm down, clan leader. We're not doubting you. We just feel that it's best to make things clear so that we can convince everyone." The elf immediately explained, "Our elf race has always been a peaceful race in Free City, a race of friendship, a race of virtue and prestige, and a race of leadership. Free City is in trouble, so we, the elven race, naturally have to stand up and shoulder the responsibilities that we should shoulder. The Free City belongs to everyone. It's the common home of all races. Therefore, I feel that no matter what we do, we should obtain everyone's consent. Everyone should have a chance to speak." The Elf clan leader's words immediately caused a lot of hesitation. Many people asked the Elf clan leader and the others to explain clearly. If what they said was true, then they would swear on the heavenly Tao so that everyone could be at ease. In the end, the discussion became louder and louder. Most people joined in. Those who had started the fight didn't dare to say anything more. They could only shut their mouths and stand aside obediently. The Elf clan leader and the others' expressions became uglier and uglier. The hatred in their eyes when they looked at Qin Shao was very strong. To think that such a good plan would be ruined by this human. Detestable, really detestable to the extreme. Young Master Rong, could it be that Qin Shao really succeeded in turning the tables? Fu Rini asked worriedly. He originally thought that Qin Shao had offended the Elf clan leader and the others. Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't have an easy time. However, he didn't expect the situation to take such a turn. How the hell would I know? Let's wait and see first. Di Rong was in a bad mood and replied impatiently. It seemed that this plan had been broken. This feeling of loss was truly unbearable. As the discussion became louder and louder, it seemed that it was impossible to suppress the situation. The main reason was that everyone was already doubting the Elf clan leader's words. Moreover, Freedom City was used to freedom and peace. They were indeed unwilling to have a war. Therefore, everyone's verbal attacks were also forcing the Elf clan leader and the others to express their stance. It was difficult to suppress the rebellion. A bunch of ignorant people. I gave you a chance to dance properly. You didn't know how to cherish it and dance properly. Since you have the intention to rebel, then I'll personally take action. Fortunately, I've been prepared for this. I've predicted that something like this would happen, so I've kept a trump card. I didn't expect it to be used. Fine. For today, I've worked endlessly for the past few epochs. This time, I'll give it all. Ha, your strength will all be used by me. None of you can escape. Ha, chess pieces, come to me one by one. Chapter 2205. The voice reverberated throughout the world and was deafening. It poured into everyone's ears like a golden soup, making everyone feel as if they were about to explode. The voice contained a powerful magical power. The magical power poured into one's mind and disturbed one's soul. A force had completely shrouded the entire hall, forming a strange domain, trapping everyone in it. The world changed colors, the four seas sank, and the space was covered with a layer of gray color. Under the cover of this strange and terrifying power, many people were shocked. What's going on? What's going on? What a strange power. I feel like my consciousness is going out of control. Who is it? Could it be that this is that strange power? Sure enough, we've all been fooled. This is indeed a great conspiracy. The elf patriarch and the others have long been controlled by that strange power. It's over, it's over. We're really done for. Boom! An earth-shattering sound suddenly rang out. In an instant, the sky was broken, the sun and the moon were swallowed up, and the world fell into darkness. There was no more light. Darkness had descended. An eerie demonic aura gushed out. Strange sounds came from the darkness, as if demons had walked out from the depths of hell. An endless sense of terror spread out, enveloping the entire hall and shrouding everyone's soul. Everyone felt as if they were being tightly bound by an invisible hand, and they were firmly rooted to the ground. The master has finally come out. He's really strong. We have to be careful. Qin Shao frowned deeply, and a sense of danger arose in his heart. The master had not shown himself yet, but the power of his aura was already so strong that it was terrifying. Even Qin Shao felt a strong sense of danger. He knew that he had encountered a strong enemy this time. The master's strength had probably reached the peak of the fourth step celestial venerate realm. He might even be close to the half-step sage realm. No matter how strong Qin Shao was, he definitely did not have the confidence to face a fourth-step celestial venerate of this level. He should not be a match for him. Baichuan Fu Su also had a serious expression on his face. His nerves tensed up as he prepared to use his secret technique. Yes, I feel it too. It is indeed very scary. We have to be careful. Young Master Yu clenched his teeth. This pressure was making him very uncomfortable. The expressions of Zhai Rong and the other two also became very ugly. This sudden turn of events was completely unexpected. Young Master Rong, the situation is not good. What should we do now? Fu Rini asked anxiously. Qi Li also said anxiously, Young Master Rong, we have to find a way to leave this place quickly. I feel that if we don't leave now, we'll be in big trouble. The mastermind behind this is too crazy. I didn't expect that he would play such a big game of chess here. It's really too scary. Why do I feel like we're going to be screwed over this time? Di Rong's expression was the ugliest. After all, he was the one who had decided on this route and planned it. But Di Rong had never thought that such a sudden change would happen. He also smelled the scent of danger. He also knew that it was best to leave this place quickly. Otherwise, he would really be in big trouble. But the situation before them was not one where they could leave just because they wanted to. How could it be so easy? Therefore, Di Rong also felt like he had smashed his own foot with a rock. Stop arguing. Since things have already come to this, let's not complain anymore. Later on, we'll act according to the situation. If there's a chance, we'll leave this place. Di Rong shouted. Fu Rini said, Young Master Rong, didn't you just say that you have the confidence to leave this place safely? Di Rong glared at Fu Rini and said, That's my final trump card. Unless there's no other choice, how can I use it so easily? Your daddy here is not in a hurry. Why are you guys in a hurry? Are we already in a hopeless situation now? When there's really danger, I'll naturally use my trump card. Fu Rini and Qi Li did not dare to say anything more. The entire hall was in an uproar. It was already restless. But this strange power enveloped the hall and restrained everyone. Thin blood vessels like blood vessels suddenly appeared. Like bloodworms, they crawled towards everyone. Countless blood vessels made it impossible for anyone to dodge. Qin Shao wanted to dodge as well, but he realized that there was no way to do so. The entire area was filled. No matter where you went, you would still be entangled by those thin blood vessels. Baichuan Fu Su and Young Master, you were also caught. Young Master, you said directly, Qin Shao, big brother, let's fight our way out. Let's charge out. If we stay here any longer, I feel like we won't be able to leave. Baichuan Fu Su frowned and shook his head. The binding power of this area is too scary. We're tightly entangled by invisible hands. It won't be easy to leave. The strength of the person behind this is unimaginably strong, and he has meticulously arranged everything here. There should be some kind of spirit formation or restriction spell covering this place, forming an absolute domain. If we don't break this area, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave. Qin Shao nodded in agreement with Baichuan Fu Su's words. Yes, it won't be easy to get out of here. Even if we go all out, it won't be of much use. What we're fighting is only this area. The person behind this hasn't even shown himself yet. If we attack now, we'll only hurt the innocent. So, we need to gather our strength for now. The moment the blood vessels entered his body, Qin Shao felt an extremely strange and terrifying power quickly flowing through his body. It could even seep into his soul and consciousness. What a terrifying power, to be able to seep into his soul and consciousness. Such a situation gave Qin Shao a fright. This was a very bad sign. The situation isn't looking good. Moreover, as soon as the strange power seeped in, it erupted with a powerful controlling power. A demon's seed was planted in his soul. The sound of the great Tao began to chant in Qin Shao's consciousness, confusing his consciousness. His soul and consciousness were simultaneously invaded by a terrifying power. It was fighting for control and sowing the demon's seed. Tao Heart Demon. I finally understand how the Elven Patriarch and the others came back. So they've been controlled by the person behind this using the Tao Heart Demon. At this moment, Qin Shao also came to a sudden realization and understood what was going on. But it was a little too late to understand now. The power was wreaking havoc on him. Although Qin Zhao's soul and willpower were both very strong, the Tao Heart Demon was even more terrifying. Even Qin Shao felt that he was about to be successfully invaded. The Elven Patriarch and the other fourth step Heavenly Venerables were all controlled by the mastermind behind the scenes. This was enough to show how powerful the mastermind behind the scenes was. Moreover, this was a meticulously planned trap. With the help of the sealed domain, the power of the Tao Heart Demon became even more powerful. The Tao Heart Demon was a very evil secret technique. It was an extremely powerful and terrifying secret technique. It used the supreme Tao Heart to plant a demon's seed in a cultivator's heart. Once the demon's seed was formed, it would be controlled by the person who planted it and could not be resisted. This secret technique was too evil. It was terrifyingly evil. It controlled others and used them for one's own purposes. The person behind this wanted to control everyone here. As long as he controlled the people here, it would be equivalent to controlling the power of the 10,000 tribes in the Free City. Then, he would definitely use them to fight against the monster race and demon race. This method was indeed ruthless enough. It's the Tao Heart Demon. It's the Tao Heart Demon. I didn't expect such an evil secret technique to really exist in this world. Someone has even succeeded in cultivating it. We're in trouble. This time we're really in big trouble. Dirong was really panicking. At this moment, he could clearly feel that he could not resist the power of the Tao Heart Demon. He could clearly feel that he was being invaded by the demon's seed. It was going to take root in his heart and grow. Get up. Once the demon seed grew, his mind and consciousness would be completely under the demon's control. Once it reached this stage, his real body would be controlled from a distance. The consequences would be unimaginable. If his real body was not controlled, he could still shamelessly ask the sacred venerables to help if he had no other choice. After all, this time, it involved 5 students from the Wind Cloud Academy. If such a thing really happened, even if the Di, Fu, and Qi clans did not help, the Wind Cloud Academy would definitely not sit idly by. It was not difficult for the Wind Cloud Academy to send a sacred venerate. Therefore, Di Rong was really panicking. What should he do now? Young Master Rong, it's the Tao Heart Demon Seed. Once we're controlled, it's over. Let's leave quickly. Otherwise, we won't be able to make it in time. Fu Rini and Qi Li were anxious and urged Di Rong. How would they dare to stay here any longer? Di Rong's face was bitter. How can we leave now? Do I need you to urge me to leave? Don't I know that this is an extremely urgent situation? The space has been sealed. We're entangled by countless blood strands. The demon's seed has already landed on our souls. We're already connected to the entire Tao Heart Demon Seed array. If we want to leave here, it's equivalent to breaking through the entire Tao Heart Demon Seed array. How can it be so easy? If it was just a moment ago, there was a possibility that they could leave. But now, Di Rong was completely out of options. He regretted it. He wanted to slap himself a few times. Why didn't he listen to advice and leave just now? Now, he could not leave even if he wanted to. Even if he had a trump card, he could not use it. What should he do now? What? After Fu Rini and Qi Li heard it, their faces turned pale. They were stunned on the spot. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. There was a buzzing sound in their minds. It's over. This time, it's really over. This was the thought in their hearts. Even young Master Rong could not bring them away. They could only watch as the demon's seed was planted in their Tao Heart Demon Seed array. Then, they would be controlled by others and become their pawns and puppet. Just thinking about it was enough to make one collapse. They were the students of the Wind Cloud Academy. They were the pride of the entire Hu Ling Academy. How could they end up in such a state? If this news were to spread, they would probably laugh their heads off. Everyone was plunged into boundless agony. The demon's seed was planted in their souls. The seed slowly took root and grew. It turned into countless tentacles that controlled their soul consciousness. Chapter 2206. Am I going to die? No, I feel like I'm going to die. I'm not afraid of dying on the battlefield, but I don't want to die like this. My consciousness is starting to go out of my control. Am I going to become a puppet? No, I'd rather die. Run? What should I do? I can't run anymore. In the main hall, there were cries of pain, anguish, and anger. However, everyone was entangled, enveloped, devoured, and demonized by the countless blood strands. Tao Heart Demon Seed. Using supreme magic to plant a demon seed in the Tao Heart. This was an extremely evil and overbearing secret technique. It was enough to make people tremble in fear. No wonder even the elf clan leader and the other fourth step heavenly venerables fell for it. The power of this Tao Heart Demon Seed is too overbearing. Even I can't resist it. Qin Zhao's gaze was extremely cold. If this continued, he might be controlled. Once he was controlled, he would definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. What should he do now? How could he solve this problem? If he couldn't solve this problem, they would all die here today. Young Master Yu and Baichuan Fusu were in pain. They were clearly struggling with all their might, but they were still sinking deeper and deeper. Tao Heart Demon Seed. It's a demon. Since it's a demon, my Buddhist power should be able to suppress and neutralize it. Qin Zhao's heart suddenly jolted as he recalled his Buddhist power. There's the sect master of the infinite brilliance heaven and earth. Then the Buddha will inform the Bodhisattvas. And the four heavenly beings. I'm in the past. Ask for the Lotus Sutra. Have no tiredness. Be in the majority. Be the king. Make a vow to have the Bodhi. Never turn back. Qin Zhao recited the mystic Dharma Lotus Sutra in his heart. The Buddhist power was like a clear spring that poured into Qin Zhao's soul and consciousness. It quickly flowed to every cell in his body. The Buddhist holy light cleansed all the darkness and evil in the world. The Tao Heart Demon Seed was the power of the demon. However, the Buddhist holy light was the nemesis of the demon. Evil could not suppress good. When evil met good, it would naturally be suppressed by good. The mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra cleansed all dark energy and suppressed all devils. As soon as the power of Buddhism was unleashed, Qin Shao also clearly felt that the devil was quickly suppressed. Qin Zhao's power of Buddhism was strengthened, and the devil was gradually dispersing. Qin Zhao's consciousness became clearer and clearer. It is indeed effective. The power of Buddhism is indeed the bane of all evil in the world. It is the terminator of all dark forces. Qin Shao was overjoyed, and immediately pulled Baichuan Fu Su and young Master Yu back, transmitting his voice to them. Brother Fu Su, young Master Yu, don't show any changes in your expressions. I'll use the Dharma to suppress the demonic energy in your bodies. Do it. At this moment, Baichuan Fu Su and young Master Yu, who were trapped in pain, did not respond. However, they soon felt a supreme Buddhist holy aura enter their soul consciousness. The Buddhist holy aura shone, purifying all the dark energy in the world. Volume. The Dharma was the supreme power of righteousness. It only had the effect of suppressing and destroying the dark energy. Under the purification of Qin Zhao's Dharma, Baichuan Fu Su and young Master Yu quickly regained consciousness, and the devil was gradually removed. Soon, the three of them were not invaded by evil, and completely suppressed the devil. Qin Shao, you actually cultivated the Dharma? Baichuan Fu Su was shocked. Young Master Yu said in disbelief, but that's impossible. Didn't they say that only Dharma cultivators can cultivate the Dharma? But Qin Shao, you're not a Dharma cultivator, how can you have the Dharma? Qin Shao said, it's a long story, I'll tell you guys in detail next time. Although I have the Dharma, I'm not considered to have entered the Dharma. I shouldn't be considered a Dharma cultivator, right? I don't like the Dharma cultivators. Haha, even if I say so, you won't like it. Cut off the 7 emotions, give up the 6 desires, have no desires, the realm of great inaction, it's hard to imagine. Even if you directly make me a saint venerable, I won't agree to it. Elder Yu said. Zizi laughed. To be able to do this, Qin Shao felt that it was quite admirable. Qin Shao, since you possess the Buddhist Dharma and are able to suppress the demonic seed, can't you save everyone directly? If the people of the myriad tribes are really controlled by the person behind the scenes, then Free City is finished. Young Master Yu said again. Qin Shao sighed helplessly and said, it's difficult. After all, I'm not a Dharma cultivator, so the power of the Dharma isn't strong. Just now, suppressing the 3 of us with the devil seemed to be a little strenuous. It's impossible to save tens of thousands of people of the myriad tribes. On one hand, the strength of the person behind the scenes was too strong, and this Tao Heart Devil Seed secret technique was too evil and overbearing. On the other hand, Qin Zhao's Dharma power was indeed not strong enough. Even if he still had the 8-faced Buddha realm and the 6-syllable Sanskrit that he had not used, it was definitely impossible to fight against the person behind the scenes. It was definitely impossible to save everyone. Then what should we do? If there's no way to save everyone, then there's still no way to change the situation. Free City is still destined to be destroyed. Young Master Yu said. Baichuan Fu Su shook his head and said, I'm afraid that even whether we can safely leave Free City is still a question. I'm afraid that, with the strength of the 3 of us, there's no way to fight against the person behind the scenes. If the person behind the scenes discovers the 3 of us, I'm afraid that he will take action against the 3 of us. Qin Shao was also thinking about this problem. It was indeed very troublesome. Qin Shao did not know how strong the person behind the scenes was, but intuitively, he felt that the 3 of them together would not be a match for him. Therefore, now was not the time to consider whether Free City could be saved, but whether their lives could be saved first. If I want to resolve this crisis, then I have to save more people. It would be best if we could rescue everyone. Only then would we be able to completely turn the tables and resolve this crisis. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's just a last-ditch effort. Once the war breaks out, the monster race and demon race will definitely be in a passive state. At that time, the monster race and demon race will have to go all out to protect themselves. It's difficult. Qin Zhao's heart was filled with bitterness, and he shook his head helplessly. He was thinking of a way to deal with it, but there was no good way to deal with it at all. The only way to deal with it was to be able to save everyone, not everyone, but at least most of the people. Only then could he possibly turn the tide and reverse the situation. However, to do this, his current Dharma power was definitely not enough. Unless he could have a breakthrough in Dharma, but was it possible? Qin Shao was not a Buddhist cultivator. He had never put his mind on Dharma cultivation, nor did he cultivate and comprehend Dharma. How could he possibly have a breakthrough? Even if he really had a breakthrough, would it bring about new problems to consider? Once he had a breakthrough, would it allow him to enter Buddhism? But no matter what, I have to give it a try. Even if it's not for Free City, I have to do it for myself. Since the situation is already like this, there's no other way but to fight. Qin Shao quickly made up his mind. Fight. Brother Fu Su, young master Yu, let's wait and see for the time being. With my current Dharma power, it's definitely not enough. However, we're now in a desperate situation and there's no other way, so I have to fight. You guys hold the fort for me first. Hopefully, we can turn the situation around before the war breaks out. Once the war really breaks out, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to reverse the situation. Since fate has given me a test, then I'll accept it. Good job, Qin Shao. I believe you can do it. Young Master Yu immediately nodded and cheered for Qin Shao. Bai Chuan Fu Su also said, Don't worry, Qin Shao. Just focus on your cultivation. Leave this to us. Time was extremely short. Qin Shao quickly entered a state of cultivation and comprehension. A figure stood in the void, controlling the Tao Heart Demon Seed Array. He looked down with a ferocious and sinister expression. This was a human. He wore a long black robe that covered him from head to toe. His entire being was wrapped in the black robe. His face was very frightening because his face was covered with clearly visible veins of blood. The veins were densely packed like a spider web. There was a devil seed on his forehead that looked like a small heart. It pulsed visibly, exuding the vitality of life. All the blood vessels were connected to the demon seed. That was the source of the demon seed. Monster race and demon race, I've been waiting for this day for a few universe epochs. All these years, I've endured humiliation to survive. I've been preparing for this day. This day has finally come. Today, I'm going to wipe out the demons in this city, but that's just the interest, it's just the beginning. As long as I'm alive, I'll continue to fight the monster race and demon race. I'll hunt and kill your people endlessly. 1 universe epoch, 100 universe epochs, 10,000 universe epochs, or even millions and billions of universe epoch. I'll continue to enjoy it. Killing the people of the monster race and demon race is now my only wish. It's also the only thing I'll do in my life. I'll disregard everything and do my best to make the monster race and demon race suffer until the day I die. The monster race and demon race are big races. So what if you're strong? I'll kill you slowly. I won't provoke your big races or your sacred venerates. I'll only kill heavenly venerates and demons. I'll kill fewer and fewer demons. Eventually, I'll kill more and more. Ha ha ha. This time, I'll make sure that none of the troops of the monster race and demon race will leave Free City alive. Every living being in Free City shall be implanted with a demon seed for me to use. Listen to my orders and kill the monster race and demon race. The person behind the figure stretched out his hands and endless demonic chi soared into the sky. Bloody light shone in all directions. A powerful force broke through the sky and shook the entire free cities in an instant. Demonic chi soared into the sky and a sea of blood raged. Evil thoughts roared and shook the sky. This action had completely destroyed the tranquility of Freedom City and shocked the land. All the living beings in the Free City looked at the elf clan with shock. The elf race members who didn't attend the meeting were terrified. They covered their heads and ran away, screaming. However, they were quickly shrouded by the demonic chi and invaded by the demon seed. The demonic chi and bloody light spread and shrouded the entire Free City. The demon seed was like a small demon that was searching for all living beings. Living beings were the root of their root. Restless voices immediately resounded throughout the entire Free Cities. Chapter 2207. The Tao Heart Demonic Seed was a demonic seed that controlled all life forms. The sky above Freedom City was also shrouded by the soaring demonic aura. Amid the monstrous demonic aura, there was an eerie bloody glow. Countless demons could be vaguely seen dancing within the demonic aura. It was extremely demonic. Anyone who saw this terrifying scene would be scared out of their wit. It was as though the heavenly ghost was devouring the sun and the 9 underworlds were descending upon the city. Freedom City looked as though it was about to be devoured. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Figures from the monster race and demon race soared into the sky and hovered in the void. They looked in the direction of the elf race with solemn expressions. Demon King Jingsei, do you know what's going on? A 4th step heavenly venerate from the demon race asked in a deep voice. Demon King Jingsei raised his eyebrows and said, Demon King Zhong, if I'm not wrong, this should be the Tao Heart Demonic Seed technique. I've heard of this extremely evil technique before, but I've never seen it before. I didn't expect to see it here today. It seems that the person who has been plotting against our 2 races is an extremely evil person. He actually possesses such an evil technique and has set up such a grand scheme to control the lives of the thousands of races in Freedom City. We are in a very bad situation. Now is not the time to hesitate. Even if we don't want to start a war, the person behind this will definitely start one soon. Therefore, we have to prepare for the war immediately. This will definitely be a tough battle. We have to be prepared to sacrifice ourselves. Demon King Zhong nodded solemnly. The 4th step heavenly venerates of the monster race and demon race also nodded in agreement. Now that the situation was imminent, there was no other choice but to fight. The war horn of the monster race and demon race was blown. The loud sound of the horn pierced the sky. As soon as the war horn sounded, the hot-blooded men of the monster race and demon race responded to the call. The mighty army of the monster race and demon race quickly assembled. Tens of millions of troops of the monster race and demon race formed a great battle formation above the Free City. The dense army stretched for hundreds of miles in huge square formations. At the front of the lion army, more than 24th step heavenly venerables from both the monster race and demon race lined up. All of them looked as though they were facing a great enemy and were ready for a great battle. Although they had the ambition to win, this kind of victory would definitely be built on the price of countless blood. They weren't willing to engage in such a huge battle, but they had no other choice now. Countless gazes stared in the direction of the elf clan's territory. It was as if there was a huge eye of the demon realm there. A terrifying power spiraled there, devouring everything in the world. Right now, the entire Free City was enveloped by the Tao Heart Demonic Seed Array. The demonic seed was devouring all life in the Free City. All life forms had nowhere to run. They were all affected. Elves, listen to my orders. Quickly assemble and participate in the war. The monster race and demon race have invaded the myriad races. We must protect our homeland and fight to the death. Giant strength race, listen to my orders. Quickly assemble and participate in the war. The monster race and demon race have invaded the myriad races. We must protect our homeland and fight to the death. Crimson fox race, listen to my orders. Quickly assemble and participate in the war. The monster race and demon race have invaded the myriad races. We must protect our homeland and fight to the death. Dwarf race, listen to my orders. Quickly assemble and participate in the war. The monster race and demon race have invaded the myriad races. We must protect our homeland and fight to the death. Rock race, listen to my orders. Quickly assemble and participate in the war. The monster race and demon race have invaded the myriad races. We must protect our homeland and fight to the death. Thunderous voices resounded throughout free cities. The patriarchs of the various clans had personally issued orders for all the living beings of their clans to come out and fight. Under the influence of the Tao Heart demonic seed array, all life forms quickly assembled under the command of the clan leader. Regardless of whether they were third-step heavenly venerables or first-step heavenly venerables, or even mortals who had yet to enter the heavenly venerables realm, all of them came out and assembled. No one could escape and no one could escape. This was a battle of massacre. This stage determined the life and death of the free city. Who could escape? Under such circumstances, no matter how unwilling one could only fight. The tens of millions of troops of the myriad races also assembled quickly. They stood in the void and formed a battle formation with the tens of millions of troops of the monster race and demon race. In terms of numbers, the monster race and demon race had a certain advantage. Although it was not by much, they still had an advantage. Above the fourth step heavenly venerables, the troops of the monster race and demon race had more than 50 kings. On the other hand, there were only 44th step heavenly venerables on the side of the myriad races. The Free City Army had not been completely controlled and had not come out yet. However, the person behind the scenes did not seem to care that much. The person behind the scenes stood in the demon eye above the 9 heavens. He controlled the army of the myriad races like a supreme ruler and looked down at the troops of the monster race and demon race. He sneered and was filled with murderous intent. That kind of hatred had already seeped into his bones. That kind of hatred was the hatred of a lifetime's mission. That kind of hatred was something that could not be resolved, weakened, or eliminated. That kind of hatred was the meaning of his life. It was to slaughter the lives of the monster race and demon race. Jing Se Demon King, Ah Zhong, and the others stared at the person behind the demon eye above the 9 heavens. In the midst of the demonic mist and bloody light, the person behind the scenes looked unusually ferocious, strange, and powerful. Who are you? You set up such a huge conspiracy just to deal with the monster race and demon race. You have such ulterior motives. What a good plan. You did not hesitate to sacrifice the lives of an entire city just to deal with the monster race and demon race. What is your intention? What kind of deep enmity do you have with the monster race and demon race for you to do this? The wrath of the heavens has slaughtered countless innocent lives. Ah Zhong pointed at the person behind the scenes and shouted, "Ha ha ha!" The person behind the scenes laughed wantonly. He looked coldly at Ah Zhong and said, "You speak as if the monster race and demon race have been wronged. The monster race and demon race are naturally bloodthirsty and warlike races. How many lives have died at your hands? In terms of sins, which one of you has a lighter sin? Which one of you doesn't have blood on your hands? The enmity between me and the monster race and demon race is irreconcilable. My life's greatest wish is to slaughter all of you from the monster race and demon race. You are all evil beings who deserve to be killed. Ha ha ha, all of you will die today. All of you will die here. Don't even think about running away. This is what you deserve. The strange laughter enveloped the area. It was incomparably crazy and evil. Ajong frowned and said, "Your Excellency, aren't your words a little too biased? Although the monster race and demon race are naturally bloodthirsty and warlike races, not all of us are as bloodthirsty and emotionless as you say. There are people who like to kill in every race. It's just that the monster race and demon race have more of them. But now, most of the people of the monster race and demon race don't like bloodthirsty killing. They prefer to concentrate on cultivation. The people of the monster race and demon race living in Freedom City are even more so. But they still died at your hands. Do you still think you're twisting words and forcing logic?" Bah. The person behind the scenes sneered disdainfully and said, "It's just hypocrisy. Don't talk so much nonsense. Prepare to accept my judgment and die." Lunatic. Ajong and Demon King Jingse couldn't help but curse angrily. This was an unreasonable lunatic. Talking to a lunatic really lowered one's intelligence. It seemed like there was no way to change today's situation. The only way was to fight. "Big brother, a great battle is about to break out. Qin Shao still hasn't reacted. What should we do?" "Young master," Yu said anxiously. Baichuan Fu Su's face was solemn. He frowned deeply and helplessly shook his head. "What can we do? Our combined strength is far from enough to deal with the person behind the scenes. Any random fourth step, Heavenly Venerate, would be enough to restrain us. Even if we make a move now, it won't be of any use. We won't be able to change anything. Therefore, we can't do anything. We can only wait and see for now. Let's wait and see what happens on Qin Zhao's side and protect Qin Shao. If it really doesn't work, we'll think of a way to escape if necessary. We'll conserve our strength for now. We're only second step Heavenly Venerates, so we shouldn't be too big of a target. We just need to be careful. If we can endure until the end, we should still have a chance to escape. If that's the case, we can only watch as Freedom City is destroyed? Thousands of lives will be wiped out?" Young Master Yu gritted his teeth. He hated evil the most. He couldn't bear to see Freedom City being destroyed the most. Sigh. Baichuan Fusu also sighed helplessly. "Second brother, if we're weak, we should take care of ourselves. If we're strong, we should help the world. Right now, we can't even protect ourselves, let alone save Freedom City. We're weak. There's nothing we can do about it. Let's get over it." Of course, young master, you knew that. If he hadn't seen and only heard about it, he would at most be filled with righteous indignation. However, he had personally experienced it, so it was very difficult for him to accept it. However, he also knew that it was just as his big brother had said. There was nothing they could do about it. They were too weak and couldn't change anything. Therefore, no matter how much he couldn't bear it, he could only endure it. The flames of war had already burned into everyone's hearts. Both sides had bloodshot eyes. In the smoky atmosphere, they were prepared to fight with their lives. On one side, they were puppets that had completely lost their humanity. There was only killing in their eyes. On the other side, they were forced to fight to protect themselves. Therefore, both sides would fight with their lives on the line. They had no other choice and were forced into a desperate situation. This kind of battle was the most intense. A great battle was about to break out. The atmosphere was already extremely tense and oppressive. It was so oppressive that people couldn't breathe. The air seemed to have been compressed into a flat cake. It was so hard that people couldn't breathe. "Thousands of lives, listen to my command. Kill the demons. Fight to the death." The demonic eye above the 9 heavens gave the order coldly. "Kill, kill, kill." The thousands of lives controlled by him became bloodthirsty. They were filled with killing intent. "Demons, listen to my command. Follow me into battle." "Demons, listen to my command. Follow this king into battle." Chapter 2208. The world was about to change. Boom! The horn of war was blown in silence. It was like the fuse that ignited a pack of explosives, instantly igniting it. The extremely oppressive atmosphere exploded in an instant like a volcano erupting. Kill! The fighting spirit in everyone's chests turned into the loudest battle cries that gushed out from their chests and tore through the sky. Both sides had invested tens of millions of people, and most of them were celestial venerate cultivators. More than 30% of them were second or third step celestial venerate. When the power of this explosion was superimposed on each other, it was absolutely astonishing. Ma and I pad me hum. Just as the great battle broke out, a Buddhist light shot up into the sky like a scorching sun in the dark night, illuminating this part of the world in an instant. The Buddhist light broke through the cage of darkness, tore apart the Tao Heart Demon Seed Array, and illuminated Freedom City. The thunderous sound of Buddhist Tao reverberated throughout the world. The supreme power of Buddhist Tao gushed out and purified all evil and darkness. All the living beings that were enveloped by this supreme Buddhist light seemed to be pulled by an invisible rope. Their steps that they had just taken also came to a halt. They were forcibly restrained. The thunderous sound of the Buddhist six-syllable mantra sounded like a Buddha chanting sutras. The supreme Buddhist Tao was competing with the Tao Heart Demon Seed Array. Obviously, Qin Shao had made his move. The time was too short, so there was not much use for him to comprehend. It was extremely difficult to make a breakthrough. In fact, it was basically impossible. Qin Shao just wanted to give it a try. Although the result of his attempt was still not good, Qin Shao had no choice but to make his move when the great battle broke out. He used the Buddhist six-syllable mantra with all his might and used the supreme Buddhist Tao to temporarily restrain the lives of the 10,000 races. Huh? There are Buddhist cultivators? What's going on? Demon King Ah Zhong and Demon King Jing Se immediately waved their hands and motioned for the troops of the monster race and demon race to stop. Everyone in the world respected Buddhist cultivators. The monster race and demon race were born with demonic nature, so they revered Buddha even more. The power of Buddhism was their nemesis. However, what surprised them was not the power of Buddhism, but the fact that there was actually a Buddhist cultivator among the myriad of living beings. Moreover, this Buddhist cultivator was obviously dealing with the person behind the scenes. He was restraining the lives of the 10,000 races. It could be said that he was indirectly helping the monster race and demon race. Seeing that Qin Shao had finally made a move, Mr. Yu and Baichuan Fu Su became excited. Oh? There was actually a Buddhist cultivator among them. A fish that slipped through the net. The eyes of the man behind the ninth heaven instantly fell on Qin Shao, but he sneered disdainfully. Your dharma is not bad, but you are not a Buddhist cultivator. You want to fight with me with this little ability? Humph, you really overestimate yourself. You're just a little Buddhist cultivator. You want to defy the heavens? Today, I'll let you know what it means to not defy the will of the heavens. The man behind the ninth heaven was about to attack Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's eyes turned cold, and he hurriedly said to Baichuan Fu Su and Mr. Yu, "Help me block him first, I don't have a way to fight him directly for now. So now we can only restrain him first, then I'll think of a way to purify the lives of the 10,000 races and get rid of their demonic seed. Once we can save the lives of the 10,000 races, the person behind the scenes will be isolated and helpless. However, he will have to face both our armies. I believe he won't dare to fight. He will definitely be wary. Now, this is the only way out, we can only take the risk and give it a try." Although Baichuan Fu Su and Mr. Yu were very strong, they were only second-step heavenly venerables after all. The disadvantage of their cultivation realm was obvious. Asking them to deal with the person behind the scenes was obviously an act of throwing an egg at a rock. However, there was no other way, this was the only way now. If they didn't do so, they might all die here today. So now they could only take the risk. Baichuan Fu Su and Mr. Yu did not show any signs of fear, but nodded resolutely, not fearing a fight. Heart illuminating the sun and moon. Baichuan Fu Su and Mr. Yu both shouted at the same time. The two of them soared into the sky and charged towards the person behind the scenes. The two of them unleashed the secret technique of heart illuminating the sun and moon at the same time. However, Mr. Yu did not cultivate this extremely dangerous secret technique to the point of perfection, only 70 to 80% mastery. Of course, although it was only 70 to 80% mastery, it was still very strong, and could barely touch the standard of a fourth step Heavenly Venerables. Needless to say, if Baichuan Fu Su fully unleashed the secret technique of heart illuminating the sun and moon, his strength could definitely reach the standard of a fourth step Heavenly Venerables. The two of them attacked together, the sun and moon shone, and their battle strength was overwhelming. However, in the eyes of the person behind the 9 heavens, he was disdainful, glancing at them indifferently, and said with a snort of contempt, "Another 2 fishes who did not know their own strength escaped the net, looks like they are in the same group. To be able to not be controlled by my demonic seed, you can already be considered to have escaped a calamity." You don't know how to play dead and still dare to jump out? What a reckless fellow. He looks like they are still a few geniuses, 2 puny second step Heavenly Venerables, and their strength is actually at the level of a fourth step Heavenly Venerables. To Hu Ling, I'm afraid only the students of Wind Cloud Academy have such monstrous talent, right? Looks like these few fellows are most likely students of Wind Cloud Academy. However, so what? Even if they are students of Wind Cloud Academy, if they dare to spoil my plans, they will have to die, no one can save them. Die, aren't geniuses meant to be killed? Compared to killing ants, killing geniuses would definitely be much more fun. Demon Kings and Demon Kings, this battle was all planned by the person behind the scenes. I believe that all of you do not wish for a battle to break out, as it will not benefit either side. The lives of the 10,000 races are being controlled by the person behind the scenes with the great Tao Heart demonic seed art. Now, I want to purify them with Buddhist Dharma and get rid of the demonic seed in their bodies, but the person behind the scenes will definitely not let me do as I wish. Therefore, at this moment, I would like to invite all the Demon Kings and Demon Kings to join forces with my 2 brothers to deal with the person behind the scenes. As long as you can restrain the person behind the scenes and give me enough time and space, I believe that I can save the lives of the 10,000 races, and then we can end this battle. I believe that all the Demon Kings and Demon Kings do not wish for your 2 races to suffer countless casualties and pay a heavy price. Secondly, you do not wish for Free City to be destroyed. Therefore, at this moment we should join forces to deal with the person behind the scenes, the main culprit. The people of the 10,000 races are not your enemies, so we should not be controlled by the person behind the scenes. Everyone's life and death depends on you. Qin Shao used the power of Buddhist Dharma as he spoke to the 4th step Heavenly Venerates of the monster race and demon race. Now, they were the only ones who could turn the situation around. The 4th step Heavenly Venerates of the monster race and demon race looked at each other and quickly nodded. They were very clear about the current situation and agreed with Qin Zhao's words. In fact, they did not want to fight either, but they had no choice but to fight. It would be best if they did not have to fight. Moreover, they knew that all of this was being manipulated by the person behind the scenes. The lives of the 10,000 races were merely his pawns. Now that Qin Shao had stepped forward with Supreme Buddhist Dharma, they were naturally very willing to see the method to save the lives of the 10,000 races and resolve the crisis of this battle. Brothers of the demon race, please follow me into battle. Demon King Ah Zhong said to the 4th step Heavenly Venerates of the demon race. With that, the fourth step heavenly venerates of the demon race attacked together and charged towards the person behind the scenes. The rest of the demon race were not to be outdone and immediately attacked as well. With the addition of 54th step heavenly venerates of the monster race and demon race, as well as Baichuan Fusu and young Master Yu, it was equivalent to the combat power of 52 fourth step heavenly venerates. No matter how powerful the person behind the scenes was, he was naturally shocked and turned pale in the face of so many fourth step heavenly venerates. "Humph, you want to fight me with just the few of you? I can only say that you have overestimated your strength," the person behind the scenes in the sky said disdainfully to the crowd. He was very confident. He dared to speak so arrogantly in the face of 52 fourth step heavenly venerates. It was enough to show how confident the person behind the scenes was. And this strong confidence must have come from his powerful strength. The great battle had already broken out in the sky. The moment they clashed, it was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. It was frightening to watch. The troops of the monster race and demon race were on standby. The tens of thousands of lives were enveloped by Qin Zhao's Buddhist light and were being baptized by the Buddhist doctrine. Qin Zhao was trying his best to save them and remove the demonic seeds in their souls. Qin Zhao could still save a few dozen people. However, he was trying to save tens of millions of lives. It would be too difficult to achieve such a huge number in one go. Therefore, this was also an incomparably huge test for Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao waved his hand and the eight-faced Buddha mirror flew out and enveloped all the lives of the tens of thousands of lives. The eight-faced Buddha mirror itself was a Buddhist artifact. It possessed powerful Buddhist energy, so it played a huge role at this moment. However, it was still not enough. It still made Qin Zhao feel very strained. Moreover, the person behind the scenes was also trying his best to control the lives of the tens of thousands of lives and make them resist with all their might. Therefore, Qin Zhao suffered a huge backlash. How terrifying was the backlash of tens of millions of lives. No, if this goes on, I will suffer from the backlash. Once the backlash succeeds, I will be in a very dangerous situation. My Buddhist power is still not enough. It is too difficult to save tens of millions of lives. What should I do? Is there really no other way? Can't I do it? No, I have no way out. The lives of the tens of thousands of lives in Freedom City are in my hands now. Brother Fu Su, Master Yu, and my own lives are also in my hands. I can't admit defeat. If I admit defeat, I will die. Qin Zhao's heart was suddenly stirred. A thought gushed out and a bright light burst forth. Buddha's Saraira. Ha! How could I forget about such an important treasure? I still have a Buddha's Saraira with me. After I got it from the auction, I kept it in my body and didn't dare to cultivate it. But this time, I have no other choice. I can only use the Buddha's Saraira and fight. Chapter 2209. The Buddha's Saraira was the life essence left behind by a Buddha. It had supreme Buddhist power and was the supreme object of Buddhism. The Buddha's Saraira contained the great Tao of Buddhism that could lead people to Buddhism. It was a divine item that could lead people to Buddhism. If a Buddhist cultivator obtained a Buddha's Saraira, it was very likely that he could become a Buddha by digesting and comprehending this Buddha's Saraira and step into the Buddha realm. Becoming a Buddha was equivalent to becoming a holy venerable. It was not an exaggeration to say that with Qin Zhao's Buddha nature, if he was really willing to comprehend this Buddha's Saraira and devote himself to Buddhism, he could even directly step into the Buddha realm with the help of this Buddha's Saraira and become a Buddha, standing supreme. A high position. If one used this path to become a sacred venerate, it would be much easier than the other path. Whether it was the way of immortality, the great way, the way of true meaning of power, the way of heart force, or the like, it was too difficult to become a holy venerable. It was 1 in 10,000 for a fourth step celestial venerable to step into the holy venerable realm and become a venerable. This showed how low the probability was. If one could enter Buddhism, it would be a shortcut. Of course, Qin Shao did not need such a shortcut. If it were normal times, Qin Shao would not dare to touch this Buddha's Sarira. However, this was a special situation, so he could only give it a try. Qin Shao took out the Buddha's Sarira. The Buddhist power poured into the Buddha's Sarira and stimulated the Buddhist power of the Buddha's way of enlightenment. As soon as the Buddhist power of the Buddha's way of enlightenment was stimulated, it immediately strengthened Qin Shao's way of enlightenment by more than 10 times. The supreme Buddhist power of enlightenment gushed out and enveloped the lives of all races. The restraining power was also strengthened by more than 10 times. Under such a powerful Buddhist power of enlightenment, the originally chaotic scene was immediately effectively suppressed. It's so powerful. It's worthy of being called the Buddha's Sarira. It's so powerful that I feel a burst of fear. I feel like I can't control it at all. It seems that I really have to deal with it carefully. I don't want to be influenced by this powerful Buddhist power of enlightenment. That would be bad. Qin Shao took it very seriously, but at the same time, he had to devote himself to the Buddhist power of enlightenment. What a powerful Buddhist aura! How did it become so strong all of a sudden? So strong that even I felt a trace of fear. Just where did this kid come from? An experienced Buddhist cultivator? The heart of the person behind him throbbed. However, he had to deal with more than 54th step heavenly venerables, so he didn't have the time to deal with Qin Shao. If it was just now, he would not be worried about anything. He could feel that Qin Shao's Buddhist power was not very strong. It was impossible for her to save all the lives of all races. But now he truly felt a sense of crisis. With the power of the Buddhist Dharma at this moment, there was indeed a slight possibility. If the lives of the myriad races were really saved by this child, then his plan would be ruined, and all his previous efforts would be for naught. He could not allow such a thing to happen. However, it was not an easy task to deal with more than 54th step heavenly venerables in a short period of time. After all, he still had to use half of his energy to preside over the Tao Heart demonic seed array, so he could not fully focus on dealing with these 4th step heavenly venerables. The combat strength of a 4th step heavenly venerate. The power of the Tao Heart demonic seed array was getting stronger and stronger. The backlash of tens of millions of lives was also abnormally terrifying. At this moment, it was all backfiring on Qin Shao. Resisting Qin Shao made it extremely difficult for Qin Shao. Since ancient times, evil has never suppressed good. Buddhism is the supreme righteousness, the righteousness of righteousness, and the Tao of righteousness. Bear with it, you must bear with it. The power of the Buddha's Sarira has not been completely stimulated yet. I have to continue stimulating the power of the Buddha's Sarira. Qin Shao gritted his teeth. The backlash of tens of millions of lives was terrifying. The power of the Tao Heart demonic seed array surged towards Qin Shao, wanting to annihilate Qin Shao in this huge wave of demonic power. Once Qin Shao was successfully backfired, he would be planted with a demonic seed. His soul would be controlled by the person behind him, and he would become a puppet. This was a very frightening and dangerous thing to do. Qin Shao used his unparalleled Buddhist might to fight against this frightening power of backlash. But it was truly tough. After all, Qin Shao was just a single person. But what he had to fight against were tens of millions of lives. Moreover, Qin Shao's realm of Buddhism was actually not high. At this time, he was only relying on the power of the Buddha's Sarira. However, the power of the Buddha's Sarira was also a huge test for Qin Shao. It was also pressuring Qin Shao at all times. Under the attack of these two forces, Qin Zhao's heart was like a small boat swaying in the storm. It was on the verge of collapse and could be swallowed up at any time. Countless demonic seeds were like poisonous snakes, crazily attacking Qin Zhao's soul and will. Under such a fierce and crazy attack, Qin Zhao's body, soul, and will were constantly under great damage. Although Qin Zhao's power of Buddhism could resist it, it could not completely resist it. There was a certain amount of power that could hurt Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao's soul began to tremble under the bombardment of such crazy power. It was extremely painful. His body was also under terrible attack. Even if Qin Zhao used the flowing light wings, it was difficult to defend against the strange power of the demonic seeds. Puff! Suddenly, a mouthful of blood spurted out from Qin Zhao's throat. Qin Zhao's body was badly hurt. Qin Zhao's body became weak and he almost fell down. However, Qin Zhao supported himself with all his might. Qin Zhao! Qin Zhao! Seeing this, Baichuan Fusu and young master Yu were very worried. Qin Zhao gritted his teeth and stood up with a determined face. He replied to the two of them, "I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. Hold back the person behind this and buy me some time. Soon. I will succeed. I will succeed." Qin Zhao's eyes were full of determination. This was the power of absolute determination, the power of strong belief. It made his will unbreakable. I really thought that your attainments in Buddhism were so profound. It turns out that you just borrowed some tricks. Your attainments in Buddhism are not profound. After all, the tricks that you borrowed are not your own. Naturally, you can't use them to the fullest. Human brat, it's impossible for you to ruin my plan by yourself. Let's see how long you can hold on. Counterattack him. Counterattack him crazily. Demons of all heavens, attack him for me. The person behind this activated the great Taoist heart demonic seed formation with all his strength and gathered all his power towards Qin Zhao. The lives of all races were also like demons, attacking Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao's situation was getting worse. Thump! Finally, Qin Zhao was once again ravaged by the terrifying power of the counterattack. His body could not take it anymore and he knelt on the ground on one knee. He was in danger of collapsing. Qin Zhao's body felt like it was being suppressed by a huge mountain. It was so heavy that Qin Zhao was about to fall to the ground. It was difficult for him to stand up. However, Qin Zhao's strong willpower was not going to admit defeat. He supported his body with all his might to prevent himself from falling. Once he fell, it would be a complete collapse. The power of Buddhism is still not enough. It's not strong enough to suppress this great Taoist heart demonic seed formation. If this goes on, I won't be able to hold on any longer. That will be the consequence of the counterattack. Once I lose, the battle of the city will definitely break out. Then, everyone will die. I will die too. Brother Fu Su and Master Yu will die too. Everyone's lives are in my hands now. So, I can't fall. I can't lose. I can't lose. Since I was born, Qin Zhao has been in desperate situations for more than 10 times. I've had one foot in the door of hell for more than 10 times. I'll definitely be able to resolve this crisis. I'll definitely be able to. Now, the only thing I can do to turn the tide is to make the power of Buddhism stronger. I have to fully activate the power of Buddhism in the Buddha's Sarira. But, how can I do that? I've tried all kinds of methods, but they still don't work. What can I do? Is it because my heart is not sincere enough? Is it because my attainments in Buddhism are not deep enough? Is it because I don't have the heart to enter Buddhism? But no matter what the situation was, Qin Zhao had to make a breakthrough now. He had to fully activate the power of Buddhism in the Buddha's Sarira. Only in this way could he turn the situation around. Only in this way could he settle everything, win, save thousands of lives, and save Freedom City. But it was very, very difficult. Buddhism is to save the world and help the common people. Buddhism is to purify the darkness and evil in the world. Buddhism is to sacrifice oneself to save others. Buddhism is to be merciful and have no desires. First for others, then for oneself. What is my original intention this time? My original intention was also to save people. I wanted to save the lives of the tens of thousands of people in Free City, the millions of lives. Although I don't enter Buddhism, I still have a merciful heart. I also have a strong determination to purify the darkness and evil this time. Since there is no other way, I will sacrifice myself for once. My heart will enter the Buddha's Sarira. Qin Shao finally made a bold decision. He was determined to completely immerse his heart in the Buddha's Sarira. This was a very dangerous move. This danger was not the danger to his life, but the danger of being led into Buddhism. The Buddha's Sarira was the essence of the Buddha's life. It was the most precious treasure of Buddhism. It contained the purest, most true, and most supreme Buddhism. It was the true essence of Buddhism. If he entered the Buddha's Sarira, it was very likely that he would be purified and led into Buddhism. It was extremely dangerous. Qin Zhao's actions were indeed filled with a sense of righteousness, as if he was sacrificing himself for the greater good. But Qin Shao really had no other choice. He had no other choice but to take the risk. If he hesitated any longer, he would definitely end up being devoured. What awaited him would be to become someone's puppet and finally die on the battlefield as an executioner. How sad and ridiculous would that be? Qin Shao would never allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, no matter how dangerous it was, Qin Shao was duty-bound to take the risk without hesitation. Qin Zhao's heart completely entered the Buddha's Sarira. As soon as Qin Shao entered it, he saw the great Lane Temple in the Western Paradise. He saw the Buddha's light all over the sky. The golden Buddha's light was like a golden soup cast in gold, reflecting the whole world. The whole world was golden. The Buddha's power was everywhere, filling the whole world. Buddha had become the only master of this world, the only law, the foundation of the world, and the source of the power. A huge Buddha statue slowly emerged from the monstrous golden light. It was wearing a yellow cassock and sitting cross-legged on a ninth-grade golden lotus. Its body was shining with a solid golden light. It was incomparably sacred and equal to the sky. The Buddha came with the law. This was the only master of this world, the supreme existence, the creator of the law. This is Shakyamuni Buddha? Chapter 22:10. The legend of Shakyamuni Buddha was still engraved in Qin Zhao's heart. The two greatest and most outstanding people of this era in the immortal realm were Shakyamuni and Li Sheng. Of course, in terms of achievements, Shakyamuni was naturally much greater. As for Li Sheng, he was just a rising star. In terms of foundation, he was still much inferior to Shakyamuni. Moreover, the Buddhist Tao created by Shakyamuni was more profound and powerful. For the time being, there was a publicly recognized saying that the Buddhist Tao created by Shakyamuni was infinitely close to the 8 great paths of cultivation. It was even possible that it could evolve into a great path comparable to the 8 great paths of cultivation and become the 9th great path. In other words, Buddhist Tao was the strongest side path apart from the 8 great paths of cultivation. From this, it could be seen how powerful Buddhist Tao was. Shakyamuni created Buddhist Tao and established Buddhism. Then, he conquered the Western Paradise, which was located in the heavenly realm and formed a world of its own. This was also an immortal legend. In contrast, Li Xing's words were more low-key. Of course, his foundation was also much weaker. Li Xing's Tao of flying daggers was far inferior to Buddhist Tao. It was similar to an ordinary side path. However, because the Tao of flying daggers was a battle Tao, its power in battle was also great, which made the Tao of flying daggers very famous. But no matter how famous it was only a side path. To be honest, Buddhist Tao was also a side path, but it was a side path that was infinitely close to the Great Path. Among many side paths, it was recognized as the first. Qin Shao actually admired Shakyamuni Buddha very much. He was the most iconic figure of this era. He could even be said to be the number one person in the immortal realm of this era. There was no doubt about it. Compared to Shakyamuni Buddha, Li Xing was much worse. At this moment, standing in front of Shakyamuni Buddha, Qin Shao was in awe. He had a strong urge to kneel down and worship him. Buddhist Dharma, Buddhist might, and supreme Buddhist light enveloped, baptized, and purified everything in his heart. At this moment, Qin Zhao's heart became incomparably calm as the surface of a calm lake. "Have you entered Buddhism?" A murmur of the Great Path suddenly entered Qin Zhao's ears, accompanied by supreme Buddhist Dharma and Buddhist might. Every word was like a Buddha, every sound was like a Buddha. Listening to the voice, feeling the boundless Buddhism, and listening to the call of the Buddha, Qin Zhao's calm heart was filled with a strong desire for pilgrimage. There was a door in front of Qin Shao. As long as he wanted to, he could gently open the door. Behind this door was the boundless Buddhist Dharma and the supreme Buddhist Tao. It was another paradise. Once he stepped through the door, what awaited Qin Shao was to attain the Tao and become a Buddha, step into the saint realm, become immortal, and stand at the peak of the great wide world. This door was the fastest passageway to lead someone into the saint plane. This temptation was simply too great. Right now, in front of the Shakyamuni Buddha, one couldn't help but become very pious, wholeheartedly devoted to Buddha without any distracting thoughts. It was not only the temptation of attaining enlightenment and becoming a Buddha, but also the temptation of stepping into the sage realm. Standing in front of the Shakyamuni Buddha, one could truly feel the greatness of the Buddha, the piety of the Buddha, and the supreme glory of the Buddha. Under such a feeling, one would unconsciously be willing to join the Buddha and practice Buddhism devoutly. This was the most terrifying part. The Buddhist Tao did sound unacceptable, but one had to admit that the Buddhist Tao was the fastest developing Tao in this era of the immortal realm. It was the fastest growing force. "Will you join the Buddha?" The voice of the Shakyamuni Buddha once again sounded in Qin Zhao's mind. Qin Zhao's body unexpectedly took a step forward uncontrollably and walked towards the Shakyamuni Buddha. No, however, as soon as he took a step forward, a voice of resistance shouted from the depths of his heart. Suddenly Qin Shao shuddered. He immediately stopped and became a little sober. No, I can't join the Buddhist Tao. I can't join the Buddhist Tao. No matter how great the temptation of the Buddhist Tao is, I can't join the Buddhist Tao. This is not what I want. If I really join the Buddhist Tao, I'm afraid it will be the most regretful thing in my life. No matter what happens if I join the Buddhist Tao, at least I don't want to join the Buddhist Tao. I can't be led into the Buddhist Tao. My state of mind and will have always been incomparably firm. The strength of my faith has always been very strong. I can't be tempted. The one in front of me is not the Shakyamuni Buddha at all. It's just an illusory image of the Buddha. I can't be confused by the appearance. Brother Fu Su, young Master Yu, and the thousands of lives in the Free City are still waiting for me to go back and save them. I have to be firm. Although I don't join the Buddhist Tao, I still have a Buddhist heart. I understand the Buddhist heart as kindness. It's for the greater good of the world. I disregard everything and risk my life in this battle. It's for the greater good of the world. It's for the greater good of the world to save the thousands of lives in the free city. I have such a great wish. Why can't the Buddha lend me a hand and purify this great Tao heart demonic seed art? If the Buddha is merciful, please grant me the supreme power of Buddhism and allow me to purify all the darkness and evil in this world with the light of Buddha. The fourth step, heavenly venerables of the elf clan leader also woke up one by one. After they woke up, they angrily joined in the battle against the person behind it. There were also 54th step, heavenly venerables on the myriad tribes side. All of them woke up one by one. The Freedom Army also broke free from the control. Under the boundless Dharma, they were purified one by one. The demonic seed was removed and they regained consciousness. After regaining consciousness, they naturally understood everything. Although they were being controlled just now, their memories were still there. Therefore, the first thing these people did when they woke up was to join in the battle. The person behind it knew that the great heart demonic seed array had been broken, so he had no choice but to give up the array and focus on fighting more than 104th step, heavenly venerables. The great heart demonic seed array was finally completely broken. The world regained some clarity, and the demonic blood threads that shrouded Freedom City also completely disappeared. Qin Shao also retracted the boundless Dharma and Dharma. He also retracted the power of Buddhism and put away the Buddha's Saraira. Phew, it's finally settled. It's all thanks to the help of the Buddha's Saraira. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to save the myriad tribes. But it was also dangerous. I was almost led into Buddhism. The Buddha's Saraira is indeed the essence of Buddha's life. It's the most precious treasure of Buddhism. If a Buddhist cultivator obtains a Buddha's Saraira, it's indeed possible for him to achieve enlightenment and become a Buddha. In the end, he can attain the position of the immeasurable Buddha. This Buddha Saraira is a priceless treasure for a Buddhist cultivator. I didn't expect to only spend a little over 1,000,000 Chaos Source Stones to buy it. What a great bargain! This transaction was simply too worth it. Even Qin Shao felt that it was worth it when he thought about it now. He was glad that he had such a good opportunity. He also didn't expect that the Buddha's Saraira would save everyone this time. However, Qin Shao didn't have the time to think about this because the battle above the 9 heavens was still in a stalemate. The strength of the person behind it was indeed terrifying. Facing more than 104th step heavenly venerables, he didn't fall into a disadvantage and was still able to hold his own. Of course, he didn't have any advantage. If the battle continued, he would probably be at a disadvantage. However, the person behind it wasn't willing to admit defeat so easily. He fought with a ferocious and crazy face. His methods were very vicious, especially his defensive ability. Under the suppression of everyone, he still seemed to be in an invincible position. This battle couldn't be dragged on for too long. Otherwise, something might really happen. Since I've already made my move, I don't mind revealing more. Moreover, we're in the 9 continents Huaxia now. Actually, there's no harm in revealing a little. After all, there are countless geniuses in the 9 continents Huaxia. There's a lot of powerhouses. What I have is nothing. Moreover, the 9 continents Huaxia is a big stage. It's not necessarily a bad thing to show some light at the right time. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat and he immediately had an idea. After making up his mind, Qin Shao didn't hesitate. He waved his hands and 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers flew in front of him. Obviously, Qin Shao was going to use the Li Sheng's flying daggers. Chapter 22:11. Come out. As soon as Li Sheng's flying daggers came out, the world was in an uproar. Unparalleled sharpness roared out from the 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers, surging into the 9 heavens. Li Sheng's flying daggers were the sharpest Dao of attack. It was a Dao of attack that shocked the 9 heavens and 10 earth. When the flying daggers came out, the saint descended, causing the world to tremble. The incomparably sharp sharpness gushed out as if it was cast from metal, killing the person behind him. The flying daggers cut through the void, shining the entire sky like peerless divine brilliance. The sound of the flying daggers suppressed the silence of the world, as if it had been frozen in an instant. As soon as Li Sheng's flying daggers came out, everyone was shocked. Countless horrified eyes looked over, wide open. What kind of power is this? It's so powerful, really powerful. It's too powerful, too sharp. Why do I feel like it's a saint's aura? Who is that human Taoist? Is he a saint envoy who came to save us? As soon as Qin Shao made his move, the 4th step celestial masters were shocked. They thought that Qin Shao was a Buddhist cultivator, but they didn't expect the power of the immortal path to be so terrifying. And soon, many people recognized that it was Li Sheng's flying daggers. Li Sheng's flying daggers? This kid isn't a Buddhist cultivator? Is he from Li Sheng's sect? The person behind him was shocked again. He also felt the power of Li Sheng's flying daggers. They came with a peerless sharpness which made him a little afraid. Although his strength was enough to not be afraid of Li Sheng's flying daggers, he had to fight against more than 100 4th-step celestial masters. How could he spare the strength to deal with Li Sheng's flying daggers? He had been suppressed all the time, so when Li Sheng's flying daggers came out, he naturally felt like he was facing a great enemy. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The flying daggers pierced through the void at an extremely fast speed, breaking through all obstacles and directly attacking the person behind him. The person behind him tried his best to block, but he had to deal with more than 100 4th-step celestial masters at the same time. How could he have the strength to deal with Li Sheng's flying daggers? Li Sheng's flying dagger was extremely sharp and fierce, so the person behind him couldn't block it at all. After a long stalemate, the 9 flying knives whistled through the air and pierced through the man behind him, shattering many of his immortal bodies. Puff! Dark red blood immediately flowed out from the corner of the person's mouth, and his expression became even more ferocious and ugly. He was actually injured. After being hit by Li Sheng's flying knife, he was seriously injured. The person behind Qin Shao glared at Qin Shao. His eyes were incomparably cold and filled with killing intent. However, every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. You said that your 10 billion people were killed. Then, you should look for the demons who killed your people. You should not kill the innocent and kill the demons whenever you see them. Furthermore, this time, you implicated the lives of all the races in the free city. Isn't this too much? Even if you have thousands of reasons, you should not do this. If it is evil, it is evil. If it is wrong, it is wrong. No matter how many reasons you have, you will not be able to clear your name. Ha ha ha! The person behind him sneered again and said, "There must be some means and sacrifices when doing things. What is this? You want to be a hero? You want to be a savior? Haha, I can only say that you are too naive. The cruelty of this world is far from what you can imagine. I admit defeat today. I did not expect that everything I had planned out would be ruined by a human brat like you. Ha ha, the green mountains do not change and the green water flows on forever. I believe that we will have a chance to meet again in the future. You ruined my plans, so I will take your life. This is inevitable. Brat, let's wait and see. We will meet again." After the person behind said this, he turned into a wisp of black mist and quickly dissipated in the void, disappearing without a trace. Obviously, he had already left and used a secret technique to escape. The person behind him left. The darkness dissipated completely and the world returned to normal. The aura of freedom also slowly returned to the free city. Everything had calmed down. A calamity had passed just like that. There were no casualties. It had ended peacefully with the least losses. No one had expected such an outcome. The people on both sides had already made up their minds to fight to the death and were prepared to die. However, in the end, everyone had survived. It was a miracle that they were able to live in peace. Haha, the sky is clear after the storm. We don't have to die and the free city is still around. This is great. This is really great. Yes, this feeling is really wonderful. I thought that we would all die this time. I did not expect that we would survive. Everyone is alive and the free city is still around. It's like a nightmare. All of this was just a big conspiracy. We almost fell victim to this conspiracy. Fortunately, someone saved us. That's right. That fellow Taoist of the human race is our savior, our hero. Yes, our savior is the savior of the free city. We should be grateful to him. This is all thanks to that human fellow Taoist. He is a living Buddha. I want to worship him. I want to worship him too. Everyone, let's do it together. Many people really knelt down and kowtowed to Qin Shao. With someone taking the lead, many people immediately responded. One by one, they knelt down and kowtowed to Qin Shao to express their gratitude. Everyone was sincerely grateful to Qin Shao. If Qin Shao had not taken action, they would have all died and the free city would have been destroyed. The lives of the thousands of races in the free city would have all died under this huge conspiracy. It was Qin Shao who had saved everyone. How deep was this kind of great kindness? Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Qin Shao was happy but also very uncomfortable. He was happy because he could do a good deed and save so many people's lives. It was indeed a very happy thing to receive the gratitude of others. He was uncomfortable because Qin Shao did not like being kowtowed like this. Therefore, Qin Shao immediately gestured for everyone to get up and not do this. However, it was very difficult for him to stop everyone. There were tens of millions of people in the free city. It was very popular. Therefore, in the end, Qin Shao could only wear a helpless expression. The elf patriarch and the others walked over. Demon King Zhong and Demon King Jing Se also walked over. Taoist Qin Shao, thank you for your righteous actions. You saved the lives of tens of millions of people from both sides. The demon race will remember this kindness, Demon King Zhong said solemnly. Taoist Qin Shao, the demon race will also remember this great kindness, Demon King Jing Se also said solemnly. Qin Shao smiled and cupped his fists at the two of them. You two are too polite. I didn't do it for you. I just happened to stop the mastermind. You were also forced to do this. It's not your fault. However, I think it's time for the demon race and the demon race to withdraw, right? Otherwise, if all of them are placed in Free City, I'm afraid Free City wouldn't be like Free City anymore. Demon King Zhong and Demon King Jing Se nodded in agreement. they would immediately withdraw all their people, leaving only a small portion of them who were originally living in the free city. Moreover, they immediately took action and began to arrange for the retreat of the demon race and the demon race. Seeing the retreat of the demon race and the demon race, the tens of thousands of people in the free city felt relieved. Although the battle had subsided now, if the demon race and the demon race continued to stay in the free city, it would still be a huge hidden danger. There were tens of thousands of people in the free city. The strength of each race was about the same, so there was a balance in many aspects. However, if the demon race and the demon race didn't withdraw their people, this balance would be completely broken. Then, the free city would be dominated by the demon race and the demon race, which was naturally not a good thing for the free city. The other races were probably also on tenterhooks. Therefore, in order to restore the original situation of the free city, the demon race and the demon race naturally had to withdraw all their troops. Demon King Ah Zhong and Demon King Jing Se also understood this point and did as they were told. Once the demon race and the demon race retreated, the fourth step heavenly venerates also left, leaving only two fourth-step heavenly venerates and a few thousand people from various races. Most of them were originally living in the free city, and a small portion of them were new arrivals. After all, the two fourth-step heavenly venerates were new arrivals. Chapter 22:12. The elf patriarch walked in front of Qin Shao and said apologetically, "Fellow Taoist Qin Shao, I'm really ashamed. I made a mistake and was actually manipulated by a villain. I almost harmed the lives of thousands of races. That's a heinous crime and unforgivable. Fortunately, fellow Taoist Qin Shao acted righteously and appeared out of nowhere to stop all of this from happening and save the lives of thousands of races in our free city. Please accept my bow for such great kindness." After saying that, the elf patriarch was actually about to bow to Qin Shao. When Qin Shao saw this, how could he let the elf patriarch bow to him? He hurriedly stopped him. He supported the elf patriarch and said, "Senior elf patriarch, you don't have to be so polite. Cultivators of our generation should have righteousness in their hearts and be righteous. When encountering injustice, we should take action when necessary. I'm also someone who abhors evil. It's really difficult for me to sit back and watch. I'll ignore it. Moreover, my two brothers and I were also caught in it, so we had to take action. Senior elf patriarch, you're also victims. You were controlled by the great Tao Heart Seed demon technique behind the scenes. It wasn't your true actions. I think everyone can understand. This matter has already passed. Senior elf patriarch, you don't have to be so concerned. Everyone is safe and sound. That's the best ending. That's right. Everyone was still alive and Freedom City was saved. This was the best ending. Everything else was not important. After all, this was just a huge conspiracy. Everything was manipulated by the person behind the scenes. Everyone was a victim. The sky was clear after the rain. Qin Shao was a hero. His tall and mighty image was also engraved in everyone's hearts. In the hearts of the elf patriarch and the others, Qin Shao was Li Sheng's disciple. This made Qin Zhao's image suddenly become much higher. Li Sheng's disciples had always been like legendary existences. They rarely walked in the world and were extremely rare to see. Furthermore, Sage Li's requirements for his disciples were also extremely strict. They had to be righteous people, people who were worthy of respect. Therefore, the disciples of Saint Li were all extremely glorious and respected wherever they went. Everyone, since everyone is gathered here today, I think there is a very important matter that we need to discuss together. The elf patriarch suddenly said to the crowd. Everyone also became alert and looked over. They had basically guessed what was going on. The elf patriarch continued, 10,000 years ago, the city lord of free cities was cut off. The position of the city lord of free cities has been vacant for 10,000 years. As the saying goes, a country cannot go a day without a ruler, and a family cannot go a day without a leader. Although our free city is small, it is also the common home of our myriad races, the home of freedom. Once the elf patriarch's suggestion was made, the voices of agreement grew louder and louder. Instantly, Qin Shao was pushed to the peak. He was supported by all living beings and his prestige reached an extremely high level. With such prestige, perhaps only the first free city lord could compare to him. Baichuan Fusu and young Master Yu also jokingly agreed. Young Master Yu was especially excited, as if he was going to become the city lord of Free City. Apart from the Freedom Legion's fourth step Heavenly Venerables, the other fourth step Heavenly Venerables expressed their opinions. Most of the patriarchs also expressed their opinions. The Freedom Legion did not have the right to interfere or express their opinions in the election of the city lord of Free City. Therefore, the Freedom Legion chose to remain silent. Being elected as the new city lord of Free City by everyone, Qin Shao was very fearful. He really did not expect the elf patriarch to nominate him. Qin Shao really could not accept such a thing. He quickly shook his head and waved his hand. No, no, no. Elf patriarch, I can't do this. If we're talking about the new city lord of Free City, I think it should be you, elf patriarch. I'm just an outsider, a passerby. I'm really not qualified to be the city lord of Free City. Moreover, I'll be leaving Free City soon. I'm immersed in cultivation and have no time to care about other things. Letting me govern a city is absolutely impossible. Qin Shao was definitely unwilling to be the city lord of Free City, even if everyone was so enthusiastic about it. Haha, brother Qin Shao, you don't want to be the city lord for free. TSK, Free City's strength is also very strong. If you become the city lord of Free City, it's equivalent to your force becoming many times stronger. How much stronger would that be? How impressive. TSK, just thinking about it makes me feel good. If you don't want to be the city lord, then let me be the city lord. I really want to be the city lord, young master, you said jokingly. Qin Shao smiled bitterly and said, then I'll give it to you. You can be the city lord. No, no, no. I know what I'm capable of. Even if I want to be the city lord, no one will support me. If I really want to compete, I can't win against the elf patriarch and the others. So, forget it. Young Master Yu immediately shook his head. He was just joking. If he really wanted to be the city lord, he would need the consent of the myriad races in Free City. Obviously, other than Qin Shao, no one else had this prestige. Qin Shao saved Free City and the myriad races. He was grateful and supported by the myriad races. That was why he was elected as the new city lord of Free City. This was irreplaceable. No one could enjoy this treatment. The elf patriarch shook his head and said to Qin Shao with a solemn expression, fellow Taoist Qin Shao, I was the city lord once before, but I really couldn't be the city lord. Later on, I was challenged. So, naturally, I can't come out and be the city lord again. I'm the city lord. Now you have the support of everyone. You are the only candidate that everyone supports. You saved our free city, but our free city is still in a state of disunity. We still live up to our glory days. Just do your good deed to the end and be the new city lord of Free City. You only need to set the rules. As for the rest, you can leave it to the Freedom Corps. You don't need to do it yourself. The city lord of Free City is also incomparably free. It's just a symbol of spirit, a symbol of strength. If you want to go out and cultivate in the future, that's also possible. I believe that only you can reorganize our free city and lead it back on the right track. Therefore, on behalf of the myriad races of Free City, I'm willing to ask fellow Taoist Qin Shao to save us, reorganize Free City, and lead us to rebuild Free City. Yes, fellow Taoist Qin Shao, please. I'm willing to ask you to be our city lord. City Lord Qin, just agree. I'm kneeling for you. City Lord Qin, you are our city lord. I won't agree to anyone else. City Lord Qin. City Lord Qin. City Lord Qin. Their faces were filled with sincerity, strong emotions, and incomparable enthusiasm. City Lord Qin was shouted one after another. In the end, all the citizens shouted in unison and supported him. Under such enthusiastic cheers, Qin Shao didn't know what to say. How could he say no at this moment? But if he didn't refuse, what should he do? Should he accept it? Qin Shao truly didn't want to be the city lord. Therefore, he was in an extremely difficult position. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Brother Qin Shao, it's hard to refuse such great hospitality. Just accept it for now. If it's really not possible, if there's a better candidate in the future, you can give up your position. It's all thanks to you that Free City was able to survive. Your kindness has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Now that you're gone, I'm afraid that no one will be able to receive support. If you don't accept it, then Free City won't have a new city lord for a long time. No one will dare to step forward to be the city lord. If that's the case, then I reckon that Free City's situation might really get worse and worse. Young master, you advised. Baichuan Fusu knew that Qin Shao was in a difficult position. Therefore, he didn't say anything. He respected Qin Zhao's choice. Actually, Qin Shao also knew this. He had also considered the situation that young master you mentioned. Furthermore, he also knew that there would definitely be benefits to being the city lord. He had been in the immortal domain for over 20 million years. Although his strength had grown a lot, he still hadn't established his own power. Chapter 22:13. Of course, this was also relative. If one received something, one would have to give something. Power and responsibility were often mutually exclusive. If one wanted to obtain the power of the Free City, they would have to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the Free City. To be honest, Qin Shao was indeed unwilling to be the city lord of the Free City. He had never liked being tied down. He preferred freedom. Furthermore, he definitely wouldn't stay in the Free City for long. He would definitely leave to cultivate. However, at this moment, the tens of thousands of living beings in the Free City were looking at him with yearning eyes. Their enthusiasm and sincerity really moved Qin Shao. It was hard for him to refuse. How should he describe the Free City? Qin Shao appreciated such a city very much. Qin Shao also liked the tens of thousands of living beings in the Free City very much. They loved peace and advocated freedom. The tens of thousands of living beings were as close as a family. At least, Qin Shao had only seen such a phenomenon in the Free City. It was simply unimaginable in the past. Therefore, the Free City was a very special city in Qin Zhao's heart. Taking over the position of city lord would bring a lot of pressure and responsibility to Qin Zhao. It would bind his hands and feet. City Lord Qin, please accept our request. City Lord Qin, please accept our request. City Lord Qin, please accept our request. Pleading voices rang out again. Pairs of yearning eyes stared at Qin Zhao eagerly. The tens of thousands of living beings in the Free City loved the Free City too much. They all longed for the Free City to regain its glory. Therefore, they were now very eager for a capable and prestigious person to lead them, govern the Free City, and lead them. Qin Zhao was the only person who could bear this responsibility. Faced with the scene of tens of millions of people petitioning him, Qin Zhao was really soft-hearted. However, he was still struggling in his heart. Should he accept or not? If he didn't accept, it would be really hard for him to bear. Moreover, Qin Zhao really didn't want to see the Free City destroyed and declined like this. Although they had only spent a short time together, Qin Zhao had fallen in love with the Free City. However, Freedom City would never become Qin Zhao's home. Qin Zhao was now immersed in cultivation and had no time to think about other things. Difficult, it was indeed very difficult. Fellow Taoist Qin Zhao, do you want us to kneel before you? The elf patriarch asked in a trembling voice. These words touched the hearts of many. Qin Zhao didn't hesitate any longer. She quickly pulled the elf patriarch and said, Senior elf patriarch, your words are too serious. All right, since it's so difficult to refuse such great kindness, then I, Qin Zhao, will accept it. But let me say this first. I definitely won't stay in Liberty City for long. After receiving an affirmative answer, the people of Liberty City cheered and celebrated. Citizens of Liberty City, let us pay our respects to the new city lord. The elf clan leader's loud voice resounded throughout the entire Liberty City. Everyone suddenly quieted down and turned to face Qin Zhao. They bowed respectfully and shouted in unison, Greetings, city lord. Under the clamor of the crowd, Zhai Rong and the other two didn't dare to be careless. They subconsciously bowed to Qin Zhao. How loud was the voices of tens of millions of lives. The sound was enough to shatter the 9 heavens and cause the earth to tremble. Fortunately, Qin Zhao was also a person who had seen the world. In the primordial universe, he was the lord of the universe origin and was often worshipped by thousands of people. However, this was indeed the first time in the celestial realm. Moreover, these tens of millions of lives were basically at the heavenly venerable realm. There were more than 54th step heavenly venerables. Therefore, he felt that it was indeed different from the past. It was even more mysterious. At this point, Qin Zhao had officially become the city lord of Liberty City. He also had another identity in the future. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. Just call me City Lord from now on. Don't call me Lord. It sounds awkward. Qin Zhao smiled and said to everyone. He had taken over the position of City Lord, but Qin Zhao didn't know what to do next. Fortunately, the elf clan leader was quite knowledgeable about this. He said to Qin Zhao, City Lord, elf clan leader, let's just call you City Lord. The elf clan leader paused for a moment before changing his words. City Lord, there are still many things that you need to do. The Liberty Legion also needs to swear an oath of loyalty to you again. There are many things that are more complicated. But before that, City Lord, shouldn't you settle down your 2 brothers first? And deal with the other 3 as well? Qin Zhao nodded. This matter really needed to be dealt with first. Haha, City Lord Qin Zhao, you don't have to worry about us. Do what you need to do. We can handle the small matters on our side ourselves. Young Master Yu came up and said jokingly. Baichuan Fu Su also said, we're also preparing to leave Liberty City and enter the boundless demon region. The elf clan leader glanced at Di Rong and the other two, then said to Qin Shao, City Lord, these three were already up to no good. They even hit you when you were down. I don't think they're with you. These three look like rat. One look and I can tell they're up to no good. They must be up to no good. Should we capture them first? Many beings of the myriad races had already surrounded Di Rong and the other two without batting an eyelid. They stared at them, waiting for Qin Zhao's order to capture them. Di Rong and the other two panicked when they saw this. Fu Rini and Qi Li didn't have much confidence. Chapter 22:14. Zhai Rong was really scared. How could he not be scared? Qin Zhao's powerful strength was there for all to see. Qin Zhao's shocking performance just now was still vivid in his mind. Even the person behind the scenes, a powerful fourth step heavenly venerable with strength close to a half-step sage, was injured and fled by Qin Shao. How could he not be scared? Although he said it in a tough tone, if Qin Shao really wanted to do something to him, the Wind Cloud Academy and his Zhai family might not be able to help him. The premise was that Qin Shao didn't kill his doppelganger. However, if he didn't kill him, there were countless ways to torture him, which would make him suffer a fate worse than death. Qin Zhao's strength was too strong, and his performance just now was too domineering. Therefore, facing the current Qin Shao, Zhai Rong felt guilty and inexplicable fear in his heart. Qin Shao just sneered and didn't speak. He walked towards Zhai Rong step by step. Fu Rini and Qi Li's legs were trembling uncontrollably. They grabbed Zhai Rong tightly and involuntarily wanted to retreat. Scared, they were really scared. What do you want? Zhai Rong felt guilty. Under the pressure of Qin Zhao's powerful momentum, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back, looking very embarrassed. However, at this time, how could he care about his image? Humph! Qin Shao finally stopped and sneered lightly. You, Zhai Rong, are just a coward. With your little courage, you still want to scheme against us 3 brothers? If you really dare to scheme against us brothers in the endless demon territory, I can guarantee that you will be the ones to die. Do you believe it? Believe it? If it was in the past, Zhai Rong would definitely not believe it. But now, Zhai Rong had to believe it. It was indeed possible. I just want to tell you that if you don't want to scheme against us, you really don't have the qualifications to do so. Today, I can teach you a harsh lesson. But since you haven't used your skills yet, I'll let it go today. But I can clearly warn you that if you dare to plot against my 2 brothers in the future, we'll see, Qin Shao said again. This was a clear warning. Qin Shao naturally wouldn't be polite to people like Di Rong. Giving them a warning was also to save Baichuan Fusu and young Master Yu some trouble. Now that he had just taken over as Freedom City's city lord, he obviously could not continue to follow Baichuan, Fusu, and the others for the next mission. Therefore, it was necessary to give a warning now, and it should be very effective. As long as Di Rong wasn't a lunatic or a fool, he wouldn't do anything rash. Baichuan helped Su Yu and young Master Yu up. Young Master Yu said, Qin Shao, I was thinking about something just now. We accepted this mission to kill more than 3,000 demons under the banner of enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens, but is that really the case? Although the number of the Free City Army of 30,000 was not considered much, it sounded like those who could enter the Free City Army were all elites. This force was not small either. Moreover, in the Free City Army, there were now a total of 10 fourth-step Heavenly Venerables. Third-step Heavenly Venerables there were probably at least thousands. Also, the Free City Army will always be loyal to the Free City Lord, not to an individual. In other words, whoever is the City Lord, the Free City Army will be loyal to that person. If whoever is not the City Lord, the Free City Army will no longer be loyal to you. This is the sacred mission of the Free City Army's existence. It is a spiritual power that has been passed down. Only loyal to the City Lord? After thinking carefully, Qin Shao understood the brilliance of it. For example, in the recent universe era, the Free City Lord had changed more than 100 times. If the Free City Army was loyal to an individual, then it would probably be taken away by one of the Free City Lords. However, the Free City Army was loyal to the City Lord. Only when you were the Free City Lord would they listen to your orders. If you were no longer the Free City Lord, then they would no longer listen to your orders. The Free City Army's existence was to protect the Free City. In theory, the Free City Army will only protect the Free City and its citizens. Beyond this range, the Free City Army will not listen to orders, the Elf Patriarch said. Qin Shao thought for a moment and said, in other words, if you want to order the Free City Army to do something, you can only do it in the Free City? After leaving the Free City, unless there is a threat to the safety of the citizens, then you can't move them out? The Elf Patriarch pondered for a moment before replying, that's more or less the case, but that's not necessarily the case. This is just a theory. For example, if City Lord encounters any difficulties or dangers outside, then you can order the Free City Army. After all, you are also a citizen of the Free City and the City Lord of the Free City. Qin Shao nodded. He more or less understood the situation and could understand it very well. In short, the Freedom Corps existed for the sake of Freedom City. They protected Freedom City and all the citizens of Freedom City. This was their most sacred mission. Once they joined, they would protect it for the rest of their lives. In this way, the Free City Army was indeed very tall and majestic. It was indeed worthy of admiration. The 30,000 Free City Army used their lives to protect the Free City at all times. They were not afraid of death. Once they joined the Free City Army, they had to swear to the Heavenly Tao that they could never go back on their words. Chapter 22:15. On the training grounds of the City Lord's mansion, 30,000 soldiers of the Freedom Legion were already standing there. They were all wearing bright armor and looked mighty and extraordinary. The armor was also divided into 3 types and 3 colors: black armor, silver armor, and gold armor. The 3 types of armor were also divided into 3 camps. Obviously, the black armor was the most common camp, followed by the silver armor, and then the gold armor. It was obvious that the division of the 3 colors of armor was definitely based on realm. The black armor was definitely a 2nd step Heavenly Venerate, the silver armor was a 3rd step Heavenly Venerate, and the gold armor was the highest, a 4th step Heavenly Venerate. Therefore, there were only 10 gold armors. They stood at the front of the Legion and led the entire Freedom Legion. Behind the 10 4th step Heavenly Venerates were 3,000 silver armors. Behind them were nearly 2,700 black armor troop. Seeing this, Qin Shao also had a basic understanding of the Freedom Legion's strength. 10 4th step Heavenly Venerates, 3,000 3rd step Heavenly Venerates, and the rest were all 2nd step Heavenly Venerates. The total strength of the Legion was 30,000. Speaking of which, it was indeed considered a very powerful force. If they were in the southern wilderness, they could do whatever they wanted. As long as they didn't provoke the existence of an ancient sage, it wouldn't be a big problem. Looking at this majestic Freedom Legion, Qin Shao couldn't help but feel a little heroic. Plop! Everyone in the Freedom Legion suddenly knelt down on one knee in front of Qin Shao and bowed their heads. At the same time, they swore on the heavenly Tao, "I swear to be loyal to the City Lord. I swear to protect the Freedom Legion and the people of the Freedom Legion. I will obey the City Lord's orders. I will climb a mountain of swords and plunge into a sea of fire. If I violate this oath, I will be struck by lightning and my soul will scatter. I will be buried here." The heavenly Tao oath, rise. Everyone swore at the same time and triggered the heavenly Tao law. After the oath was completed, the heavenly Tao sent down a heavenly decree into Qin Zhao's soul, representing the completion of the heavenly Tao oath. If anyone in the Freedom Legion violated the oath, Qin Shao could make their souls scatter with a thought and suffer the wrath of the heavens. Only after completing the heavenly Tao oath did it mean that Qin Shao had complete control over the Freedom Corps. With the army in his hands, he had become the true City Lord of Freedom City. In the future, he could command the entire Freedom City and wield great power. In fact, Qin Shao was not interested in power. In terms of authority, he was the universe source master of the primordial universe. Everything in the primordial universe was under his control. That was the supreme authority. Chapter 22:16. First, I want to restore the heart of freedom in Freedom City, the peaceful atmosphere of Freedom City, and the noble light of Freedom City. Therefore, I want to chase all the evil people hiding in Freedom City out of Freedom City, especially those who are unforgivable. Especially those who have committed heinous crimes. I think we should behead them as a warning to others. Although Freedom City is a free city, it is a free city. However, this freedom is a heart of freedom, a heart of kindness, and not the freedom of an evil heart. Freedom City is not a place for wanted criminals or evildoers to hide. It is not a place for them to escape. It is a paradise for them. The arrival of these people will only pollute the air of Freedom City and ruin the atmosphere of Freedom City. If this goes on, it will slowly tarnish Freedom City and produce a bad effect. Freedom City is not Buddha. It does not have the ability to enlighten and purify evil people. Therefore, we can only make it simple. We can block the evil people outside the city walls and not let them step into Freedom City. Perhaps everyone feels that my suggestion goes against the heart of freedom. Perhaps you feel that those wanted criminals and evildoers who hide in Freedom City will not commit evil in Freedom City, so you can accept it. However, I still firmly believe that these people are a hidden danger. After a long time, there will always be trouble. There are people who abandon evil and become good. If they come to Freedom City after becoming good, then we welcome them. If they come before becoming good, then we do not welcome them. It is just that we do not welcome evildoers. They are unforgivable. We should kill them. Our Freedom City does not fight with the world and does not like killing. However, if someone steps into Freedom City and enters our territory, then we should take care of it. Everyone, consider my suggestion carefully. Let's discuss it together. Qin Shao looked at everyone with a serious expression and said his first suggestion. He had this suggestion because he had seen an unforgivable evildoer like the one-eyed man in the Freedom House restaurant. Moreover, Qin Shao later learned that there were still unforgivable evildoers like the one-eyed man in Freedom City. There were many hidden. Qin Shao was also a person who abhorred evil. Since he was now the city lord of Freedom City, how could he tolerate these people continuing to stay in the city? Therefore, this was the first thing he had to do. In response to this, everyone immediately began to discuss. Some people didn't really care. After all, there were very few evil people in the Free City. Occasionally, there were some who had done evil, but they weren't considered too evil. Many of them had become honest after coming to Freedom City. Of course, there were quite a few cases of extremely evil people causing trouble in the Free City. After a heated discussion, everyone finally came to a consensus. The Elven Patriarch, as the representative, stood up and said, "We also feel that some extremely evil people are indeed a hidden danger to our Free City. Now, it is time for the Free City to reorganize. We agree with the City Lord's suggestion to remove those extremely evil people. Chase all of them out of Free City. Some heinous people should be killed directly. They can't be left in this world. We can be considered to be enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. City Lord, do you have any other suggestions?" Other suggestions? Qin Shao actually didn't have much to say, but after thinking about it, he still said, "Although we are a free city, everyone has the heart of freedom, and the myriad races get along very harmoniously. However, I feel that there are good things in such an environment. There are also some disadvantages. The good thing is that everyone is very happy and comfortable living in Free City. Basically, it can be said to be carefree. There is no need to think about anything, and there is no pressure to compete. There's no such thing as mutual deception or scheming against each other. Everyone is very simple, so there are many people in Free City who have lived for more than 10,000 eras. However, it is also because of this that Free City's overall strength is not strong, and there are no geniuses born. If this continues to develop in the long run, I feel that it will be very disadvantageous to Free City. Therefore, I feel that, in terms of cultivation and nurturing of future generations, we should also strengthen it. The best way is to set up an institution like Free Academy to concentrate on nurturing a portion of outstanding disciples and create some competition. Come out and encourage some geniuses to be born. Then, we can concentrate some resources to nurture a small number of geniuses and continue to send powerhouses to Free City. This will strengthen Free City. In the end, the protective power still depends on strength. Just based on Free City's current strength, it is indeed a little weak. This time, it was just a fourth step Heavenly Venerate, but he almost destroyed the entire Free City. Therefore, I feel that this problem is also very important. This time, everyone's discussion was even more intense. City Lord, but we've always been living like this. If there is competition, then it will not be very conducive to unity and harmony, right? Yes, City Lord. We have always lived like this. Moreover, our resources are limited and scarce, so it is very difficult to put in a lot of effort in nurturing disciples. If we set up a free academy, then there will be a lot more competition. If there is more competition, I'm afraid there will be correspondingly more scheming, right? This isn't a good thing for our free wind of freedom, is it? Our free city has always been a place away from worldly affairs. We do not compete with the world or fight with others. We are only willing to live our simple and comfortable lives. Although this will indeed reduce the number of pursuits, we do not care too much about these things. Being ordinary is already a kind of happiness for us. Yes, City Lord. If that is the case, then we have to prepare more cultivation resources. But where will these cultivation resources come from? I'm afraid this is a new problem that we have to solve. I agree with what the City Lord said. In the end, isn't it because our free city's strength is a little weak that we encountered this time? This time, the City Lord stepped forward to save us. What about the next time? Will we ever be so lucky again? Therefore, we should really think about this problem carefully. Indeed, we should let ourselves become stronger slowly. All right. Furthermore, it might not be as terrifying as you say. As long as we manage it well, there won't be any problems. Then, why don't we not set up a free academy and let the various clans nurture their own disciples? This way, there will be a lot less competition. As long as the various clans pay attention to this problem, it will be fine. If we set up a free academy, I'm afraid there will be a lot of disputes. Yes, that will work too. This problem should still be taken seriously. Yes, that will work too. The final result of the discussion was that the free academy would not be set up and the various clans would nurture their own disciples. Everyone paid attention to this problem. Since everyone agreed, Qin Shao did not say anything more. Let's leave it at that for now and see what everyone's wishes were. Qin Shao continued, actually, there are still ways to obtain more cultivation resources. There are tens of thousands of clans in our free city. Every clan has something they are good at. As long as each clan takes out what they are good at and reasonably organizes it, I believe there will be a very good way to do business. Establishing trade with other cities is a very fast way to earn cultivation resources. You guys might have had some fights before, but they were probably just small fights. If we really want to do it, we should sit together and discuss it. We should come up with a good plan and then everyone should work together to do it. Make it on a large scale. We can earn more Chaos Source Stones. I have some good experiences that I can pass on to you. Qin Zhao's suggestion was quickly approved by everyone. Then, they discussed the matter of establishing trade. Qin Shao had heard a lot about the experience from Fatty Kai before. It could be said that he was influenced by what he saw and heard. Fatty Kai's father was definitely a genius in business. Qin Shao admired him very much. In fact, there were a lot of resources in Free City. It was just that they did not know how to use them before or were not willing to use them. Now that Qin Shao had integrated them and made a reasonable plan, it suddenly became much clearer. In addition to these problems, they also discussed some other problems. They brought out some of the various aspects of Free City and discussed them together. Then, they formulated various policies. The rules of Free City were still the same as before. However, there were also many solutions to many problems. With everyone discussing it together, Qin Shao was only a decision-maker most of the time. The details were discussed by everyone, so he did not have to worry too much. In fact, the situation in Free City was not complicated. It could even be said that it was very simple. Previously, Free City was in a state of disunity. There were many problems that were exposed. In fact, it was because the previous Free City Lord did not manage it well. The previous Free City Lord had no prestige to speak of. Naturally, everyone did not believe in him, so they did not pay much attention to him. Naturally, everyone did their own thing. Naturally, it was a little chaotic. Now that Qin Shao had reunited everyone's hearts, everyone was working together to make Freedom City better. Everyone's will was as strong as an impregnable fortress. Naturally, there was nothing that would be difficult for everyone to accomplish. Moreover, there were actually no difficult problems. They were just some small problems that were easier to solve. After a round of discussion, they had basically settled all the problems. Then, Qin Shao issued an order to let the Elf Patriarch and the others announce the decisions of these situations to the patriarchs of the myriad races, so that they would know. After doing all this, Qin Shao had to return to the City Lord mansion. Although we've discussed for so long that my mouth is dry, I've finally decided on all the big and small issues. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Elf Patriarch and the others, governing Free City was much easier than I thought. There were not many things that had to wait for me to find a way to solve. In fact, the Elf Patriarch and the others have already thought of a detailed solution. They will also do it well. They just need me to nod my head. My role is just to gather everyone's strength. Then I will give the order and let the myriad races agree to go. Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled. Some of his original worries now seemed to be superfluous. However, this was also quite good. There were not so many things, and he did not regret agreeing to be the Free City Lord. Moreover, to be able to solve the problems of Free City, foresee Free City developing in a good direction, and even return to its best state in the end, Qin Shao was very happy. Now, he was looking forward to the arrival of that day. It would be a very fulfilling thing. Doing something seriously was something worth being happy about and looking forward to. Chapter 22:17 City Lord. As soon as Qin Shao returned to the City Lord's mansion, a gray-robed old man with white hair and beard greeted him respectfully. It could be seen that he had been standing here for a long time, waiting for Qin Shao to return. Qin Shao sized up the gray-robed old man and sensed a trace of the situation. Although the gray-robed old man appeared to be a third-step heavenly venerable, Qin Shao vaguely felt that his aura seemed to be concealed. As Qin Shao was also good at concealing his aura and cultivated the mirage meditation technique, he was very sensitive to aura concealment techniques and had a very strong ability to detect them. This ability was something that ordinary fourth-step heavenly venerables could not compare to. Therefore, Qin Shao vaguely sensed that the gray-robed old man in front of him was not simple. It was very likely that he was not a third-step heavenly venerable, but a fourth-step heavenly venerable who had concealed his aura. If that was really the case, then it would be interesting. After all, Qin Shao had heard from the Elf Patriarch that there were only 10 fourth-step heavenly venerables in the City Lord's mansion, which were the 10 golden-armored leaders of the Freedom Legion. If the gray-robed old man in front of him was also a fourth-step heavenly venerable, then didn't that mean that even the Elf Patriarch and the others did not know about this situation? If that was the case, then it was a little strange. You are. Qin Shao had only come to the City Lord's mansion to see the Freedom Legion. As for the other people in the City Lord's mansion, Qin Shao had not seen them, so he naturally did not know who the old man in front of him was. The gray-robed old man immediately reacted and hurriedly introduced himself. "I'm sorry, City Lord. Look at how muddle-headed this old servant is. I forgot that the City Lord has not seen this old servant before and does not know who this old servant is. This old servant is called Third Elder Yuan. The City Lord can just call this old servant Third Elder. This old servant is the steward of the City Lord's mansion. I have always been in charge of all matters of the City Lord's mansion. In the future, the City Lord's daily life and all matters in the mansion can be handed over to this old servant." It turned out that he was the steward of the City Lord's mansion. Qin Shao was relieved. That's right, the Freedom Corps wasn't responsible for the trivial matters of the City Lord's manor. Someone had to take care of these matters, so the City Lord's manor must have a group of servants. "So it's you, Chief Steward Yuan. I'm sorry, I've just arrived at the City Lord's mansion, so I don't know a lot of things and I don't know you." Qin Shao smiled faintly. Just now, Qin Shao had also sent a voice transmission to the Elf Patriarch and confirmed that there was indeed someone called the Third Chief Elder. He also asked the Elf Patriarch about some of the people in the City Lord's mansion so that he wouldn't be embarrassed if he didn't know anything. City Lord, you're exaggerating. City Lord has just arrived at the City Lord's mansion. It's normal that you don't know us. Later, I'll bring City Lord to meet some of the servants in the City Lord's mansion so that you don't know them. I've already gathered all of them. They're all waiting for you in the backyard, said Chief Steward Yuan. Since Chief Steward Yuan had already arranged everything, Qin Shao didn't refuse. Now that he was living in the City Lord's mansion, he should get to know the other people in the City Lord's mansion. It would be bad if he didn't know if they were from the City Lord's mansion when he met them in the future. However, the City Lord's mansion was heavily guarded. With the Freedom Corps' martial law, outsiders shouldn't be able to enter the City Lord's mansion. He followed Chief Steward Yuan and soon arrived at the backyard. Before he entered the backyard, Qin Shao smelled a strange fragrance drifting out from inside. Moreover, it was a mixture of many fragrances. From this, it could be seen that many women had gathered in the backyard. Sure enough, as soon as he walked into the backyard, he saw a large group of women standing there in an orderly manner. Although their clothes weren't gorgeous, all of them were good-looking and beautiful. They were all one-step heavenly venerables. However, not all of them were from the human clan. There were also people from other clans, such as the Crimson Fox clan and the Elf clan. After all, the women from these three clans were quite good-looking. They should be more suitable for the aesthetic standards of the various clans. As for the number, there were about 300 of them. At this moment, all of them were standing there. It was a beautiful and eye-catching scene. Fortunately, Qin Shao had never had any strong thoughts about women. Moreover, his self-control was very good, so he didn't lose his composure. He was only slightly stunned before he immediately recovered. He glanced at the women with a calm expression. "Greetings, City Lord." The 300 women bowed respectfully to Qin Shao in unison. Qin Shao nodded to the crowd, indicating that there was no need for formalities. They just met and got to know each other. The women secretly sized up Qin Shao. They were full of curiosity about the new City Lord. They had heard about Qin Zhao's deeds long ago. Moreover, they had witnessed the battle with their own eyes. Therefore, they all had a strong sense of admiration for Qin Shao. Now that they saw Qin Shao in person, they naturally wanted to witness Qin Zhao's elegance. Qin Shao naturally felt that these women were secretly sizing him up. Their gazes fell on him. Being sized up by so many women at the same time really made Qin Shao feel a little uncomfortable. Moreover, he was too embarrassed to say anything. He was afraid that he would scare these women. After all, these people were just servants and had low statuses. Ahem. However, General Manager Yuan was afraid that these people would be disrespectful to Qin Shao, so he coughed twice. The women seemed to be very afraid of General Manager Yuan, so they all withdrew their gazes and lowered their heads. They didn't dare to look at Qin Shao again. As the General Manager of the City Lord's mansion, it was normal for General Manager Yuan to have such prestige. The General Manager was in charge of all the matters in the City Lord's mansion. He had to manage all the servants in an orderly manner. Naturally, he had to have some prestige. Otherwise, how could it be possible? City Lord, these 300 women are the servants of the City Lord's mansion. Together with me and the 30,000 free soldiers, this is all the personnel of the City Lord's mansion. Other than us, there are no other personnel in the City Lord's mansion. Of course, if the City Lord needs more personnel, I can arrange it here. I wonder if the City Lord thinks that there is a need for more servants? General Manager Yuan asked. Qin Shao immediately waved his hand and shook his head. No need, no need. There are already 300 people. It's enough. I think it's too much. In fact, there is no need for so many. I'm used to living independently. I'm usually not used to having servants to serve me. These people are enough. General Manager Yuan nodded. If the City Lord said that it was enough, then it was enough. He firmly obeyed the city lord's orders. City lord, do you need to arrange for these people to do anything? They have all undergone strict selection and training. They can do everything the city lord orders. Moreover, they have all sworn an oath to be loyal to the city lord. They are absolutely loyal and will not betray the city lord. So, if the city lord needs anything, feel free to use them, General Manager Yuan asked again. Qin Shao shook his head and said, No need, no need. They can do what they did in the past. When I have something to do, I'll order them. There is nothing for the time being. General Manager Yuan frowned slightly. There was no need for anything? After hesitating for a moment, General Manager Yuan said, What about food and shelter? How should I arrange that? Qin Shao still shook his head. There is no need for that. We are all cultivators in the heavenly venerate realm. Things like wine and food are just for the taste sometimes. They are not necessities. If I want to drink wine one day, or if there are guests, then I'll give other orders. Under normal circumstances, don't prepare these things for me without my instructions. Some people like to enjoy, but Qin Shao had always been a person who did not like to enjoy. He was not a good drinker, so he did not drink much. What about serving you in bed? General Manager Yuan asked again. What? Serving him in bed? What did he mean? Qin Shao could not help but widen his eyes slightly. For a moment, he thought that he had misheard. Serving him in bed? General Manager Yuan looked at Qin Shao strangely and said, Yes, the city lord. These women are also proficient in the affairs between men and women. They will definitely be able to serve you comfortably. Moreover, these women are very willing to serve you, the city lord. So, I will see what you need to do. I will arrange it. Do you want to flip the cards or select a group of women to serve you in turn? When he heard this, Qin Shao did not know how to answer for a moment. There was actually such a thing. Qin Shao had never touched a woman until now. He had never been close to a woman. He had also never touched the affairs between men and women. Therefore, when he heard what General Manager Yuan said, Qin Zhao's face turned slightly red from embarrassment. It was normal for Qin Shao to know that it was such an enjoyable thing. Many people liked it, but he really did not like it. When he saw that Qin Shao did not reply for a moment, General Manager Yuan thought that Qin Shao was not satisfied with all of them. He said, If the city lord is not satisfied, then I will immediately arrange for the various clans to select some stunning women for you to choose from. Choose. No, no. Qin Shao knew that General Manager Yuan had misunderstood. He immediately shook his head and waved his hand, saying, General Manager Yuan, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant. What I meant was that I don't need these, so you don't have to arrange anything like serving me in bed. I don't like it. You don't like it? General Manager Yuan looked strangely at Qin Shao. He thought for a moment and suddenly said, The city lord, could it be that you don't like women? Could it be that you like men? What? Like men? What the hell was this? Qin Zhao's face instantly turned red from embarrassment. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. What was going on? How could such an upright man like him have such a special sexual orientation and hobby? General Manager Yuan, I like women. My sexual orientation is absolutely normal. There is no need to doubt this. If you dare to doubt it again, I will get angry with you, Qin Shao said very seriously. This kind of thing must be explained clearly in a serious manner. General Manager Yuan nodded and said, Then why doesn't the city lord choose some women to serve you in bed? The previous city lords would also choose women to serve them in bed. Cough. Qin Shao was so embarrassed that he wanted to die. He said, It should be fine if I don't like things that other people like, right? Besides, I already have a woman I like, so I don't dare to be interested in other women. It's not the problem with these women. I don't like them at all, so naturally, I won't let them serve me in bed. All right, General Manager Yuan. I should have the right to decide whether or not to do these things, right? General Manager Yuan immediately nodded and said, Of course you do. The city lord has the right to decide everything, including the life and death of me and the others. Since the city lord doesn't like it, then forget it. I still have to do my job properly. General Manager Yuan did not say anything else, and Qin Shao secretly sighed in relief. He nodded and said, I feel that you are indeed very conscientious. I give you a thumbs up. However, General Manager Yuan, you can just call me the City Lord in the future. Don't call me Your Excellency. It sounds awkward. Yes, the City Lord. Chapter 22:18. Qin Shao felt a little more comfortable after sending the female servants away. Otherwise, with the 300 beautiful ladies hovering in front of him, and many of them peeking at him curiously from time to time, Qin Shao would feel very uncomfortable. Now that only General Manager Yuan was left to accompany him, he felt much more at ease. Qin Shao preferred this kind of peace and quiet. The city governor's mansion was not big, so he became familiar with it after walking around. Finally, General Manager Yuan brought Qin Shao to a side courtyard and said, City Governor, this is the cultivation place of all the previous city governors. It is also the cultivation place of the first city governor. Do you think you can live and cultivate here in the future? There was no other place that was better. Qin Shao was not picky and simply nodded. General Manager Yuan continued, This is a forbidden area. Other than me, no one else is allowed to enter. Therefore, you don't have to worry about being disturbed by the servants when you live and cultivate here. I will always guard the outer courtyard. I will not enter the inner courtyard without any orders from the city governor. Qin Shao nodded again. This was a good point. Qin Shao did not like to be disturbed. Only General Manager Yuan could enter this place. It was obvious that General Manager Yuan's position in the city governor's mansion had always been very high. However, judging from the traces of time on General Manager Yuan's body, he was definitely an ancient existence. Perhaps there was no one in Free City who had lived longer than him. Therefore, Qin Shao thought that General Manager Yuan probably followed the first city governor and was deeply trusted by the first city governor. He had been holding the position of general manager in the city governor's mansion and was considered the city governor's right-hand man. This made Qin Shao more curious about General Manager Yuan. Although they had only spent a short time together, Qin Shao could feel General Manager Yuan's loyalty, wisdom, and a hidden aura. This General Manager Yuan was definitely not a simple person. Oh right, General Manager Yuan, where does the city governor's mansion's expenses usually come from? According to my current understanding, the city governor's mansion does not have a source of income, right? Qin Shao asked. Firstly, the city lord's mansion did not collect taxes. Secondly, the city lord's mansion did not charge any entrance fee. Thirdly, the city lord's mansion did not do business. Therefore, the city lord manor had no source of income at all. However, to maintain the normal operations of the city lord manor, they would definitely need chaos source stones. Where would they come from? General Manager Yuan shook his head and said, Yes, Governor. The governor's mansion does not have any source of income. As for maintaining the normal operations of the city lord's mansion, it is indeed a little difficult, but it is relatively peaceful. Normally, we just rely on some tributes from the various races. Therefore, the Freedom Corps can't get cultivation resources and can only rely on themselves. However, our city lord's mansion has always been simple and plain. The situation was better in the hands of the first city lord. The first city lord would provide cultivation resources to the Freedom Corps. Therefore, the scale of the Freedom Army was formed in the hands of the first city lord. Now, without cultivation resources, if they rely on themselves, it's basically impossible for a fourth step Heavenly Venerate to be born. However, our city lord's mansion has never competed, so we don't care too much about these things. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. It would be difficult to find a second city lord's mansion that was so peaceful in the celestial territory. How should he put it? It was not bad. It was the same after getting used to it. This had already become a custom. However, if he could cultivate the Freedom Corps and make them stronger, it could also be considered a good thing, right? However, if he wanted to do this, other methods would not work. He could only rely on himself as the city lord. Qin Shao did not have many Chaos Source stones on him now, nor did he have many other resources. Therefore, he could not do anything for the time being. For the time being, he suppressed this idea. He would think about it when he had the ability in the future. Previously, there were city lords who did business and collected taxes. City lord, do you think we need it now? General Manager Yuan asked again. Qin Shao immediately shook his head and firmly denied it. No, our city lord's mansion should maintain its previous appearance. Firstly, we don't do business, and secondly, we don't collect taxes. I think this is a very good tradition. This is the rule set by the first city lord. We should carry it forward and not destroy it. Freedom City has already gone against the tide in the hands of the previous city lords. We can't continue like this. Instead, we have to uproot it and let Freedom City return to the right track as soon as possible. We have to restore Freedom City to its original appearance. This is also one of the tasks that I have to complete as the city lord. Qin Zhao's words made General Manager Yuan's heart tremble slightly. An undetectable look of approval flashed in the depths of his eyes. General Manager Yuan's heart was also filled with excitement. After waiting for so long, the city lord who could bring hope to Freedom City had finally arrived. Freedom City had been on the decline for a long time. If it was not salvaged, it would be too late. Freedom City was the first city lord's painstaking effort. It was a spiritual force and a place of faith. Seeing that General Manager Yuan's expression seemed to be a little emotional, Qin Shao asked, "General Manager Yuan, are you all right?" General Manager Yuan finally regained his senses and revealed a faint smile. He said, "Oh, I'm all right, City Lord. It's just that I'm old and inexplicably sentimental." Qin Shao could sense that General Manager Yuan's feelings for Freedom City were extremely deep. His feelings for the first city lord were probably irreplaceable. Although he had served many other city lords later on, he obviously felt different when he mentioned the first city lord. However, this was human nature. It could be seen that General Manager Yuan was also a person who valued friendship and righteousness. It could be seen that he was able to gain the trust of the first city lord. "General Manager Yuan, I've been wanting to ask you a question. It may be a little presumptuous, but I don't know if it's appropriate to ask." "I think you can guess it," Qin Shao suddenly said. General Manager Yuan looked at Qin Shao and hesitated for a moment before saying, "City Lord, do you want to ask me if I'm a fourth step Heavenly Venerate?" Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, General Manager Yuan. Although you're showing the aura of a third step Heavenly Venerate, I can vaguely sense that you're concealing your aura. Therefore, I'm guessing that you're most likely a fourth step Heavenly Venerate realm, right?" A look of surprise flashed across General Manager Yuan's eyes. He said, "I didn't expect the City Lord to be able to see that I'm concealing my aura. Other than the first City Lord, no one else could see this. Today, the City Lord was able to directly see through it. You're really experienced. The method of concealing my aura was taught to me by the first City Lord. It should be very brilliant. I'm indeed a fourth step Heavenly Venerate. However, I feel that it's better to keep a low profile when I'm with the first city lord. Therefore, I've concealed my aura from the beginning and appeared as a third step heavenly venerate. In this way, I won't become someone else's target. My duty is to do my best to manage the trivial affairs of the city lord's mansion. Therefore, I've always been an inconspicuous character. Since I'm an inconspicuous character, I naturally have to keep a low profile. He was indeed a fourth step heavenly venerate. He had lived for so long and was a fourth step heavenly venerate. Moreover, he had always been by the side of the first city lord. Even if he had been influenced by an ancient saint, his strength would definitely not be simple. Moreover, General Manager Yuan had always been deeply trusted by the first city lord. Therefore, he would definitely be given certain benefits. Therefore, Qin Shao felt that General Manager Yuan's strength was probably unfathomable. It was just that he was concealing it. There was obviously such an experienced character in the city lord's mansion, but no one knew about it. City Lord, let's not talk about this anymore. No matter how capable I am, I'm loyal to the City Lord. I'm dedicated to managing the City Lord's mansion. I'm dedicated to doing my job diligently, General Manager Yuan said. Qin Shao smiled and did not ask any more questions. Regardless of whether it was the people in the City Lord's mansion or the Freedom Corps, they were loyal to the City Lord. In fact, no matter who became the City Lord of Freedom City, they would be loyal to that person. To be precise, they were loyal to the person sitting on the City Lord's throne, not to any specific person. The advantage of this was that it could ensure that the City Lord's mansion would continue to operate for a long time. Even if the City Lord was no longer around and fell, the City Lord's mechanism would not collapse. From this point of view, Qin Shao could not help but admire the vision of the first City Lord. It was indeed brilliant and far-sighted to be able to think of such a method to ensure the operation of the City Lord's mansion. If that was not the case, the City Lord's mansion would have collapsed with the departure of the first City Lord. Although the City Lord's mansion was slowly declining over the years and became a little chaotic, it was still maintained relatively well overall. General Manager Yuan and the Freedom Corps must have contributed greatly to this. City Lord, let me take you to a place. Every free City Lord could go to that place once, and only once after they took up the post. Of course, the City Lord can choose not to go, but this old servant wants the City Lord to go, General Manager Yuan said. He suddenly said. Qin Shao pursed her lips and said, General Manager Yuan, your words are always confusing. You already said that you want me to go, but you should at least let me know where it is, right? Although it sounds like it must be related to the first City Lord, if you tell me, I'll have some idea, won't I? It seems that there are still many secrets hidden in the City Lord's mansion. General Manager Yuan said, the City Lord is a smart person. There is no need for this old servant to say anything. You can guess that it is indeed a place left behind by the first City Lord. It was also the order of the first City Lord that every subsequent City Lord could enter once. Only once? Can't we force our way in? Qin Shao asked. General Manager Yuan shook his head without hesitation and said, No, it is a place left behind by the first City Lord. Naturally, many formations and prohibitions have been set up, and this old servant is needed to lead the way in. After entering, the City Lord will be recognized. If you enter again, you will be recognized and will not be allowed to enter. If you must force your way in, there is only one possibility, unless a powerful ancient saint has descended. All right. Qin Shao pursed his lips. He was just asking out of curiosity. He still respected the first City Lord of Freedom City very much. Naturally, Qin Shao would not break the rules set by him. Once, there was naturally a reason for it. Since it was left behind by the first City Lord of Freedom City, Qin Shao naturally wanted to take a look, General Manager Yuan, please lead the way. General Manager Yuan nodded, but he led the way in front. Chapter 22:19. General Manager Yuan formed a complicated and strange hand seal as he muttered to himself. After a few breaths of time, General Manager Yuan formed a seal with both hands and poked at the ancient well and the old pagoda tree. Suddenly, a strange light surged out from his hands and hit the void above the ancient well. A door appeared out of thin air. He did not expect that there would be an independent space hidden here. If General Manager Yuan had not opened it himself, Qin Shao would not have been able to detect it. As expected of an ancient saint's technique, it was well hidden. This way, City Governor. General Manager Yuan gestured for Qin Shao to enter. Qin Shao withdrew his gaze and followed General Manager Yuan into the door. As soon as they entered, there was a small independent space that was 1,000 feet square. This was an empty space. There was no heaven, earth, or four directions. It was just a small space that had been opened up by great divine power in the void. However, Qin Shao felt that this space was very stable and was hidden very well. Therefore, he could not detect that there was a small space hidden here at all from the outside. Qin Shao felt that even if he attacked with all his might, he might not be able to destroy this small space and get out of this place. In other words, if General Manager Yuan did not bring him out, he would not be able to leave this small space. The technique of an ancient saint was indeed hard to imagine. City Governor, you have 10,000 years to stay in this space. Of course, if you want to leave in advance, you can send a message to me. I'll keep watch outside. Once 10,000 years are up, there will be a force that will automatically send you out. Yes, General Manager Yuan said to Qin Shao and left. Soon, Qin Shao was the only one left in this space. In this empty space, the only thing there was a sword standing there. Golden sword energy swirled around the sword, and within the golden sword energy, words, talismans, and images appeared. They were vivid and lively. As the sword energy swirled around the sword, they lingered around the sword. This made the sword look unusually mystical. One could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary object. There was only one sword in the entire small space. This sword did not emit much aura, so judging from its aura, it was hard to tell what grade this sword was. But was this left behind by the first Free City Lord? Since it was left behind by the first City Lord of the Free City, it should be something extraordinary. After all, the first City Lord was an ancient saint. How could the things left behind by such an existence be ordinary? Moreover, every City Lord only had one chance to enter, and the time limit was only 10,000 years. It could be said that the time limit was very tight. The fact that it was stuck so tightly was enough to explain the problem. Therefore, Qin Shao was certain in his heart that this sword was definitely not simple. From the looks of it, it was very likely to be some of the inheritances left behind by the first Free City Lord. The inheritance left behind by an ancient saint was still more than enough to tempt anyone. Qin Shao walked towards the sword. Even when he was close to the sword, he still couldn't feel how powerful the sword was. The swirling sword qi wasn't considered strong. It was probably only able to injure a fourth step heavenly venerate, so it wasn't considered strong. The words and patterns in the whirling sword qi were too fast, so Qin Shao did not study them in detail for the time being. He just studied the sword first. This sword indeed looked very plain and simple. Based on the aura it emitted, it should only be at the level of a high-grade immortal weapon. Moreover, it was the kind of high-grade immortal weapon that did not have a strong aura. Qin Shao did not lack high-grade immortal weapons. A berserk sword was enough for him now. The berserk sword was an excellent high-grade immortal weapon with great power. The high-grade immortal weapon in front of him gave off the feeling that it was barely at the level of a high-grade immortal weapon. It gave off a feeling of being suppressed. This made Qin Shao a little confused. Since it was left behind by the first Free City Lord, it shouldn't be so stingy, right? In any case, he was still an ancient saint. Not to mention leaving behind a half-sacred weapon. If he wanted to leave behind a high-grade immortal weapon, it should be the best, right? Moreover, this sword had been left here for many years. It was not taken away by the later Free City Lord. It had just been placed here. Qin Shao had always felt that since the first Free City Lord was able to build such a great city like the Free City, he should be a person with great thoughts and a very broad mind. So before, he left behind some treasures for the first Free City Lord. The things that came were still filled with some expectations, but at this moment there was indeed a little disappointment in it. It was not that Qin Shao really wanted to get any benefits, but the gap between before and after was a little big, so it was inevitable that people would have this kind of heart. But since he was here, he would first take a look at the inheritance left behind by the first Free City Lord. Qin Shao still didn't quite believe that the first Free City Lord would casually leave behind an inheritance. That didn't make sense. After all, to be able to sit on the throne of the Free City Lord, one must have the battle prowess of a fourth-step celestial venerable. For ordinary legacies, it was completely unattractive. It was of no use at all. Although this space might not have cost the first Free City Lord much effort, since the Free City Lord had left it behind before leaving, there must be a profound purpose. It was impossible for an ancient saint to do something meaningless. Qin Shao didn't believe this. Qin Shao began to study the text patterns and so on in the whirling sword qi. An aura of the great Tao rushed over. The great Tao was vicissitudes of life. An ancient and faint aura rushed over, writing a magnificent scenery of mountains and rivers. Great Tao, Great Tao! This is the aura of the great Tao, the aura of the great Tao. Feeling the aura of the great Tao emitted by the sword qi, Qin Shao couldn't help but feel a little excited. He didn't expect that it was the aura of the great Tao. In other words, the first Free City Lord was actually a great Tao cultivator? This unexpected discovery really gave Qin Shao a big surprise. Qin Shao had been in the immortal realm for 20 million years, but he really hadn't met a great Tao cultivator. Of course, Qin Shao knew that there must be many great Tao cultivators in the immortal realm. Perhaps some just didn't show it. Just like now, he rarely used the power of the great Tao. Usually, he only used the power of the immortal Tao. Moreover, his current immortal Tao realm was the highest among all the cultivation paths, so he naturally focused on the immortal Tao cultivation path now. After all, this was the immortal realm. The immortal Tao had multiplied to the peak in the immortal realm. In the immortal realm, the vast majority of people cultivated the immortal Tao. There were still very few people who cultivated the great Tao, the Tao of heart force, the Tao of strength true intent, and other Taos. Normally, it was also extremely difficult to encounter them. However, after the surprise, Qin Shao also thought of another possibility. Maybe the first Free City Lord wasn't necessarily a great Tao cultivator. Maybe he also cultivated the great Tao, but the immortal realm still mainly cultivated the Tao. It's just that the inheritance left behind is very big. It's just a Tao. Maybe so. That's why I feel that the inheritance left behind isn't very powerful. Regardless of whether it was powerful or not, Qin Shao still had a very strong interest in the inheritance of the great Tao. He also felt very close to it. In the 20 million years since he came to the immortal realm, he had basically been cultivating the immortal Tao. He didn't have much interest in cultivating the great Tao, nor did he have any cultivation resources. Moreover, the inheritance of the first Free City Lord was swordsmanship. Qin Shao had always had a special fondness for swords. After calming down, Qin Shao began to comprehend the inheritance information left behind in the whirling sword Qi again. Whoosh! A divine sword descended from the sky. It came whistling from the outer realm of the 9 heavens. It cut through the 9 heavens and flashed across the sky. As the sword attacked, the sky was destroyed. This world was enveloped by the sharp aura of this sword. Wherever the sword passed, the sky was directly cut open. This world felt like it was going to be directly cut open by all of this and was heading towards destruction. What a powerful sword, what a sharp sword! This was a sword that could split open the heavens. It was just like the legendary axe that Pangu used to split open the heavens. It could split the world apart. For it to be able to split open the heavens, it was enough to show how powerful and sharp the sword was. It was extremely sharp and domineering. This sword deeply shocked Qin Shao. It left Qin Shao unable to calm down for a long time. A sword that can split open the heavens. Such a sword can split open the chaos heavens. It's truly powerful. It's too powerful. The sharpness of the sword and the might of the great Tao are displayed to the extreme. This sword art is far from what the superior grade immortal techniques I have previously come into contact with can compare with. This extreme sharpness feels like it's much stronger than my Sage Li's flying saber. Furthermore, this sword actually contains the foundation of the great Tao, the true essence of it. As expected of the first free city lord. As expected of a powerful ancient sage. I knew that the inheritance left behind wouldn't be that simple. Indeed, it's true. Only those who cultivate the great path can truly perceive the profoundness contained in this information. In here, it records the first free city lord's understanding of the great Tao. It's perfect in the form of sword moves and sword arts. It's perfectly presented. More or less, it's equivalent to teaching by example. Such a Tao imparting is indeed very brilliant. It also allows one to easily comprehend it. How valuable is the teachings of an ancient sage? From the looks of it, I've really encountered a huge opportunity this time. I didn't want to be a free city lord, but I never expected such a huge opportunity to be waiting for me. I've really picked up a huge bargain. If I had known, I wouldn't have declined. Qin Shao was overjoyed. What a great opportunity! He didn't expect to bump into it like this. Furthermore, this was a great Tao heritage. It was extremely important and rare to Qin Shao. If it was an immortal Tao heritage, Qin Shao definitely wouldn't be so happy. After all, Qin Shao had been cultivating the great Tao since he was born. He also became the master of the primordial universe through the great Tao. The people in his hometown all cultivated the great Tao. Therefore, Qin Shao probably had a deep-rooted affection for the great Tao. If possible, Qin Shao would rather focus on cultivating the great Tao than the immortal Tao. However, there was no other way in the immortal domain. He could only cultivate the immortal Tao. Otherwise, it would be difficult to advance. In the past 20 million years in the immortal domain, he had cultivated the immortal domain to the 3rd step, heavenly venerate level. However, his progress in the great Tao was very small. He had only broken through from the 1st step, heavenly venerate level to the 2nd step, heavenly venerate level. This time, it was a surprise for Qin Shao. It was also a good opportunity for him. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.